massive stockpiles of
I'm
missiles.
just getting in a confirmation. I just want to tell you that I'm getting in a confirmation that he has been killed. Um,
Yes.
it's been reported from multiple agencies. It's not just one agency, but multiple agencies are confirming that he's been killed. What are the implications, Major Tur? Major Samarpal Tur, if I can ask you, in your view, what are the implications, not just for the Middle East, but for the world?
See, there are confirmation that even one of his sons is no more. So there are three top generals of who have a relevance in decision making. They've also been wiped out. So you see, it totally depends upon their prime minister now to come out in the open and to give a statement whether they want to go ahead with the war or they want to call it peace and they want to call in for a free and fair elections. This is the most mature and the safest way out. And if they want to fight it out, then it is going to be a long, cumbersome war because of the terrain. So, you see, this is just phase one right now, Niranjan. This is phase one. That is, they have taken out the airstrips, so they have secured themselves in the terms of air power. Okay, there is no air threat now. Secondly, all radar systems have been destroyed, means no early warning or reaction time to the Iranians. So now they will be taken by surprise. And point number three, they bombed Bushehr. So they have invariably crippled the Iranians from electricity. And once the electricity grid goes down, your water levels start becoming diminished because your water pumps don't work. Your generators have a life and a cycle and a duration to run for prolonged hours. Then they have to be shut. Probably don't be surprised if the Iranians set their own oil wells on fire. That, okay, we have lost the war or we are going to lose it. This is the only asset that the Americans are after. So let us burn the oil fields. They will do exactly what Saddam Hussein did in Kuwait when he was retreating from Kuwait. That if I cannot have the hands on the oil, I'll ensure it does not even go in the hands of the Americans. So this is the mindset of the Iranians right now. So it entirely depends upon the maturity and what this present leftover, again I'm repeating, the leftover leadership has to decide. There is still time. So right now it's become a no-fly zone. Air superiority is being maintained. Now with time there'll be more tactical places like bridges, certain roads and locations, TV towers, communication systems, propaganda machinery, which will be taken out maybe within 48 hours. They will ensure that they all go blind. And in the, within the second phase, they are going to probably arm their own espionage agents by airdropping weapons, or they might have, I'm I certainly feel that they are going to drop in leaflets, pamphlets. They are going to urge the people to move out of Tehran completely. And once Tehran gets vacated within a week or 10 days, I think that is when they're going to go in all out with their bombing because they want to keep the civilian casualties to the minimum. Because if civilian casualties mount, the Americans will lose the initiative and the narrative might just go against them in a way. So they have to be very careful. They know their history has been very tainted. Weapons of mass destructions have never found. They needed a reason to move in. They lied in the UN. They moved in without permissions. Here also, they have not sought any permission from UN. They have not given any statement in the UN before going into this attack. So they have to be very careful because it's like, they've already struck the hornet's nest. Now they have to be careful that the damage shouldn't be a chain reaction. So the local militias and these people if they can be contained well enough. Else, if they are not, why is Dubai being bombed? Dubai is being bombed because it is being deliberately being probed to get into this war on ground and by air. So it is entirely up to the region because, by now even Saudi Arabia would have reacted. So I am sure these
Yeah, they have.
countries and their leaders are in conversation with the Americans. They are in conversation with, various other nations. So nobody's going to take a call individually. It's a collective war, and I think their main calculative and measured strike and maturity was in taking on the leadership. They've done it. And I got my confirmations the very moment the bombings took place. And I put it up immediately on my Twitter account. Go and check it out. My tweet is 7 hours old that I already said that it is confirmed he's no more. People kept asking me, how can you be so sure about it? Now, there are few things which really cannot be spoken about or told to the people. So, I think the main person to focus on is now the Prime Minister and what statement he is now going to give to the press tomorrow, or maybe by today midnight, whatever the urgency is about. So if they ask the UN to come in, if they agree to the demands, well and good. Else, I think another 72 hours, the leadership is not going to bend or give in. Then it is going to escalate. It is going to be a prolonged and a painful war. It's not going to be a cakewalk because end of the day, you need to confront a person or the enemy on ground who's holding a weapon with lead inside. He's not there to talk peace, he's there to cause attrition and death. So you got to confront him. You can't do that. You can't substitute a human being with a machine and say that, okay, the machine will go and do it. Russia, Ukraine, it has contained each other, Ukrainians and Russians, but none of them have that leverage or advantage to barge into each other because both are facing manpower issues, especially Ukraine. So it all depends how things shape up once the statement comes in tomorrow. And if they admit that Khomeini is no more, I think that will be one positive sign that they are truthful and upright about it, and they do not want whatever is left of Iran to be destroyed because there is no end to it.
Yeah.
So we just hope that it is a mature leaders take mature decisions right now. There is still time.
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take against Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus today will be the war between Israel and Iran, the war between US and Iran. And there is a very, very big update because claims have already been made that Khamenei is dead, but we have to wait for official confirmation. However, Donald Trump has now claimed that Khamenei is dead. We'll get you all the details, the minute-to-minute update of what's unfolding in the entire West Asia, in the Middle East, minute-to-minute update of that. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Reports claim Iran Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei killed, says his body has been found. Strait of Hormuz is being closed by Iran in response to US strikes. Kamikaze drones strike on Dubai. Dubai airport shut down indefinitely. Reports claim Chabahar port in Iran has been struck by Israeli airstrikes. Residential buildings hit in Bahrain by Iranian strikes. Kuwait airport under attack. And also big focus, Pak-Afghan clashes resume. Afghan forces target Pakistan's commissariat and post suing D-30 artillery. Trump says heavy and pinpoint bombing on Iran to continue through the week or as long as required, needed. All right, viewers, let's begin with the biggest news of the day, the biggest confirmation everybody was waiting for, because Donald Trump has confirmed. Now, this is the biggest breaking news coming in. Now, amongst swirling reports stating Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei to be dead, this is now officially declared. US President Donald Trump has made the big claim. Now, US President Trump makes a big claim now and confirms truth to the media report stating that Khamenei is indeed dead. Khamenei has died. Now, Trump says Israel, US took out Khamenei. Now, Trump says that heavy and pinpoint bombing to continue through the week or as long as it is needed. The bombing will continue as long as it is required, as long as it is needed. But the biggest confirmation, the biggest news of today is that the supreme leader of Iran, that is Ayatollah Khamenei, is now dead. This has been officially confirmed by Donald Trump. This is the biggest development of today in the war, because Ayatollah Khamenei was the main target of the pinpoint strikes which were conducted in Operation Epic Fury, that was conducted by the United States of America and also by Israel. So it was a joint operation, and those were the preemptive strikes, and the top leadership of Iran is dead as of now. They're all dead. The top leaders in Iran are dead, and now this was the official confirmation everybody was waiting for. This has been confirmed by Donald Trump. Now, US President has made this very, very big claim that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead. Biggest claim of today. Big development in this case, in the war. Now, Khamenei, as per Donald Trump, Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. All right, viewers, now the war between Iran and Israel is now spilling, with explosions now being reported across multiple countries in the Middle East region, including Bahrain, Qatar, UAE and Kuwait. Now, world leaders are closely watching the situation, which is evolving every minute. Here's a full report on how the leaders in the Middle East and across the world are reacting. Watch this report.
Joint Israel-US strikes on Iran, codenamed Operation Roaring Lion by Israel and Operation Epic Fury by the United States, targeting sites in Tehran, Isfahan and multiple other areas in Iran. Global leaders have a fractured view on the escalating situation, some condemning United States and Israel, while others condemning Iranian missile attacks. With explosions reported across Doha, Qatar's foreign ministry strongly condemned attacks by Iranian missiles, calling it a blatant violation and a clear breach of international law. Iranian missile attack also targeted Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Deputy Chairman of Russia's Security Council, Dmitry Medvedev, termed US-Iran nuclear talks a cover operation and said Washington once again showed its true face. Amid fears of war spilling over, Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam said it will not accept anyone dragging the country into adventures that threaten its security and unity. Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar condemned US attacks against Iran, calling them unwarranted. Saudi Arabia, the regional rival of Iran, termed Iranian missiles in UAE, Bahrain, Qatar and Jordan a heinous attack and flagrant violation of sovereignty and warned of grave consequences. UAE's Al Dhafra airbase was also struck by Iranian missiles, with UAE calling it a blatant attack. US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain was also hit by Iranian missiles, with Bahrain asserting its right to response. Iranian missile barrage also reached Al Salem airbase in Kuwait, provoking Kuwait to issue a threat to Iran, vowing full right to self-defense under Article 51 of UN Charter. Meanwhile, India has urged its nationals in Israel and Iran to exercise caution and adhere to safety guidelines.
All right, viewers, the war between Israel and Iran is becoming bigger, with the US backing Israel against the Iranian regime. One facet of the war is over. Iran's push for a nuclear program, which has seen varying degrees of success since the late 1980s. However, now the goal seems shifted, with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and US President Donald Trump calling for the wipeout of the Iranian regime. Now, also, I would like to add, now Donald Trump has confirmed that Khamenei is dead. And also, we are getting fresh inputs that Iranian state media is also confirming. They are claiming that Khamenei is dead. We'll get you all the updates of this. But first, watch this report.
Tensions are soaring in West Asia as the war between Israel and Iran intensifies. As the region braces for the war to swell, let's look at what led to this moment. The long-standing rivalry between Israel and Iran entered a critical juncture over Tehran's efforts to develop nuclear armament.
As you know, we have a massive flotilla right now going over to Iran. We'll see what happens. I think they want to make a deal. I think they'd be foolish if they didn't. We took out their nuclear power last time, and we'll have to see if we take out more this time.
בחודשים האחרונים הרודנים באיראן זוממים לבנות מחדש את יכולות הגרעין והטילים שלהם ולהטמין אותם מתחת לאדמה, ושם לא נוכל לפגוע בהם. אם לא נעצור אותם עכשיו, הם יהיו חסינים.
These developments also come at the feet of US's Gerald Ford aircraft carrier, which is the world's largest, moving into the waters of West Asia. In response to the heightened US military presence, Iran temporarily closed the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most significant oil and natural gas choke points.
Iran remains fully prepared to defend itself against any threat or act of aggression. The consequences of any attack against Iran will not be confined to its borders.
Meanwhile, as the war takes shape, US and Israel have made it clear. This war is not just about nuclear weaponry, but regime wipeout in Iran.
We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans.
לפני שעה קלה יצאו ישראל וארצות הברית למערכה משותפת. מבצע שאגת הארי. מטרת המבצע, לשים קץ לאיום ממשטר האייתולות באיראן.
Trump initially threatened military action against Iran in the wake of the massive anti-government protests, which killed thousands of Iranians.
Well, it viewers, Dubai is burning and the whole world is watching. A kamikaze drone had rammed into Dubai's central city, hitting Dubai right where it hurts and bleeds. Earlier, an Iranian missile was intercepted, which had left one person dead. Here is more on the story.
Iran did not hold its punches while retaliating after the US strikes. It struck Dubai right where it hurts, in central Dubai, targeting civilian areas. A kamikaze drone rammed right into Dubai Central, and the result? The impacted area was engulfed in huge blazes. Not only this, there were plumes of smoke spotted around one of the world's largest buildings. Earlier, an Iranian missile was intercepted by UAE's air defense system, which led to the death of one person.
Oh my God.
With reports suggesting that Khamenei's body has now been found, only time can tell, will these attacks stop or is it just the beginning?
All right, viewers. So we have been continuously showing you the minute-to-minute update on what's unfolding in the West Asia and the Middle East, because it's a very big war. Iran was retaliating, but we were the first to tell you that it has been confirmed. Information was doing rounds that Khamenei is dead. First, it was from the sources of Israel. Second, from Iranian sources, and thirdly, Donald Trump officially confirmed that Khamenei is dead. And now we are going to get you a big breaking development here, because we are getting to hear right now that even the Iranian state media has confirmed that Khamenei is dead. Not just Khamenei, even his family members are also dead. They have been killed in this. We'll get you the latest update in this story, because this means a very big development. Now, this was what America was aiming for. They wanted the regime to change. They were trying for the regime change for a very long time. Now, this is the very big development that is happening right now at this moment, and it's very big. Iran confirms. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's official. Now it's official. This is the official confirmation everybody was waiting for. Iran has confirmed Khamenei is dead in the US strikes. That is the epic fury, epic fury. Big development. Iran is giving a confirmation that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead, that he is no more. First, it was from Donald Trump. That was the official confirmation that everybody was waiting for. Though Israel knew that Khamenei was dead, they were going to give it the chance to Donald Trump, as usual, to make the official announcement. And now this is very big, very big. We were waiting for the official confirmation, because this comes from the Iranian state media also. Now, this claim comes from Iran. Iran has now confirmed that Khamenei is dead in US strikes. Very, very big development, ladies and gentlemen. Very big development in this entire war in the Middle East, in the West Asia. Also, announcement of mourning. Announcement of mourning has also been declared. 40 days of mourning has been announced by Iran. Very big development. The Ayatollah Ali Khamenei era, the regime era is now over. There were celebrations happening. There were celebrations happening in various pockets of Iran. Those who are anti-regime, they were already celebrating, but it's always required to get an official confirmation, and this becomes official. Very big development. Iran has confirmed Khamenei is dead. Khamenei is killed in the US, was killed in the US strikes. Very big development in the joint strikes between with Israel and the United States. The Epic Fury, the Operation Epic Fury, is successful. All the top leaders, all the top leadership of Iran were killed in that attack. Now today, this is the official confirmation. Very big development in this case. Iran has confirmed that Khamenei is dead in the US strikes. Very big development in this case. And now state mourning will happen. Now Iran did respond very strongly. It is Iran is very powerful when it comes to missile technology, drone technology, and whatnot. And there were various informations were doing round that Khamenei is dead, but we were waiting for the official confirmation of Khamenei being dead. Very big development here. Very big development that Khamenei is dead. Very big development that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead. Now, this has been confirmed by the Iranian state media. Now, 40 days of public mourning has been declared. Iran confirms that Khamenei is killed in US in the Israeli attacks. This is the latest development. And also, we are getting to know that the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's son-in-law is also dead. And all the other family members have also died in this attack. Iran has confirmed. We already showed you the news. We gave you the news, gave you the update that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead, but we were waiting also for the official confirmation. Now this comes from Iran. Very big development in this war between US and Iran, between US, Israel and Iran. It's official. It's confirmed now that Khamenei is no more. Khamenei is dead. Khamenei has been eliminated. First, it came from Donald Trump, the official confirmation, because our sources already told that Khamenei is dead, but we were waiting for the official confirmation to happen, and this is official, now declared by Iran. But the Iranian government, Iranian media has confirmed Khamenei's death. This becomes official. And also, 40 days of mourning has been declared. Very big development here. Iran breaks its silence. Iran breaks its silence on Khamenei's death. Now, Iranian media has confirmed the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. Very big development for the entire world, for the West Asian region, for the Middle East. This has been confirmed by Iranian media that Khamenei is no more. Very big development here. 40 days of public mourning announcement in Iran's as per the state media. Very big development in this story. 40 days of public mourning announced in Iran. Well, viewers, the war between Israel and Iran is becoming bigger, with the US backing Israel against the Iranian regime. This war is spreading across the West Asia. Our Deputy Executive Editor and Major General G.D. Bakshi explains the war in this special report. Listen in.
General G.D. Bakshi, let me start with this, because the image that we had was of US Navy 5th Fleet Bahrain. And the significance of the kind of layout that we are basically looking at in terms of the deployment that was done by US.
So look, we had first the aircraft carrier battle group, Abraham Lincoln, come into the Straits of Hormuz. This is the choke point, 21 miles wide. That's just it, right? Through which about 30% of the world's oil, flows out to Asia, to Europe, etc., right? So what we found was that the aircraft carrier battle group had come into these very restricted waters. Now the Abraham Lincoln is a 1 lakh ton aircraft carrier. In these restricted waters, it can't maneuver very well. And that is the time there was a number of these Iranian coastal batteries armed with Chinese cruise missiles, Chinese anti-ship missiles, which were on the coast in the caves, etc. And they were posing a serious threat to the aircraft carrier battle group. So we now find that the carrier itself has had to come out and is somewhere here now.
Okay, so that there was a direct threat from the...
They had to come out of that area because of the direct threat. But 3 destroyers, Arleigh-Burke class destroyers are here. Quite obviously, they have to protect these bases. And they protect these bases with the Patriot missile batteries that are on the Aegis class destroyers.
So this is the Jordan air base that we are talking about.
So they have moved about 7 squadrons of F-35C. The stealth fighters have been moved to Jordan and to the bases in this particular area. There's 1 squadron of the F-20 Raptors, which has been moved into Israel itself, right? And into Israel.
Go to that on the other side. The F-22 Raptors have...
F-22 Raptors have come to the base in UAE. And they have also gone into Israel.
So we are looking at roughly about 25 here and 25 on the other side. So you have almost a total of 50 fighter aircraft.
An American squadron would have up to 24 aircraft. Yeah. So if you have 7 out of 21 squadrons, 7 have been moved here, which is quite a big number. About 160 plus it is. About 200 aircraft have moved in. What we see from this deployment is, it is not the Navy which is going to do the heavy lifting. The Navy is there primarily to defend the bases and Israel. The aircraft carrier battle group Gerald Ford is now in the Mediterranean Sea north of Haifa, right? It has come specifically for the protection of Israel from the Iranian missile attacks, which have already started, right? So the heavy lifting will be done by the American Air Force.
Right.
7 squadrons of F-21s, about 2 squadrons of 22 Raptors, 1 in Israel itself and 1 here as it has been shown in the Al Dhafra Air Base in UAE.
So in fact, these air bases, ladies and gentlemen, this is what Iranians are claiming, that these air bases and some of the Navy fleets that have come in, they have been targeted. So I'll just quickly recap before we go to the next slide here. It's in Iraq, the Erbil Air Base. In Jordan, it is the Muwafaq Salti Air Base. Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. As far as Kuwait is concerned, is the Ali Al Salem Air Base. Now, this is quite significant because you're looking at one of the largest service centers that the US Navy really has in Bahrain, and that was attacked. Now, we don't know what's the kind of damage that has been inflicted, because all that we know, there was smoke that was billowing out, and there have been first responders who have spoken to us earlier today. But it seems this was a big hit here. Now, this happens to be the other airbase where, as General G.D. Bakshi was explaining, you're looking at their advanced stealth aircrafts which have all been based here. Now, whether at all there has been any damage on the airbase, that again is not clear. That's the claim. Let's move on.
So tomorrow, as I see the operations, can we just get back to this?
Just one moment.
Yes, that's right. So tomorrow, today we saw that the Americans and the Israelis struck at Tehran and a number of cities in the Iran proper.
Right.
They hit the Ministry of Defense, they hit the Army headquarters, they hit the the Military Intelligence headquarters, the Office of the President, the Office of Khamenei. Both the President and Khamenei are safe, but they claim to have killed the commander-in-chief of the Iranian armed forces rather, and then they also claim to have killed some IRGC guard commanders. Now, is that sufficient to get the regime down? I don't think so. In last year, June 25, they had killed a much greater number of commanders, and yet, Iran was able to weather the storm. So, when you say that you are going to carry out a regime change, in military, terms, we have to ask you, how are you going to carry out a regime change without boots on the ground? So far, it was expected that the boots on the ground are the Iranian people so-called in revolt, right? But the bulk of that revolt, as per what Israel said itself, had been finished, has been quite crushed. There may be a second wave, you know, with all that texting to the university students, etc. and all that. But it is nothing and so serious which the IRGC can't handle. So at the end of all this bombing, if the Iranian regime is exactly where it was, then what have you gained? What have you really gained? And is it an enforceable, doable kind of an operation, regime change operation with just 5-10 days of bombing? That's all the stocks that you got.
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Trump says heavy and pinpoint bombing on Iran to continue through the week or as long as needed. Coming up next.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
Coming up next, Trump says heavy and pinpoint bombing on Iran to continue through the week or as long as needed.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the same SpiceJet. This is the same SpiceJet that does not have the money to play the Bangladesh government, which is why it had been, I don't know the present situation, not allowed to fly in Bangladeshi airspace. They're out of money. Who is the owner of SpiceJet? This is the same SpiceJet, ladies and gentlemen, when another SpiceJet took off from Patna to Delhi on 19 June 2022. It caught fire soon after taking off from the airport. Flames were seen on the left wing of the aircraft. 2 blades were bent. So you should see the visuals then and now, ladies and gentlemen. Then and now. Look at that and now. Ladies and gentlemen, a SpiceJet plane catches fire in mid-air in December. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is 19 June 2022 and then now. And you are flying at your peril in this country. The government couldn't care less. SpiceJet is a near bankrupt airline. There is a nice duopoly going on between Air India and Indigo. The politicians fly chartered planes anyway. But I want to remind them, 2nd July 2022, another SpiceJet plane forced to make an emergency landing in Delhi after the crew noticed smoke in the cabin at an altitude exceeding 5,000 feet. Same SpiceJet. But I don't think the Civil Aviation Minister is angry with SpiceJet. It is part of the problem. The Civil Aviation Minister will be angry with Republic, not with SpiceJet, not with Indigo, not with Air India. The Civil Aviation Minister, busy talking to the French about what planes they will be buying, is doing bigger stuff. He doesn't care about airlines in this country. On 12th September 2025, another SpiceJet SG 2906 Gujarat to Ahmedabad makes an emergency landing without landing gear. Without landing gear, look at its tires, they fall off. But the Civil Aviation Minister and the government won't be angry with SpiceJet, they will be angry with Republic, you see. A SpiceJet plane, 11 September 2025, Delhi to Kathmandu. Passengers are stranded inside without any air conditioning. They were told it's a technical fault. This is the reality of Indian aviation. But we have to discuss big things, you see. Why should big politicians talk about small things? Small things, ladies and gentlemen. Talking about what are small things for politicians. 1,193 kilometers from Delhi in Jharkhand, there is a family which in desperation has to get into an air ambulance. There is a man, I think in his 60s, who is very unwell, and he has to take an air ambulance. So the family takes an 8 lakh rupee loan, 8 lakh rupee loan to get the gentleman into the plane. This is the last visual of the gentleman getting into the plane. And then the chartered plane falls, it crashes. The man has no chance to get to a hospital, and 7 people die. And I want to tell the Civil Aviation Ministry, wake up for God's sake. Someone wake up the Civil Aviation Minister, the non-existent Civil Aviation Minister of India, busy in Davos, blah, blah, blah. Because
Iran confirms Supreme Leader Khamenei dead in US-Israeli attacks. 40 days of public mourning announced in Iran. Strait of Hormuz is being closed by Iran in response to airstrikes. Kamikaze drones strike on Dubai airport to shut down indefinitely. Reports claim Chabahar port in Iran struck by Israeli airstrikes. Residential buildings hit in Bahrain by Iranian strikes. Kuwait airport under attack. Pak-Afghan clashes resume. Afghan forces target Pakistan's commissariat and posts D-30 artillery. Trump says heavy and pinpoint bombing on Iran to continue through the week or as long as needed. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin once again. Khamenei has been killed. Khamenei has been eliminated. This is the biggest breaking news of the day from the war in West Asia. Iran state media has now officially confirmed. Now, there were reports that Khamenei was killed in the strikes, but this is official. And also, Khamenei's official, I'm getting to know, official Twitter ID, that is the social media platform X ID, has posted, has confirmed. We'll show you the details of that also. But Iran state media has now confirmed the death of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the biggest news of the day. This is official. This is the official confirmation everybody was waiting for. This was an attack on the Iranian regime, and they said it was a preemptive strike. But I doubt that, because they were pretty much prepared for that. There are 2 aircraft carriers of United States, the the Lincoln and Gerald R. Ford were already stationed near Iran, and more than 50 plus fighter jets. And now Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead. Islamic Republic television channels have begun broadcasting the Quran after the announcement of Khamenei's death. Now, who was Ayatollah Ali Khamenei? Iran's supreme leader. He ruled Iran for 36 years. He was architect of the IRGC and Iran's nuclear program. Now, the nuclear program is the highlight. He is dead. Now, also, who else is dead? Aziz Nazir Dah, the Iranian Minister of Defense, military officer, who was later promoted to Minister of Defense. So this was a very big jump, very big promotion for him. And he was very close to Khamenei. And also, who else was killed? Head of Iran Military Bureau, Mohammad Shiraji. He was the head of Khamenei's military bureau since 1989, ladies and gentlemen. He is also dead. No more. Mohammad Park Power, IRGC commander of the main Iranian military force, dead, killed in the strikes. The Iran top leadership is no more. Top leadership is dead. Ali Shamkhani, personal advisor to Khamenei on security matters, he is also dead. This is the top leadership of Iran who has been eliminated. And also Hossein Jabba Amelian, who is the chairman of Iranian SPND, headed, and also Salah Asadi, who crafted Iranian strategy for Israel and USA, because Iran was pretty much strong. It had the firepower, it had the military power, it had the drone technology, it has the drone technology, it has the missile technology, and they were firing a barrage of missiles. They have ballistic missiles and whatnot. They have drone technology, and they were attacking all the United States America bases in the Middle East also. Okay, this is very big. IRGC issues a statement on killing on Khamenei. This is also a big breaking news happening right now in this moment. IRGC issues a statement on killing on Khamenei. Big development here. Big development. IRGC issues statement on killing of Khamenei. Big development here. Let me tell you that this is a very big development here. In the name of God, this is what they have said. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful, and do not think of those who are killed in the way of God as dead. Rather, they are alive, sustained by their Lord. Also, this is from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. He said, we extend our condolences and congratulations on the proud martyrdom of the devout scholar, the standard bearer of the martyrs of the Islamic Revolution, the leader of the martyrs among those awaiting the promised one and the rightful deputy of His Holiness, Imam al-Mahdi, may God hasten his appearance, Imam Khamenei, may God's mercy be upon him. So this becomes official again. Now they're saying Imam Khamenei, may God's mercy be upon him during the blessed month of Ramadan, to the Imam of the age. May our souls be sacrificed for him. The Muslim Ummah, the esteemed religious authorities and scholars, and the great nation of Iran, Almighty God accepted this great striving soul and pure descendant of Lady Fatima, peace be upon her, just as he accepted his exemplar, the commander of the faithful, Imam Ali, peace be upon him. So condolences are pouring right now from the IRGC. And I'll just continue reading their post. And they said, in the blessed month of Ramadan, granting him the grace of martyrdom. And we have lost a great leader and sit in mourning. We sit in mourning for one who in purity of spirit, strength of faith, wisdom in governance, courage before the arrogant powers, and striving in the path of God was unparalleled in his era. His martyrdom at the hands of the most wicked terrorists and executioners of humanity is itself a sign of the righteousness of this great leader and the acceptance of his sincere services. They also went on to say the martyrdom in the path of Islam and great Iran is a sign of victory and nearness to the ultimate goal with the martyrdom and return to God of Imam Khamenei. May God be pleased with him. So this is official. They also added this. He said his path and legacy will not cease. His path and legacy will not cease. Rather, they will continue with greater strength and magnificence. They also added that this martyrdom, this is the official confirmation. They also added that this martyrdom will make our nation even more resolute in continuing the luminous path of our beloved Imam Khamenei. The criminal and terrorist act of the malicious governments of the United States and the Zionist regime, the Zionist, that means the Israeli regime, constitutes a clear violation of religious, moral, legal, and international norms. Big confirmation confirmation, first by the Iranian state media, now by the IRGC in their post, in their very big post. Now, also they added that the hand of vengeance of the Iranian nation in imposing severe, decisive and regret-inducing punishment upon the killers of the Imam of the Ummah will not release them from its grasp. Now, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the armed forces of the Islamic Republic and the great Basij popular forces will powerfully continue the path of their leader in defense of his invaluable legacy, standing firm against internal and external conspiracies and delivering a lesson-giving punishment to aggressors against the Islamic homeland. In conclusion, we call upon all segments of society to demonstrate through their passionate and epic presence in the arenas of national defense, the manifestations of unity and cohesion before the eyes of the world and the malicious and terrorist enemies of the nation. This is, ladies and gentlemen, official statement of IRGC on the killing of Khamenei, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. All right, now this is the biggest official confirmation, and also 40 days of public mourning has been announced in Iran. Iranian state media begins broadcasting Quran. We'll also show you that broadcast also. We'll try to show you that broadcast. But also, this comes from the military, the armed forces of Iran, the IRGC. IRGC has confirmed and condolences are pouring. They are remembering Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And we'll also show you the graphics also of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and all those who died. But this is the breaking news. This is the biggest breaking news that is, as of now, it is official. It is official, has been confirmed first by the Iranian state media, by Iran. And also, his family members are also killed. All right, the family members. Let's go through the graphics once again. Who is Ayatollah Ali Khamenei? He was Iran's supreme leader. He ruled Iran for 36 years. He is the architect of Islamic Republic of Iran and Iran's nuclear program. He is the architect of IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard Corps. He was killed, and the top leadership is dead, ladies and gentlemen. And also, who else died? Iranian Minister of Defense is dead. Aziz Naziradeh is dead. Military officer who was later promoted to the Minister of Defense. The Iranian Minister of Defense is no more. He has been eliminated. Official confirmation. This was given by the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, in their social media platform Exposed. They confirm every development through their Twitter, through their platform X via post. Now, Mohammad Shiraji was also eliminated. He was head of Iran Military Bureau, head of Khamenei's Military Bureau since 1989. So we have been continuously showing you the latest developments, but this is very important to know. They were killed in the strikes. This is the top leadership in Iran, dead, no more, eliminated. Mohammad Pakpor, the IRGC commander main of Iranian military force, he has been eliminated. So, ladies and gentlemen, official confirmation of everybody in the top leadership, the main top leadership in Iran. The Iran Defense Council Secretary Ali Shamkhani, also the personal advisor to Khamenei on security matters, he is also no more. So we'll get you the latest developments also along with this graphics. Let me tell you, because as per the sources, per reports, it was a very big operation, the Operation Epic Fury, and he was killed while he was in the office. At his office. So this was a precision strike which killed Khamenei at his office, but we'll confirm this. We'll get more details on this, that whether he was killed in his office or whether he was hiding somewhere inside a bunker or some safe place. Now, because this is official, now he has been killed. The top leadership is no more in Iran. Very big development. This is the world's biggest news for today. Khamenei no more. Khamenei is dead. The Khamenei regime in Iran is over. Also, we showed you the celebrations also. We'll show you the celebrations which are happening in Iran, how people are celebrating in Iran, because there were also, ladies and gentlemen, a little background is important, because you know there were anti-regime protests in Iran happening in Iran, where thousands and thousands of protesters were brutally killed by the Iranian regime. There was a crackdown on the protesters, thousands and thousands of protesters, because of the protests that were happening in Iran, because of the financial condition of the country. Now, entire West Asia is now at war, but their leader is no more. The supreme commander is no more. The supreme leader is no more. The mission of United States of America. The mission of Israel in their operation, the Lion's Roar, the Roaring Lion, is successful. They have been successful in eliminating the top leader, the supreme leader, that is Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The top leadership in Iran is dead. All right, we are getting guests also to comment on this because this is a very big development. We right now have retired Major General Rajan Kochhar joining us to speak on this issue. All right, Major General Rajan Kochhar, sir. Sir, this is the biggest development. There were already reports doing rounds that we were waiting for the official confirmation because this was coming from the sources. First, by the Iranian sources, and secondly, by the Israeli sources. Now, latest comes when the Iranian state media confirmed that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is no more, and now IRGC has made a very big post on the social media platform X, and condolences are now pouring. What's your first take on this very big news of Khamenei dead, eliminated, sir?
I think this is one of the major successes of this entire Operation Roaring Lion.
All right, so we'll just fix your audio. There seems to be a little bit an audio issue. We'll just try to fix that. But let me, ladies and gentlemen, come back to the breaking news, and we'll repatch Major General Rajan Kochhar, sir, with us again for a comment on this issue. But this is the biggest development because we were waiting for an official confirmation. Khamenei has been killed. Khamenei has been eliminated. Khamenei is no more. The Khamenei regime is over. Very big development happening in this case. Khamenei has been eliminated. And also, once again, the top leadership of Iran is over. The top leadership of Iran is dead. And we'll get you all the latest developments in this. And also, the very important is the post which was done by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. A Revolutionary Guard Corps, and they have given a statement. They have released a statement, and they said, "We extend our condolences and congratulations on the proud martyrdom of the devout scholar, the standard bearer of the martyrs of the Islamic Revolution, the leader of the martyrs, among those awaiting the promised one and the rightful deputy of His Holiness Imam al-Mahdi. May God hasten his reappearance. Imam Khamenei, may God's mercy be upon him." All right. All right, viewers, now the war between Israel and Iran is becoming bigger. We are getting you all the latest updates, plus the information of what happened, the background and the latest updates. Now, it's becoming bigger because IRGC is warning of further escalation with the US backing Israel against the Iranian regime. One facet of the war is over. Iran's push for a nuclear program, which has seen varying degrees of success since the late 1980s. However, now the goal seems shifted, with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and US President Donald Trump calling for the wipeout of the Iranian regime. Watch this report.
Tensions are soaring in West Asia as the war between Israel and Iran intensifies. As the region braces for the war to swell, let's look at what led to this moment. The long-standing rivalry between Israel and Iran entered a critical juncture over Tehran's efforts to develop nuclear armament.
As you know, we have a massive flotilla right now going over to Iran. We'll see what happens. I think they want to make a deal. I think it'd be foolish if they didn't. We took out their nuclear power last time, and we'll have to see if we take out more this time.
בחודשים האחרונים הרודנים באיראן זוממים לבנות מחדש את יכולות הגרעין והטילים שלהם ולהטמין אותם מתחת לאדמה, ושם לא נוכל לפגוע בהם. אם לא נעצור אותם עכשיו, הם יהיו חסינים.
These developments also come at the feet of US's Gerald Ford aircraft carrier, which is the world's largest, moving into the waters of West Asia. In response to the heightened US military presence, Iran temporarily closed the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most significant oil and natural gas choke points.
Iran remains fully prepared to defend itself against any threat or act of aggression. The consequences of any attack against Iran will not be confined to its borders.
Meanwhile, as the war takes shape, US and Israel have made it clear. This war is not just about nuclear weaponry, but regime wipeout in Iran.
We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans.
לפני שעה קלה יצאו ישראל וארצות הברית למערכה משותפת. מבצע שאגת הארי. מטרת המבצע, לשים קץ לאיום ממשטר האייתולות באיראן.
Trump initially threatened military action against Iran in the wake of the massive anti-government protests, which killed thousands of Iranians.
All right, viewers, so the war in West Asia is still on, and once again I'm being joined by our esteemed guest, retired Major General Rajan Kochar Saab. Thanks a lot, sir, for joining in. There was an audio show earlier. Sir, your first comment, because this is now official. So first, it was confirmed by sources, the Israeli sources, the Iranian sources, and the latest happened when the Iranian state media confirmed, and after that final confirmation by the IRGC, and also the Twitter account of Khamenei. Sir, what's your first take on the official confirmation of Khamenei being eliminated, sir?
First of all, I think it's a major success for this Operation Roaring Lion, and why I say it is a success is because this was the political aim of Donald Trump once he entered into this conflict. And we saw right from the inception, the first targets were the political leadership, because the palaces and these places of residence were first attacked. The missile attacks took place in these areas. So it was quite evident that the political aim had to be achieved at the earliest. And if you see, there was a departure from the strategy, what they adopted in the last 12 days war last year. In that 12-day war, they did not target the political leadership. They targeted the nuclear installations and the command and control centers and the air defense centers. But this time, there was a departure from that strategy we saw. And we saw that the prioritization of the targets had been carried out based on elimination of the political and the military leadership, and especially the IRGC leadership. And we are also hearing that apart from Khamenei, some important senior leaders of IRGC have also been killed. I think details will also be coming soon. So I think in the first 24 hours assessment, I can say that significant success has been achieved by US and Israel, because when the military leadership is very, very clear that what is your political aim, so it is easier to execute that part of the military aim. So I see that political aim being translated into the military aim. And I have already, always maintained, like yesterday also I had maintained that the first 96 hours of this war is going to be very, very decisive, and it will dictate the next course of events subsequently, because right now it'll be too early to come to a conclusion that there is going to be regime change, because right now it is only the elimination of the leadership, and Khamenei has already named his close ally Ali Larijani. This is what I get to know, who is to take over from him. So now we really don't know the status of this individual, because he may also have been killed. So we really don't know right now in the fog of war. And under the Iran's constitution, a new supreme leader is selected by the assembly of experts. So now...
So you stay with us, Kochhar Saab, stay with us because there's another big development that I'm getting right now at this moment now. IRGC has given another warning. The public relations, IRGC Public Relations has released a statement once again. They are saying the most devastating offensive operation in the history of the Islamic Republic of Iran's armed forces will begin toward the occupied territories and American terrorist bases in just moments. So this is another big warning from Iran. So Iran will not stop after the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. There may be a state mourning that has been declared for 40 days, but IRGC has warned of offensive action against United States of America, against Israel, and they have clearly stated that Iran's armed forces will begin toward the occupied territories, will attack the occupied territories of America and American terrorist bases in just moments. So the war will escalate even further. The top leadership, the remaining top leadership in Iran will continue the fight against the United States of America, against Israel. Now they have already launched a barrage of missiles. Many waves of missiles have been launched across the Middle East. So the entire Middle East is under pressure, is under tensions of this war that seems to continue because Iran has a huge stockpile when it comes to missiles, a huge stockpile when it comes to drones also. Major General Kochhar Saab is also with me, Rajan Kochhar Saab. Sir, your comment on this. They're not going to stop. They will escalate this even further. They have the stockpile. They have very good missile technology, very good drone technology. And United States of America knows this very well, sir. Your take on this, the warning by IRGC, or is it just nothing will happen after that, sir?
No, definitely. You see, the Iranian onslaught has already started because yesterday in Dubai, I was speaking to somebody. They have already targeted high-rise buildings there. People are vacating and moving to safe areas. Dubai International Airport has been closed down, and Strait of Hormuz has been closed down. The Houthis have already started their action on the Red Sea, and they have started targeting the vessels in the Red Sea. So I think it's already started. This warning what IRGC is making now, it's actually happening. And in Israel also, I was just, somebody known there, and they have also are on the high alert, and certain missiles have been intercepted there. Jordan, we have seen the missiles being fired there and being intercepted there. So I think IRGC warning is a
but this is a very serious warning, Kochhar Saab. If you look at this, because they have ballistic missiles, ICBMs, and you can't stop using an air defense system. Those missiles can't be stopped. And also, sir, if you can add on this with your knowledge, because they will not just attack United States of America, they might strike Israel once again, sir. And if they strike Israel once again, do you think Israel does not have the strategic depth when it comes? Their countries does not have that much of geographical area to shield themselves. You can fight with your neighbors, those who are close to you. But what about Iran? Iran has, once again, previously also proved that they have the firepower to inflict injury to Israelis, sir.
See, you will have to note that they don't have an endless inventory of missiles. See, if this war is going to get prolonged, which I think is going to get prolonged because it's not going to be 12 days, it is going to last for a longer time. And as I said, the first 3-4 days will decide how long this war is going to last. And the strategy of the United States is to wear down the missile strength of Israel because of Iran, because that is what Iran has today. Because if Iran can retaliate, it is only through missiles and drones. It does not have any other capability. And it has got two types or two segments of your missiles, or I would say, 3 types of missiles. One is the short-range missiles, one is the medium, and what is the long range which goes up to 2,000 kilometers. So 2,000 kilometers of missiles are not so much in their inventory, which...
All right, so you're saying, sir, that they have a limited stockpile of missiles and so they cannot fight a very long war.
X number.
Yeah, X number.
3,000, 4,000. Beyond that, they don't have...
Yeah, sure, sir. Sure. So we have to take a short commercial break. We'll come back to you in the next bulletin, sir. Thanks a lot for your in-depth analysis in this case. But time to slip into a short commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere, because coming up next, Iran confirms Supreme Leader Khamenei is dead in US-Israeli attacks. 40 days of public mourning has been announced in Iran. Coming up.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, you're watching Republic TV and I'm Priyanka Chaudhary, and we have massive developments coming in as far as the conflict between Israel, Iran, backed by the United States is concerned. And as per the latest updates, Iran has confirmed that Supreme Leader Khamenei has been killed. He's been eliminated in the US-Israeli attacks. In fact, 40 days of public mourning has also been announced. We will be bringing you all the updates from the Middle East, but first the headlines. Iran confirms the Supreme Leader Khamenei dead in the US-Israeli attacks. 40 days of public mourning announced in Iran. Strait of Hormuz is being closed by Iran in response to the US strikes. Kamikaze drones strike on Dubai. Dubai airport shut down indefinitely. Reports claim Chabahar port in Iran struck by Israeli airstrikes. Residential buildings hit in Bahrain by Iranian strikes. Kuwait airport under attack. Pakistan-Afghanistan clashes resume. Afghan forces target Pakistan's Kabisharate and posts Jingdi 30 artillery. Trump says heavy and pinpoint bombing on Iran to continue through the week or as long as needed. Viewers, the IRGC Public Relations has issued a warning after confirming Khamenei's death. In fact, the most devastating offensive operation in the history of Islamic Republic of Iran's armed forces will begin towards the occupied territories and American terrorist bases in just moments. That's the warning coming in from the IRGC, that it will be launching offensive operation on the US bases shortly. Any time from now, there's going to be devastating offensive operation that will begin in moments, and this is coming in right after confirming the death of Supreme Leader Khamenei and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, saying that the most devastating offensive operation in the history of Islamic Republic of Iran's armed forces will begin towards the occupied territories and American terrorist bases. Just moments. That's a very big warning coming in, viewers, this morning. In fact, there is a 40-day of mourning announced in Iran after the confirmation from Iranian media that the Supreme Leader Khamenei has been killed. He's been eliminated, and there is all other updates coming in from the side of the Iranian updates. The fact that Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has warned of most offensive operation in the history of Islamic Republic of Iran's armed forces. I've been joined by a guest this morning, KP Fabio, former Ambassador and Major General Dr. Bipin Bakshi, Strategic Affairs and is a defense expert as well, joining us at this point in time. Also, Lieutenant General DP Pandey joining us at this point in time. Let me go to Mr. Fabian. Sir, you know, the development coming in from the side of Iran, especially at the time when they have confirmed that Khamenei has been eliminated, they are saying that they're going to be launching the most devastating offensive towards the US bases, towards the American terror bases, as per as their claims are confirmed in the areas that are now seeing this major offensive. What do we make of this?
Thank you. I think we need to look at the big picture. It is obvious that America plus Israel can easily outgun Iran. But it is also obvious that Iran is in a position to retaliate, not in full measure, but enough to inflict pain on America and Israel. And what we might see happening is that Iranians play chess. You know that checkmate comes from shamat, an Iranian word. So Iran has already sent out some missiles and drones to the GCC countries and also Israel, but that may not be the best missiles that they have. That they may use it now. So what we might be witnessing is an enlarged military operation, which is most unfortunate. And let us not forget that President Trump started this war when diplomatic negotiations were on, and when the facilitator Oman, the foreign minister of Oman, who visited Washington, had said that there were good prospects for a settlement. In other words, Trump had planned for this war, but I will correct myself. Netanyahu had planned for this war, and Netanyahu was able to persuade Trump to join him because it is essentially Netanyahu's war. And yesterday, the corruption proceedings against Netanyahu were cancelled or postponed. So let us see. But we always have to remember that we have got 9 million of our people in the region. Their security we have to always think of, not to speak of the likely rise in oil prices, which will hurt us, and also the global trade, which will be sort of disturbed because the Houthis have or will blockade the Red Sea entrance.
That's right. So stay on with us. Let me also go across to Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, who is also joining us. General Pandey, you know, at this point in time, for the fact that when the IRGC says that they're going to be launching devastating offensive in the history, what does this realistically mean, in terms of military, whether there will be launches of ballistic missiles, whether there is going to be drones or proxy cyber warfare, or all of the above?
So, good morning to everybody, and let me just put across first that when they say of offensive, as long as there is no military offensive on the ground, there can't be much damage or any change which will take place. I think IRGC today, when Khamenei is dead, needs to worry more about internally what is going to happen inside the country. Now, this attacks when you carry out ballistic missiles. A lot of people have talked of long-distance warfare and technology war and everything. Frankly, except for the Gulf countries which were caught unawares because they are not prepared much enough, Israel is quite used to it. You know, these ballistic missiles are going to be striking whichever way. Some will get captured, some will hit. But I think when you go to an aggression or an offensive, people plan for it. And Americans and Israelis have planned for what is going to be happening. They are not going to be caught unawares that their air defense systems have been breached, they have been, overtaken and stuff like that. I think a country when it goes to a conflict or a war like this is prepared to take a beating which is required to be. For Israel, people may say anything that Trump has issue of Epstein and Netanyahu had to go to elections and stuff like that. Bottom line is that Iran for last 50 years did not change its posture. Every decade, every 5 years, Americans and Israelis have tried to change the posture in the sense that they should change that idea of destruction of Israel. And the second was the process to procure nuclear weapons. That was their ambition. They have not changed. Geopolitical conditions changed. Cold War has long gone out. People want to look at modern states. You look at the Gulf countries, what they were about 50 years back or 40 years back or even 20 years back. Where are they today? The only country which has been left out in that progress mode because of the fixation with the nuclear weapons and destruction of Israel, where was Iran? Possibly it was due to the leadership which did not want to change. Because if he had changed his ideology, his downfall or his so-called stamp which he wanted to keep on the history would have been taken out and he would have fallen out. So therefore, I think with removal of Khamenei, IRGC needs to look into itself, what is going to happen inside. After all, who provided this information? You know, the first strike, people were, they were trying to hide about this. In first strike, the top leader, along with the IRGC commander and so many others, got knocked out. There was somebody inside which have been providing all kind of information to Israelis at what is the time, where they are. You please understand, I think that Israelis and Americans kept on going on with the talk, looking for that opportune moment to strike. Now, we may say diplomatics, we may say righteousness and the good system, but also look at how 7th October happened under the watch of Iran or what Hezbollah has been doing. I'm not trying to support Israel. I'm just trying to say from the perspective of Israel and US, they were waiting for the right opportunity to carry out the strike. They were not looking at the elections and stuff like this. That right opportunity was provided when they got the intel that what is the location of Khamenei, defense minister, IRGC commander, and couple of important this thing. So I think IRGC and people in the top leadership of Iran need to now worry about why is it happening inside and handle the situation within the country, because there is likely to be, the moment the people are going to come to know, there is likely to be a protest on the streets. The last is this unleashing of Triple H, Houthi, Hamas, Hezbollah. Let me also bring to notice of everybody that Houthis were bought off, you know, for last about year and a half, that they didn't fire any missiles towards this thing. So while Houthis are radicalized, ideologically primed, there will be symbolic firing, there may be symbolic stuff, but will they truly continue to fire once the leader has gone out? We will see about it, sir. Then look at Hamas. Hamas, while the numbers remain, but their teeth has been totally taken out with the Israelis controlling Gaza quite significantly. The thing which can only carry out is again attacks against Israeli elements within Israel. And what about Hezbollah? Hezbollah's top leadership got taken out in last about year and a half. Not only top, the second leadership. While they have rockets and to fire, but till the time when you say a major offensive is being launched, till the time boots on the ground come out from Iran and they do some significant damage, from where there's a distance of about 1,500 kilometers from Iran to Israel. Are they going to come out and roll out and carry out attacks in Tehran, in UAE, in any of the Gulf countries, or cross the Gulf and get into the Saudis? I don't think so. So whatever will happen is now rhetoric which will happen. And the moment the leaders, while Khamenei had already handed over his charge to number 2, which we are told about a couple of weeks back, that in case he's written off, he dies, the charge will go to, I think, Kharjali or something. I don't remember the name right now. But while regime will try to keep the control with them, but I think it's time for them to look within themselves and try to sort out after Khamenei. Thank you.
That's right. Let me take my next question from... okay. All right, we have some breaking news also coming in. Before I go across to Major General Bipin Bakshi, we will have some breaking updates coming in at this point in time. Viewers, as we continue to bring you all the minute-to-minute updates as far as this major conflict is underway. Breaking news coming in, and now as per the IDF, sirens have sounded in northern Galilee area over suspected UAV infiltration. The sirens over Israel's Galilee area. IDF says it has intercepted drone launched from Iran towards northern Israel. So that's the latest development coming in, the latest update and a breaking news we are getting for our viewers this morning. As per the IDF, sirens sound in northern Galilee area over suspected UAV infiltration. The sirens over Israel's Galilee area are on, and the IDF says it has successfully intercepted drone launched from Iran towards northern Israel. All right, let me take my question from Major General Bipin Bakshi. Major General Bakshi, for the fact that Iran has gone ahead and warned of the devastating operation on Israel and, of course, on the US bases as well as the other key important areas. What is the proportional retaliation that we can expect if at all that happens from US or from Israel, and how far do you think this is going to go?
So, well, very good morning to the other guests, and thank you for having me here. From a military point of view, what we are seeing is an increased technical sophistication in all these attacks. Over the period of time, the capability to surgically strike a particular target has been increasing, if you see across the board. Now, to your particular question, how will Iran be able to retaliate, and what will be the next wave of attacks from USA and Israel? It is a well-planned affair from the Western side, from the coalition of Israel and USA. They have been taking out the air defense radars. They have been taking out the missile capabilities. So as I see it, the retaliation from Iran's side will, keep on reducing as time goes, but it's not going to end. They have dispersed their stocks. They have tried to make sure their leadership was dispersed, but however, of course, the IRGC leadership has been killed. Khamenei has been killed. Does that mean it will be an immediate regime change? I don't think so. They have their second rung in place, and we don't know how the second rung would be able to take over. Will it be as strong as the earlier one? Definitely, there will be chaos in the country. But the history of USA in the Middle East and even up to Afghanistan in regime change operations has not been very positive. When you took out Saddam Hussein, you put the country into chaos and ISIS emerged. You went into Afghanistan from 1978 to 1989 when the Mujahideen were created. You were able to push Russia out of Afghanistan, but you created Taliban. So the history has not been good, and we would not like to see Iran, going into the kind of chaos which might result. There are multiple factions within Iran too. There are Kurds in the north, there are Baluchis in the east. We hope that we have a peaceful regime coming up in Iran at the earliest, because India has very good relations with Iran. We have historical ties. We are interested in the Chabahar port opening up. We want the access to the Central Asian republics from Chabahar. If the sanctions are lifted with a better understanding at the international level, we would like to import Iranian oil. We have not been doing that for some time. So we have a lot of things riding on this. But at the larger level, the concentration of political and religious power in one apex has never been good for a country. And this is what we are seeing. We don't want a radical regime there. So we hope that things will really improve. Whichever way they turn, I think it will be beneficial for India.
That's right. Major General Bipin Bakshi, we are having a breaking news also coming in from the side of the Iranian media. We are able to understand that the Iranian media is saying that a new leader will be announced soon. So a new leader will be announced soon is what the Iranian media is now saying, that there is all planning that a new leader will be announced soon, bringing in questions whether at all the regime change is going to be on the cards, and that's the breaking update we are getting. In fact, Iran also threatening for the fact that they will be avenging Khamenei's killing. And there are other updates coming in at this point in time. Let me go to Mr. Fabian on this. Sir, for the fact that Iranian media is now claiming that a new leader will be announced soon, how do you see this development? Because whether or not it is actually going to fulfill the reason for one of the reasons rather for this strike by Israel and the United States in order for a regime change in Iran. Also, we are looking forward to the contenders who are likely to be placed at that position, because it is clear that the announcement is going to be taking place soon.
Let us understand this expression regime change, because it is very loosely used. Regime change means there is regime A and you want to bring the downfall of A and you want to put in regime B. Now that is what happened without success, of course, in Iraq after America occupied Iraq. Now, for regime change, you need occupation, which is never going to happen in the case of Iran. And even if it were going to happen, it still might not succeed. So there is no question of regime change. But at the same time, what Netanyahu wants is not exactly regime change, but chaos. Chaos in Iran, because he wants the Kurds and the Baluchis and others to start rebellion, and Iran will be in chaos, and then Israel will be the regional hegemon. That is the plan. Now, as regards the announcement of a successor, I do not know, but I take it will be done in an orderly manner. And don't forget that Iranians took time to announce the death of Ali Khamenei, because they wanted to do the work necessary for announcing a successor. So that is where we are. And any thought in Washington or in Israel that with the killing of Ali Khamenei, they have gained substantially in their project, well, that thought might not be correct.
All right. Requesting our guests to stay on with us, as we are getting some visuals coming in. This is from for the fact that the Mourners are gathering at this point in time at the shrine of Imam Reza in Mashad, and we are getting you these live visuals. Iran has already announced Khamenei's death. These are the live visuals coming in from Iran, where Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei has been eliminated, and the Iranian state media has reported this morning. Also, the mourners are gathering at the shrine of Imam Reza. These are the first updates and the live visuals that we are bringing to you. The number of people who have joined in as the mourning has already begun. There's already a 40-day mourning that has in fact been announced. The live visuals coming in, viewers, from this morning, and this is the shrine of Imam Reza, where the mourners have gathered at the shrine, and they are paying their tribute to Khamenei, and all these developments just after Iran has confirmed the elimination of the supreme leader Khamenei in this regard. We are bringing you these updates this morning, and Iran also pledges to avenge the killing of the supreme leader. Several developments are coming. In fact, we are also going to see more updates through the course of the day, because the tension is only rising. The conflict is on the edge of a full-out regional war.
انشاءالله. آقای دکتر مخبر اشاره کردید به قانون اساسی و تدابیری که برای این مواقع حساس در اون دیده شده. بفرمایید که با توجه به اینکه در تاریخ چهلوند انقلاب اسلامی وقایع
Right, we were bringing in all those live updates coming in, and also Iranian media confirming that a new leader will be announced soon, and the mourners all are gathering in this morning at a very key point coming in, and we'll also go across to our guests who are joining us. Okay, let me go across to our guest coming in. Lieutenant General Pandey, I'll come to you here. You know, we are showing in these visuals of thousands of mourners gathering at a very key point at Mashad in Iran. How do you see this development coming in? And as we were talking also for the fact that if the position is being filled as a part of replacing Khamenei, if someone from the supreme leader or another top commander, how is this going to affect Iran's military and also the nuclear decision making?
So firstly, fortunately, Iran doesn't have a nuclear capability as of now, so it may not have a major impact as of now, because they are about a couple of months away from weaponizing their uranium. But please understand that when Khamenei is not a president of a country or a prime minister of a country. When he is removed, it doesn't hurt, because there's some political stuff, or he's not a monarch, or he's not Venezuelan president who was, once Venezuelan president is removed, there is a system which will manage the country, and people can bargain with that leadership and keep peace in that location. When Americans could not manage, when Saddam was removed and Iraq went into chaos, and it gave birth to ISIS and such area. Even Syria, where they have taken out Assad and Assad was pushed out. And look what is happening in Syria. Assad was bad, but current regime is far, far worse towards the minorities and everybody. In case of Ayatollah going out, the people are going to feel, not only in Iran, but all over the world, the Shias who pray for him. He's more like, I don't want to use word because in Islam, they don't believe this thing, but he's just next to God. And that is the way he's prayed for, he's respected, and therefore there will be a sense of heartbreak which will take place in the country. And this, while I told previously that the Triple H part, this will trigger, if not organized, but uncontrolled attacks which will take place by by the Shia sect followers who may be lone wolf or in some degree of small trade. It may not only be restricted to Israel and American assets, it may happen to a larger environment. You look at in India itself, there will be a lot of protest onto the streets from the Shia dominated areas, it may be wherever. So I think the government of India should take care that they should allow this paying of homage period for the Shias who really look up to this leadership. But the moment the transition will take.
All right, we have some breaking news coming in. The Iranian presidency is saying the assassination of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is a major crime that will not go unanswered. We will respond with full force and firmness against those who carried out the assassination of the Supreme Leader and those behind them. So that's a big warning coming in from Iran. They are saying that they will be responding with full force and the crime of assassination of the Supreme Leader won't go unanswered. That's a big breaking news coming in this morning, with Iran now vowing to avenge Khamenei's killing. Let me go across to Major General Bipin Bakshi here. Major General Bakshi, how do you see this update coming in with Iran now vowing to avenge Khamenei's killing? And they have said the IRGC is warning of severe punishment against the US and Israel.
Yes, I will comment also on what has been just said about the Hezbollah, the Hamas and the Houthis. So you look at the larger context. We had the Abraham Accords. Can you hear me here?
Yes, yes, sir, please go ahead.
Okay. We had the Abraham Accords, which were earlier coming up. The Abraham Accords and the I2U2 and the IMEC corridor. All these were seen as anathema to the Iran-led coalition of Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis. They were finding that they are getting sidelined. So I would say even the October 7th attacks are linked to all this. Trying to have, two competing power games running. On the one side, you have the US and Israel-backed I2U2, and you have the Abraham Accords bringing out peace and stability in the region, and which is going to lead to developments like the IMEC. This would have been very favorable for India too. To put a spoke in all this, the Iran-backed regime would have supported the October 7th attacks, bringing more chaos in the region. Now the question is, were there any other options? The Western powers, Israel and USA, had to take some steps to curb this whole menace in the Middle East. Ultimately, you want better stability, you want a cap on oil prices, you want development in the region, and you want people power. With a radical regime led by the Khamenei in Iran, controlling so much of area and so many natural resources, this was proving to be a problem. So this was coming for some time. Now, what we have not yet spoken about is the backing of Russia and China. So there is a larger game going on too. There is Chinese technology, Chinese support, which is benign, may not be visible, but however, we are looking at two large blocks at play. Which one is going to win? What is going to be the outcome in Iran? This is what the world is going to be watching. We hope for a more stable regime. We hope for a less radical regime with whom you can do business, with whom the people can benefit. The people should be able to approach a leader and get decisions and get policies made which benefit the people, rather than only being religious and radical in nature. So that is my take on it.
That's right. We also have some breaking news coming in on the broadcast. Brigadier General Ahmad Vahidi is the new Commander-in-Chief of the IRGC. That's the big breaking news coming in the latest updates. That Brigadier General Ahmad Vahidi is the new Commander-in-Chief of the IRGC. This after Mohammad Pakpor, commander of Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, was killed in the strikes as claimed by Israel. And he was killed in the strikes, and so far there has been no official confirmation though. But Brigadier General Ahmad Vahidi has been announced as a new commander-in-chief of the IRGC. He was appointed as a deputy commander-in-chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps back in December 2025. He has previously served as the Iranian Minister of Interior from 2021 to 2024. And as per reports, the IRGC has appointed a new commander. A new commander has been appointed. Ahmad Vahidi has been appointed as the new IRGC commander. And our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, is also joining us in the studios. And okay, we'll go across to Abhishek in a bit. But let me take a question from our guest. Mr. Fabir, how do you react? Okay, we have some more breaking news coming in. I've been told we have some more breaking updates coming in. But as far as the latest, Ahmad Vahidi has been announced as a new commander, IRGC commander, with the IRGC already warning of a severe punishment against US and Israel. And the strikes continue. Another breaking news coming in, the strikes continuing, decisive and swift action is being taken. This is what the United States is saying, decisive and swift action being taken. So back-to-back updates coming in from the IRGC, now from the US. US says that strikes continue against Iran and it will continue.
All right, that means that there is no sign of de-escalation if the United States is saying that those strikes are going to continue, if the Iranians are saying that there would be retribution and that they're going to continue to hit back, even as the Iranian nation grieves, for whatever repression, suppression. Khamenei was there and the Khamenei regime was there for 4 decades and more. So for some section of people, this is definitely a loss. Also, some Iranians would think that irrespective of what the nature of the regime was, this is an attack on their sovereignty and their territorial integrity. So obviously there would be anger and angst. How much of that anger and angst can the Iranian regime really, turn in its favor and then use it to retaliate against its enemies, as it calls them, in the region, the United States and Israel and, all those places where the United States operates from. So I think we are seeing, while this is a period of mourning, the period of Ramadan turning into the period of Muharram for the people of Iran, what is important is that a big geopolitical development has happened in West Asia. And the United States has succeeded in carrying out a regime change, so to say, because obviously now, irrespective of who the successor of Khamenei is, the head of the Iranian regime and the system that he really implemented over the last decades is gone. More breakings.
All right, more breaking news coming in. Hezbollah has joined the war against Israel and the United States. Drone alerts across northern Israel now, and the war is spilling across the whole of the West Asia. These are the latest developments coming in as we speak. Hezbollah has joined the war against Israel and the United States. Hezbollah has come in and the offensive is just increasing. There are drone alerts across northern Israel. That's what we are given to understand. The offensive continues with Hezbollah now joining the war against Israel and the United States. Drone alerts across northern Israel. Now the war spilling across whole of West Asia. Abhishek, what does this mean?
Well, this basically means that we are still not hearing any indication that there is going to be de-escalation, whether this is posturing, because remember, so far as military objectives go, those have been achieved for Israel and the United States. They really wanted to be done with Khamenei and his regime, and that seems to be the case, irrespective of who replaces Khamenei. Perhaps might not be as a strong a leader with as strong a grip on the state and the systems as Ayatollah Khamenei was. So in that sense, I think insofar as the Israelis and the Americans are concerned, they would want to draw down. And irrespective of posturing, as I see it, Priyanka, this is going to be a case of de-escalation building very soon. We are going to be joined in by Adrian Calamil, geopolitical expert from Washington, D.C., as also Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, strategic affairs expert and security analyst. Major General Bipin Bakshi continues to be with us. If I could go to General Pandey first. General Pandey, you have been there in Kashmir. You know there is a domestic element to this. How you think India should be responding? We are yet to, give our position and response. The Ministry of External Affairs deliberating. What should be India's position on these very important developments in West Asia?
So first, I think Indian response should be with the death of Khamenei, and I think come what may, perceptions may be whatever in the Western powers and everything about Khamenei, but he is a religious leader of a country. He is a very, very highly respected person of Iran or the people, entire world of Shia community. Even some Sunnis also respect him a lot. So I guess that loss and this transgression across the border, which happens on a sovereign country, is not an appropriate thing to have been done. And I think that is the kind of response we should go for about the death, because that is a very important, not only for this thing, but to setting the stage, because India is a responsible power. It has never carried out such a change of regime and change of attacks, to carry out attacks on people in this manner. It may be preemptive, it may be proactive or whatever. So I guess that is one part. And second is that within the country itself, it needs to reach out to the leadership of Shia community wherever they are. While they are quite, in Indian context, they are not so aggressive or something, but at least assuaging the fears, assuaging the minds of people of Shia community will be very, very important here. So I think that is one part. And yesterday, MEA has issued already a statement that they are quite concerned about what is developing in the Middle East and in the region. And they should be worried because there are two faces to it. We got millions and millions of Indians who are working in these countries who will be under target. And of course, wherever they are, they continue to remain the responsibility of the government of India. So that is one concern. The second concern is, of course, economic, because eventually the energy flows, which is nearly about 50% of Indian energy flows through Hormuz, which is now being shut down and closed. So there are two facets which are directly affecting India in terms of people who are deployed. So therefore, our articulation from the government of India should remain balanced in this sense, because there was that issue, eventually the underlying issue of Iran, while being civilizationally different than what was happening in the region, but yet in last about 50 years, his position and posture has changed towards a hardline stance, which is more of a radical this thing. So keeping the view how Indians respond, I guess beyond what they had made a statement yesterday and expressing grief for loss of Ayatollah, I think there's nothing much the MEO should say.
General Pandey, we are getting pictures of Shia Muslims gathered in Budgam in protest against the United States and Israel strikes that eliminated Ayatollah Khamenei. Perhaps some elements within India also see Khamenei as their spiritual leader and not the temporal head. But still, that element will have to be kept in mind.
Yes, of course. And especially in Jammu Kashmir and in North Kashmir and some element in the Srinagar area, even in Baramulla and Budgam areas, there are a significant population. There is about 10 to 15% Shia population in this thing, very, very peaceful. They're not those aggressive or Hamas or, Hezbollah kind. But yet, Khamenei is a spiritual head. In fact, a lot of political leaders and strangely, a lot of political leaders draw inspiration from Iran. In fact, very strangely, for a country like ours, they would, before elections, even reach out to Iran and the Iranian leadership to inform them that this is how we are going to go about, and the funding and all also used to come from Iran for enabling and empowering them. So I guess there will be street protests, but will that be turning out to be violent? I don't think so, and that will be managed. It is not only in Kashmir only that the Shia population is there. They're also in other parts of our country, particularly in Lucknow and even in Hyderabad and other places. And I guess there will be street protests, and they will not be there only today. They will be continued for some time, till the time the new spiritual head actually takes over.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we are getting all sorts of pictures. Protests in Kashmir, we have protests, of course, white protests across Iran. There is a sense of jubilation also in one segment. In fact, reports suggest within Iran also some, jubilatory celebrations are happening. And, of course, outside of Iran, the diaspora, the Iranian diaspora who had left their country because of the repression of the regime, they are, of course, celebrating. They are out and happy and excited that this has happened. Whether this is going to lead to civil war situation within Iran is something that's going to be, discussed and understood. I'm told Adrian now is with us, joining us in this broadcast from Washington, D.C. Adrian, you think all military objectives achieved insofar as the United States is concerned, and hence we are looking at a drawdown of this conflict already, irrespective of posturing?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me on the show. Pleasure to be here. I would say no, we're absolutely nowhere near drawing down. I would say we're going to see the tempo of the operations continue for the next 3 to 4 days. And I would expect that this is going to last several weeks. This is not just merely a decapitation strike. You can't just get rid of Khamenei and expect the entire regime and the apparatus to collapse around him. That can't happen. What needs to happen is the security forces need to be degraded. The ones that killed 40,000 protesters just about a month ago, they're the ones that need to be taken out. So we'll see what happens. But this is not stopping. Khamenei had a choice between his nuclear program or his regime, and he chose his nuclear program, and he's going to lose control of the country. He's always known that the people pose the greatest threat. The Iranian people pose the greatest threat to his regime. And he also believes that a nuclear weapon was critical to the survival of his regime. So all these things are coming together all at once, and it doesn't look good for Ayatollah Khamenei. And I'll also mention that, not only in the diaspora are people celebrating, but I would say about 85 out of the 90 million Iranians that occupy that country, that are inside that country that has been occupied, are out on the streets celebrating. As soon as they heard Khamenei was dead, they were celebrating. You could hear screams from the rooftops of Tehran in celebration. So, and one other thing about, Shia Islam. There's different sects, and the Twelvers, which is predominantly find in Iran, Iraq, and Lebanon, that's where the population is. A lot of the other sects, the Southerners, some of these other groups, are deemed as heretics. So, I kind of take, although the Twelvers represent the largest segment as far as the Shia population or spread around the world, they don't represent all Shias. So I kind of take point with the fact that to say that he is a spiritual leader of all Shias around the world, because he isn't. A lot of people view him with great disdain. Yeah,
Adrian, even as we speak, we are seeing all signs of even the IRGC or the Iranian military really doubling down on escalation. They are continuing their strikes in the wider region, targeting American interests. We believe CIA headquarters in Dubai have been hit, even as supporters of the Khamenei and the regime come out, pouring out the streets mourning. What happens next? I believe if you look at the Venezuela template, the Americans would have done their homework. They would have had a plan B. They would have, there would be insiders with whom perhaps the Americans would have spoken before carrying out this decapitating strike.
Yeah, Venezuela was a completely different situation with Maduro. This with Khamenei and this regime, this has been coming for quite some time. It started in 2016 when Trump was trying to negotiate with them. 2018, he puts them in the maximum pressure, goes out of office, then he comes back in the office, puts them back in the maximum pressure, puts them on a timeline about their nuclear program, bombs them once, tries to get rid of the nuclear program, does it most of the way, but not all the way, and now he's gone back in after it. So there is a plan B. There's a lot of things that we cannot see, things that are on the ground. This is a country that's been in revolt since December of 2017, roaming protests through peaks and valleys. When it was 1,500 people when they shut down the internet 2019 and murdered 1,500 people? Or was it the Masa Amini protests where they just continued a slow roll of brutalizing and terrorizing and murdering the population? Or this most recent event where they shut down the internet and killed 40,000 people over a period of time? This is what they do. They lash out. They're going to continue to lash out. That's why Hezbollah has been thrown into the game. They're not the same force. And their ballistic missiles are finite. And the more they launch them, that's when we start to figure out where the launchers are, where the mobile launchers are. You can take the arrows out of the sky, which they're doing, but they're still firing them at the Gulf states, and they're trying to terrorize the Gulf states into supporting them. But it's actually drawing a wedge in between them and the Gulf states. The Gulf states are meeting tomorrow to figure out how can we combat this. And you look at Saudi Arabia, they've come out and absolutely outright condemned the Islamic Republic.
Well, Americans, I believe, really got lucky there, Adrian, because had the Iranians not really hit Saudi targets, had not really targeted these Gulf nations, if you look at the build-up to the strikes, both on record and off record, most of the Gulf countries were wanting de-escalation, were wanting Americans to pull back. More breaking news, more breaking news. Let's look at what's happening. IRGC doubling down on escalation. Yes, Riyanka, can you take that?
That's right. The IRGC has doubled down on escalation, with Iran not backing off as the supporters of Khamenei mourn. Iranian military strikes wider West Asia targets. The CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency headquarters in Dubai, has been attacked.
Well, yes, and Khamenei is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei was and the Khamenei regime was in power since the Iranian Islamic Revolution of 1979, and essentially the United States has succeeded under Donald Trump to carry out a regime change. If I can go to Ambassador Fabian on that note. Ambassador Fabian, I always think that these are world geopolitical, geoeconomic developments, but what of us in India? How do they impact us? Our official statement is as yet awaited, but if you go by the MEA position last evening, we sort of stress on stability, because any sort of instability is not good for us. Almost half of our energy really passes through Strait of Hormuz, both oil and LNG. How do you see these developments panning out over the last 24 hours? Ambassador Fabian, if you're getting me. Okay, more pictures. These are pictures of Israel coming in. I believe action is still on, military action, both the sides is still on. Okay, let me go back. I am not getting Ambassador Fabian, right? I'm not getting Ambassador Fabian. Okay, not getting Ambassador Fabian. Let's go to General Pandey. General Pandey, you were earlier mentioning about all the aspects that we need to keep into account while responding. My most concerning thought would be about our energy security, given the fact that half of our energy needs really come through the Strait of Hormuz. You think that with this situation now, we are still okay, that this is still temporary, that Khamenei is gone, successor would be found in a week or 10 days time, and then things would come back to normal?
When such a thing breaks out, to decide that things will become very okay, because please understand that time and again we are looking at regime change doesn't mean Khamenei is dead, so regime has changed. No, Khamenei was just a spiritual head, face, and whatever he said had to be followed. But there were a great amount of a structure which is there to ensure what he's saying has to be done, and therefore there is a strategic direction of a country where a large number of top leadership who were with him and who continue to hold sway in the country even if Khamenei is gone. And once Khamenei is replaced, then this work will continue. And there, couple of agenda which was there was that if they are struck, they are going to block Strait of Hormuz, and they have got capabilities to ensure that. There were the capacities of putting on underground unmanned systems to go lay mines, sink merchant vessels. They got a fantastic Iranian navy which is capable of carrying out strikes into deep into towards the sea lanes. So I think they will continue to do, and even whatever damage they do today will take some time to recover from. So what I look at it, one is that Indian government, like if they had issued orders for issued advisory about 2 to 3 months back for their own population to come out from there, they must have also started diversifying and ensuring their reliance on Hormuz will decrease to some degree. But yet are nearly 40 to 50%, today it is about 40% energy sources which are coming from there. And they would have ensured adequate strategic stocks which are maintained till the time Strait of Hormuz is either cleared and is made effective. The other part I think the government of India should take is now reach out and to say that the other pipeline towards Russia and other systems should open up. So while America can continue to do whatever they want to do, the Russian oil should start now getting pumped in, and that is where the pressure point should be. And today, when Americans are involved in this war, they are also committed as a NATO towards Ukraine side. I think this is high time that we can. This is a time of pressure point, and our pipeline from Russia should open up, and to a larger extent. In fact, there is already a silent deal between Russians and the Americans about certain degree of deals, businesses which are going on. And why should we not, when a region is into fire, we must diversify towards Russian oil.
Spoils of war, General Pandey, spoils of war. That's what always been the case since history. And now, of course, we are going to see that repeat. We saw it in Venezuela. We are going to see it in Iran. More pictures coming in. Shawan, more pictures coming in. Let's go to them and keep breaking the developments taking place. Remember, it's still darker hours. It's still not morning in that geography. They are about 2.5, 3 hours behind us. And so military action continuing. Okay, Riyanka.
That's right. We will be continuing with those updates on the latest conflict, but it's time we shift our focus now to more news coming in here on Republic. What we are given to understand. All right. That the TVS Motor company sharpening its strategy across the domestic two-wheeler space, and is the interaction. Pratik Rakshit from Republic Auto speaks with Gaurav Gupta, President India to TVS Motor, on the company's roadmap on the sidelines of the Ranotsav 2026.
From brand expansion to market investments to curating heritage rides for motorcycles and growing their community. There's a lot that goes in between this, and for this very reason, we've got Gaurav Gupta from TVS Motor Company with us today to talk about this and much more, and how the Ranotsav 2026 places itself in TVS's long-term growth. So, sir, second edition, how is the feeling? How has the feedback been?
I think, Prateek, one thing that we have learned is that most important for our customers, for our brand lovers, for the fans is about engagement. And the way Run of Kutch is developing, the salt flats, the rides, the sunset, the sunrise rides, it all brings it together in a great cherishable experience. In doing so, it really helps to spread the joy of motorcycling, the joy of adventure, and partnering in a strategic way with the Gujarat government, wherein they help us also to collaborate this entire activity, is really adding to the entire experience is the promotion of tourism through experience as well. So that's how it blends in all together for us.
So you spoke about how the tourism is developing, the government is helping, and what part do the artists play in developing these motorcycles, because design is something that you want to sell. So how do the artists fit in here?
Well, if you see the Run of Kutch, the salt flats are all white. It's great to ride, but what brings color to this entire run itself are the artists. The artists not only to celebrate this event festival, but also the artists and the creators for these lovely machines, which are really custom built for the occasion. And they stand a testimony for us, for the brand, to really integrate with society, integrate with the rider community, and that is how it promotes the artisan culture, the riding culture, and overall the spirit of AOG and the spirit of our cult fans.
You spoke about how the group of Apache riders and in general TVS riders are increasing, but do you see any kind of uptick from tier 2 or tier 3 cities and compared to metro cities?
Well, interestingly, yes, we are seeing that the motorcycling industry is growing. In the overall two-wheeler market, if you see, the growth of motorcycle continues to be very robust. We are also seeing a great pull from the tier 2 and tier 3 markets. With increasing road infrastructure and accessibility of infrastructure which can help them to explore new areas. India is not limited to the earlier exploration routes. You're getting more and more riding experiences, you're getting more and more choices, and therefore the adventure spirit is really coming out alive in the entire Indian community. And with motorcycles like our Apache series, our Ronin, it really helps to get them their spirit freedom.
My last question, you've introduced 5 motorcycles with distinct aesthetic appeal. Will a rider who's already an owner of a TVS, will he be able to, not the entire bit, but at least get parts of it customized on his motorcycle?
See, there are various ways to look at this. One of the ways that one can look at this is, of course, that if you like bits and elements of what you see in the motorcycle, you try and get that for your motorcycle as such, right? You that part of element. For example, if you want the seat over here customized, you should be able to create something for yourself, right? This gives people ideas. It helps people to really bring out their entire thought process, the culture, the spirit, the color coming alive. So there'll be various ways in which people who like bits and pieces of this, parts of this, should be able to adapt it to their lifestyle.
So my last question, what does the Run Utsav mean to you as an individual and not as a company?
Run Utsav to me is really the spirit of India coming out alive and taking it from here, from the center of Run Utsav, for across the country and then taking it to the world. To me, this is really an emanating of like a fountain which is spreading out wild. And this is where TVS comes in together to bring in the color, to bring in the riding experience, and bring in the culture and overall the adventure spirit.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये हिट तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Okay, breaking news coming in, evolving situation and American base hit in Erbil, Iraq, which means the Iranians are continuing to hit back. The war machine is still intact, and even as other developments keep taking place in terms of who takes over next, we are seeing this development also where the Iranians are hitting back. In fact, parallelly, there is a council being set up, a guardian council. We'll go to that breaking next. But these are pictures coming in of an American base hit in Erbil. We have seen earlier strikes happening in Dubai, strikes happening in Bahrain. And this seems like a target hit because if you look at the smoke, billowing. Okay, Adrian, quick comment to Adrian. The Iranians not pulling back. They are hitting you at multiple places. This is like an American base hit in Erbil, Iraq. What's next?
Yeah, well, good question. When we look at the 2-year conflict that happened with Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, all these other groups, it was very interesting. The Iraqi proxies really never got involved. There was a couple times where they shelled a couple of our bases, and there was a retaliation by the Biden administration, but it really wasn't effective. We really didn't kind of clear, I would say, the battle space when it comes to the Iraqi proxies. And the real question was, going into this, is if Iraq sees the Islamic Republic going down, are they going to go down with that sinking ship, or are they going to flee and decide to carve out their own little fiefdom in Iraq, which they can do? This is an oil-rich country that, unfortunately, due to our mismanagement, the United States created a vacuum where the Islamic Republic came in and filled it. So they're beholden to them. This, again, was always to be expected, that we're going to be facing these rocket attacks from, one, the proxies, and two, from the Islamic Republic. But again, I got to reiterate, they have a finite supply, and every time they fire one off, it gives us valuable intelligence where not only where the rockets came from, but also where the launchers were. So now you can expect that the Iraqi proxies are going to face a backlash. They're going to be part of the target package. Yeah. They're throwing their lot in with the regime. It looks like Hezbollah is as well. The Houthis have been relatively quiet as of now.
Yeah, even as in a bit we are going to go into who takes over next. Another breaking development coming in. Let's look at a confirmation. Okay, Dubai. Report explosions heard over Iran's Isfahan, which means there are counter strikes happening also. Israelis up in the air. They have had decapitating strikes insofar as capacity of Iran to fly out their aircrafts are concerned. They are essentially banking on their missile defense. And now explosions in Isfahan. U.S. Iranian missiles strike U.S. targets. Okay, it's fast-paced developments. Strikes in Isfahan, strikes in Erbil, Iraq, strikes now in Dubai. And can we have the pictures? Dubai pictures are of a strike carried out by Iran and at a U.S. base, and it seems like it has hit the target. Look at these pictures. This is right. It seems like a civilian area. We remember reports yesterday of Burj Khalifa having been evacuated, which means there were fears that it might escalate to a level where the Iranians might hit all those big targets, and Burj Khalifa had to be evacuated. But this seems like a big building, a huge building, civilian area, not a military target hit. And like how this is substantial damage the Iranians have earned. Seems like permanent enmity with the Arab world, with the kind of random strikes that they have carried out in retaliation to Americans and Israelis going after them. Of course, so now things change. Khamenei's death confirmed. All eyes now on who takes over next. A Guardian Council has been announced. Let's break that development also. That even as... Okay, we go back to Adrian. Adrian, we are hearing that there is some Guardian Council that's been announced of 3 people, the President, Pezeshkian, then that also includes the judicial, the Chief of Judiciary, and one more person. So things are moving fast, and President Trump has made a statement saying that he's not exactly satisfied with the Iranian response. What do you think the president might be meaning?
Well, I don't know. Trump, it's gamesmanship with him. So, yeah, I mean, he's not happy with the Iranian response, meaning he's not happy that they're firing on, Qatar, Saudis, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, and the other areas. As far as the individuals that you mentioned that are stepping up, the one individual that you need to keep an eye on that was not mentioned is Ari Laranjani. He is the one that was basically designated by the Supreme Leader, Khamenei, to take over things, take over operations in the event that something should happen to him. So as of now, what I would guess is that Ali Laranjani, I believe he's still alive. He was not taken out in this strike. He will be the one calling the shots.
You think that's what the Americans might want, given the fact that they have interacted with him earlier? The devil you know is better than the devil you don't know?
No, he's a devil we know, and he's just as bad, if not worse. And that's why this regime, until you get down to the lower layers, when you have that whole upper structure, they're loyal to Khamenei. They have the same, the zealotry runs through all of them, and they're not going to change. You need to get down to the lower levels of the IRGC and members to look for defections. I think there's people that are on the ground in the streets that are very capable of running this country. There's plenty of people in the diaspora. We are not looking for a leader that's in the current regime. What we want is someone to come in, or a coalition, which has been formed, a coalition of political groups, civilian leaders that will come in and transform this government to civilian rule under a completely new regime that doesn't pose a threat to its neighbors.
Right, and there are many names. Mujtaba, the son of Khamenei, he might have, sentiment in favor of him. Then we have many other Ayatollahs in the Guardian Council who might be wanting to have a go at power, having waited since 1989. Okay, more breakings. What's next? Iran's president has made a statement. Okay, that's the council that's been set up. Iran's president, head of judiciary and Guardian Council chief. They will be in charge during transition period. Iran confirms location of the killing, and that's second breaking. But before that, Iran's president to lead Iran in transition period. Pezeshkian. Okay, next breaking. That's the transition regime in place. Essentially shows continuity. Essentially shows that irrespective of Khamenei not being there now, systems remain same. Another breaking development: Iran names Khamenei's successor. What are these? Iran names Khamenei's successor, which means a decision has been taken. Is Mujtaba going to be the next leader of Iran? The supreme leader is son Mujtaba of Khamenei. Mujtaba Khamenei, son of Ayatollah Khamenei, going to be the next. This is the picture of Mujtaba shown here for the first time. And I mean, this is likely that this transition happens because he knows the systems. He's someone who has perhaps been groomed for that role. He's someone who enjoys the trust of the IRGC and mutually so. And this is something which the Israelis also believe, that maybe Khamenei Senior might be replaced by Khamenei Junior, and this comes amidst reports that Khamenei's body has been found from inside the official compound of his the official compound of his residence, the office residence, office cum residence, where he was working. And remember, the strikes were carried out in broad daylight. That was essentially... Okay, another breaking. Let's go to that quickly, in quick succession. If Mujtaba is to be the next supreme leader, then obviously they have planned things, they have put in place things. Iran confirms location of Khamenei's killing. That's next breaking. That's Shivam. Khamenei's body found, finally.
Yes, his body has been found. We were waiting for the official confirmation. Now it has been confirmed once by Donald Trump and then by the Iranian state media and then by IRGC. Now, the location has also been confirmed, the location of the hit, that where Khamenei was present. He was killed in his office at home. Now, this is a very big development. This is the official confirmation of his home. Now, we are getting a lot of breaking news right now at this moment, and also on the official successor, which is the son, Mujtaba.
Okay, Shawan joining us live in a bit. Okay, Shawan will join us live just in a bit, Shivam. But, you know, this is just one possibility. I believe this is not yet an announcement officially that Mujtaba is going to take over as the next supreme leader of Iran. There is the Guardian Council, remember, and they have Ayatollahs in waiting. Okay, Aina Tenjin joins us live now. Let's have him, economic and political affairs expert. He's joining us live from Beijing, generally gives us the Beijing perspective. So let's go here to him straight. Ainar, big development there in West Asia. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, eliminated in a decapitating strike, or joint strikes rather, by the Israelis and the Americans. What happens next? Give us the Beijing perspective.
Well, from Beijing's perspective, it's not good. Obviously, Iran was exporting a lot of oil to China. They're still okay. They had a lot of reserves that they built up when oil was very cheap. They had the foresight to do that. But globally, you're talking a huge economic impact. Not only will gasoline and anything using oil go up in price, because you're talking about 20% of the world's oil going through the Straits of Hormuz. You're going to see $150, $200 per barrel. There's going to be shortages. If the price goes up, you can't use that area for logistics. That means that cargo ships coming from and to Asia will be going around the Horn of Africa, adding weeks on to their trips, as well as the cost of gasoline. Insurance, shipping insurance will go up dramatically. So those people in the United States, Europe, around the world who feel that their money doesn't stretch far enough, they're going to be hit hard by this. And we don't know how long it's going to last. From China's perspective, they want to see an end to this, but you cannot see an end to this until the U.S. and Israel want to end it. There are no negotiations that can be forced on them, as we have seen from the Security Council. The United States feels that it can replace any leader it does not like. We've seen that in Venezuela. We've seen that now in Iran. There's no reason to believe that he would stop. I think there was no strong pretext given. Generally, if you go back to the Iraq War, there were months of hints that there was chemical weapons and nuclear weapons, and that there was absolutely a necessity to go into Iraq in full invasion force. But you didn't see this. You got very mixed messages. Donald Trump got up at the State of the Union address, and he said, we obliterated the Iranian nuclear program. That would have been at odds with this idea that somehow they hadn't finished the job, which is what J.D. Vance is saying, that they could do it, or they were in the process of doing it, or we were fed up with the negotiations. Those do not sound like the kind of exigent circumstances that would allow it. Donald Trump is in trouble in the U.S. because this is definitely an act of war. He did not pass it through Congress. Apparently, Rubio tried to reach what is called the Gang of Eight. These are the leaders of the House and Senate. He got to 7 of them, he said, while they were actually bombing, not prior to it, as they're supposed to do. And so you have a situation where internationally it's not being blessed by the UN, obviously, because it's against the UN Charter. It's not going to be blessed domestically.
All right, sir, stay with us. We are getting a big breaking news right now at this moment, and these are of the visuals that are coming from Dubai airport. UAE after continuous missile attacks by Iran. The latest visuals that are coming because a barrage of missiles have been fired by Iran, and these are the latest visuals, fresh visuals coming in from Dubai airport on your television screens in a short while. The latest visuals from Dubai airport, and these are the visuals. This is the sort of devastation. As you can see, this is inside the airport, inside visuals of the airport. And as you clearly see, the smoke is coming out and there is fire in this entire area. Exclusive live visuals of Dubai airport on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Ishita is joining me from the newsroom. Ishita, the latest visuals are coming from Dubai. It shows that the airport has been hit and the fire is coming out from that location. We can clearly see the smoke that is visible from inside the airport. What more details?
Right, of course. So, Shivam, right after declaration came in of Ayatollah Khamenei's death, IRGC had warned of a devastating operation, most devastating operation that they would carry out to avenge the killing of the late Supreme Leader. Now we're looking at several targets being hit across West Asia. It started with the US bases, US assets, but now it has moved far beyond that. In fact, commercial establishments are now being hit, right from hotels to airports. We're getting visuals of Dubai airport, which has been hit by Iranian targets, and across West Asia, from Jordan to Kuwait, several countries have now been hit, specifically Dubai. We're getting the latest visuals from there, in which several strikes have been conducted. Airport specifically has been hit in Dubai, and those are the visuals we're getting at this point, the latest visuals. Now remember, two developments have also come in from Iran. We're looking at the question, what happens next to the country, what comes after the the Supreme Leader's death, and now we are likely to have an answer. The second son of Khamenei, in fact, Mojtaba Khamenei, could now become the new Supreme Leader, is what we're given to understand. He's somebody who's been yielding immense influence behind the scenes, but the question is, he's not a cleric, and usually father to son succession is looked down upon in Shiite traditions, and there is a whole transition that takes place through an expert committee. There's an 88-member committee of clerics who in fact goes on to elect the new Supreme Leader. So that the new name has come in regarding the successor of Khamenei. That's the second son, Mojtaba Khamenei. He could now become the next Supreme Leader. That's the latest we're getting as far as the succession of Khamenei is concerned in Iran, Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. But this could also have been a possible scenario where a missile would have been intercepted. And especially the legitimate targets, as per the IRGC, are the American bases which are present in the Middle East. So this has spiraled across West Asia when it comes to the war. And this could have been a missile that could have been intercepted, Ishita. If you can share more details on this story. Was this a missile interception and the debris, it fell on the airport, or was it deliberately targeted? Because they have been targeting the headquarters of CIA headquarters in Dubai and a lot more on that. Ishita.
Right, so these are continuous missile attacks that have been conducted by Iran, and some of them, of course, have been a casualty of the debris that's falling due to the targets hit, and some are direct missile hits. As you mentioned, that some of the missiles have been intercepted as well by these Gulf countries after Iran started striking the targets, especially the civilian targets. But some of these are, of course, the debris hits, and some are the direct missile hits. As far as Dubai airport is concerned, details are still coming in, so we have to ensure that what exactly was it, a debris hit, was it a missile hit? We have to confirm that. As of now, we understand that there are several damage that has been reported at the Dubai airport. In fact, the operations have been suspended, which is the latest that we know. Whether it was a debris hit or a direct missile hit due to the interception of missile is what we still have to confirm.
Right. Thank you, Ishita, with that update. And we are promising our viewers that we are going to keep them apace with the latest coming in terms of the war situation in the wider West Asia and Middle East. Saurabh Shukla joins us live from Washington, D.C., our in-house chief consulting editor on geopolitical and geostrategic affairs. Saurabh Shukla, Donald Trump is still not happy. What does he want?
Abhishek, one thing is there. I was talking to, a very senior official here, and he was telling me one thing that, you have to see the manner in which this strike has a resemblance in which, when India did a surgical strike. Imagine a scenario where complete deception. The US president was at Mar-a-Lago. Obviously, there was complete deception. Nobody thought that they will strike Iran at this time. He walks out of which was like a MAGA reception in Mar-a-Lago, goes to a secure situation room, which is there, set up in Mar-a-Lago in Florida, and then the strike happens. On the ground, I can tell you before that, the Israeli intelligence community, the US intelligence community had joined hands to make sure they had precise targets. And not only was Ayatollah Khamenei, sources telling me, was on one of the first hits, almost entire leadership, the top tier leadership of the Iranian regime was hit within first few hours. So whatever people may be saying, I would say this was a decisive and a bold step. Yes, it will take some time because obviously IRGC is not finished. They have been now threatening to mount further attacks. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Kuwait city sources in intelligence community are telling me that was a trailer. You may see something more coming up, but certainly this was a first decisive blow. And you know about strategy, statecraft. I think what they have done, and we have to give credit where it's due, at least in the first half of this Operation Epic Fury, they certainly have an upper hand without having any armed forces casualty. And I'm also told that in the second step, what's coming now is a further stepping up of the offensive. Now that Iran in some ways has escalated, has hit out at civilian targets, at airports, which obviously targeted innocent civilians. Imagine on the side of US and Israel, it was purely military strategic targets. What Iran has done now is hit out at civilian target, that too in the wider Middle East. What it has done, it has also got US full support of the Middle East allies, which was lacking earlier. So now you will see a further intensification of this campaign, not only to make sure that the Iranian regime is completely finished, but any semblance of even the small nuclear program that they were trying to blackmail the world with, even that's gone. Abhishek, well, so that's a big breaking news this morning.
Yeah, hopefully, Saurabh, if after this also the nuclear program really survives, then really shame on the military capacity. And what do you do with this kind of military if you just can't get the root cause out of it? It's been about 3 decades that the Israelis and the Americans have been talking about the Iranian bomb, and even talking to them. There were the Geneva talks all set to happen, but before that the Americans decided, let's be done with it. If you are done with it, if Khamenei is gone, then hopefully the next regime should focus on survival rather than ideology. And a nuclear bomb is not even an ideology. It's not an ideology of the state. It's just the geopolitics at play. Saurabh, some more breakings before I come back to you and before I go to Einar once again. Let's cut to those breakings. Dubai airport pictures coming in, which means the civilian areas have been hit. And that's something which is going to have long-term consequences even for the other regime that's going to replace that of Khamenei vis-a-vis its relationships in the neighborhood. Iran drone strikes a building on fire. That's in Dubai. And we have seen the pictures, and that's really horrible in the sense that this seems like a civilian area. And this time in Bahrain, get the spelling of Bahrain right. Bahrain... Okay, this is not Dubai, this is Bahrain, and this is a civilian structure, and this is a huge building. This seems like a 15, 20-storied building, and that's completely gutted, on fire. We don't know the status, whether this was evacuated before the drone hit. All right. This seems like a terrible tragedy panning out. Iran claims that 200 of their citizens have been killed in the American and Israeli strikes, and they have carried out retaliatory strikes. This is picture coming in from Bahrain. and a civilian area hit, a building on fire, almost 15 to 20 stories tall. We don't know whether this was evacuated. We saw reports yesterday of Burj Khalifa having been evacuated, but Bahrain seems to be facing a tragedy. Okay, this is not a military target. Einar, you're saying that this is not a good development from Beijing's point of view. I mean, those reports were never denied that the Chinese fully backed the Iranians militarily as well on the side, behind the scenes. They couldn't supply enough intelligence for Khamenei to survive. Whosoever comes next would rather be talking to the Americans to save their skin rather than talking to the Chinese. So in that sense, you think the Chinese stakes in the geography stand compromised a bit?
Depends on what kind of world you want to see. If you think that might makes right, that the ability of one country to dictate who should be in control of another country, that absolutely, that can be your opinion. I think China stands on the idea that there should be a global order. They're not going to get directly involved in a confrontation with the US. I think India should be happy with that because that could lead to nuclear war. Nobody wins. So this idea that trying to fight proxy wars using other countries, as we've seen in Ukraine and other places, this just brings needless tragedy. I'm surprised that my colleague from the US is so gleeful about, quote, American victory. I don't recall that killing over 70 young girls who are going to school is a victory. Iran has lost their leaders. Did I like their leaders? No, not particularly, but it's not my country. It's their country. And if you want to have other countries dictating what happens in yours, that's fine. But remember, there was a time when Narendra Modi was castigated by the US. He was put on a ban. He was basically labeled an unwelcome terrorist. And that was a decision made in Washington. Is that decision that should be made in other capitals? Now he's welcomed, but the issue is sovereignty.
Yeah.
Do you want India to be ruled by somewhere else, to be told what to do, to have to fawn to the US in order to avoid being tariffed to death or, literally threatened with security? I don't think that's the world that China and the most of the global South wants.
I would rather agree with you, Einar, on that. And let me take this to Adrian. Adrian, 70 girls killed in a school in a strike by the Americans or Israelis. We don't know which one. But the fact of the matter is that this is clearly an example of might is right, as in the case of Venezuela, so in this case. Where does the United Nations really stand? Where is UN? Where are world systems? Where is international rule of law and order? Are you there, Adrian? No, I'm asking Adrian, our American guest from Washington, D.C. Okay, he left. Einar, I would have loved to get a response. Okay, let Saurabh answer this. Saurabh, what's the DC view on this? Of course, the Americans have allies, and Americans perhaps have some cheerleaders in the West and even in the Middle East. But the fact of the matter is this is blowing the international rule of law to smithereens.
UN, if you ask me, Abhishek, and before I start up, I want to tell Einar that I'm not gleeful. All I was saying about the operation, and the fact remains that this was a ruthless regime which executed 30,000 innocent people. This was a ruthless Khamenei regime which was fomenting terrorism by supplying arms, money to a cocktail of a terror group across the globe. And they were also resorting to nuclear blackmail. So I think you were having a wrong analogy, sir. It's not about India. It's about a ruthless terrorist regime and whose leader has been eliminated. So I was talking about that, a pure operation. War never, is not a good thing, but sometimes you have to do it. India did it for when it was attacked because of terrorism. Every other country, does that. So I'm coming back to the UN. The unfortunate reality, Abhishek, is that UN is dead. UN is dysfunctional. At this juncture, the manner in which the UN Security Council works is should not even exist in the present form. Imagine countries like India don't have a say there because you have an archaic system working, then there is a veto where no big decision can happen. Even if, a country like Iran, imagine a scenario you have a rogue regime like Iran getting and attacking these civilian, cities like Dubai, Manama, Doha, Kuwait City. Imagine if it had a rogue regime had a nuclear weapon.
Yeah. Saurabh, sorry to be interjecting. Another breaking development coming in, which means that this seems like there is tremendous amount of attrition that the Iranian leadership has seen, with more deaths being confirmed by the Iranians. Now, two more. Admiral Ali Shamkhani and General Mohammad Pakpor killed in Saturday strikes. These were effectively number 2 in their respective military positions. Okay, we are going next. I mean, we are keeping it fast-paced. We are keeping it breaking news because so much is happening. Pictures coming in from Dubai, pictures coming in from Bahrain, pictures even coming in from Kashmir. We have Zeenat joining us live for more on this. Zeenat, please tell us from where you are reporting and what are these protests about? Why pro-Iran protests in Kashmir?
Absolutely, we are seeing a massive gathering of Shia Muslims across Kashmir Valley. Most of the gatherings are being seen in the Shia-dominated areas. My Vijay Mubashir is showing you the visuals from one of the iconic locations in the Srinagar city, the Gantaghar area, where we see the Shia mourners here have gathered. They're carrying the flags of the Iran plus the black flags, observing the mourning. And right now the sloganeering are both Shia as well as Sunni Muslims are all Muslims are present here, and they're observing the mourning because the Iran has already announced the 40-day, we are already observed the 40-day mourning has been announced. So here you see the gathering coming in from different walks of life, from different parts of the Kashmir Valley, where you see the mourning is taking place.
Okay. Tempers running high. Zeenat, I would request you to come out of that area at a safe distance. It seems people are really angry and they're going to vent out at anything. And these are pictures from the clock tower area of Srinagar. And protesters have come out on the streets pouring out their anger at the American elimination of Ayatollah Khamenei. I remember Srinagar and some other pockets of Jammu and Kashmir have a Shia population, a sizable Shia population. Khamenei was also the spiritual leader of the Shia sect, and so this anger in some ways is explained by that connection. Now, this is not pro-Iran protest, this is these people mourning against American action eliminating their spiritual leader. Coming back to Saurabh Shukla. Saurabh, President Trump is making some statements. He has said that he is not satisfied with the response that's coming in from the Iranian side, which means back channel is already on, which means Americans and the Iranians are already talking.
I'll tell you, the Oman foreign minister was one of the go-between between Iran and the US, and obviously the talks were going on. There were certain conditions, I've been told, that were put in front of the Iranian leadership, including making sure that there's a verifiable mechanism in which it is proven that they have completely shut down their nuclear program. There are other elements which were there, but then I'm told that when President Trump was presented with this option, that they had the best strategic opportunity to hit out at the Iranian leadership. And as I said first, in fact, on Republic yesterday, that there were credible ground reports coming from the intelligence community, both from the US and Israel, from operating through their sources in Iran that this was the best opportunity to eliminate them, given the resistance on part of the Iranian regime. He chose the path of deciding to eliminate them because that is what sources are telling me that his advisors felt was the best option at this stage, because they did not realize, they did not want, apparently the other information that the president had was that while the Iranians were engaging in talks with the US, they were also making sure that they were arming themselves. They were also in touch, I'm told by sources, that which could have jeopardized the security situation at a later stage. And that's the reason, at a leadership level, sometimes these difficult choices are made to you and you have to take that choice. And I would say in this case, the fact purely on military and strategic terms, I've studied military strategy for a long time, and I can tell you that this was certainly a bold operation at the behest of President Trump and the US and Israeli forces, and they deserve credit for executing the high-value target within few hours of this operation. What happens next, we have to wait and watch. But I would say purely on military and strategic terms, it was a big victory in the first round, if you ask me. Abhishek.
Joins us in the broadcast. Welcome and good morning, or not so good morning for Iranians.
Yeah, I think this is the end of this fake theory of multipolarity, strategic neutrality. I mean, I would like to know what India's position is on this. We have to be clear what India's position is on this. Are we going with America? Are we for this? Are we supporting the Americans coming in and killing Khamenei? Which side are we on? Are we with the Russians, the Chinese? What is our strategic neutrality? Is the fundamental question which I am interested in today. Because whichever way you look at it, you are saying that your supply chains are being affected, but you've gone in and you've killed Khamenei. You've killed his entire family, right? India cannot afford to remain quiet on this. India cannot afford to look the other way and say it's a regional dispute. China is calling for de-escalation. What are we calling for? Is there an official statement so far from our government, from the Ministry of External Affairs? Abhishek?
Not yet.
Why not?
They're just deliberating, but they are saying that the statement that was made yesterday, which is calling for de-escalation, calling for stability to prevail in the region. Why is the Ministry
of External Affairs not giving a detailed statement of the biggest history-defining moment of this entire decade? You see, it is now what I want is, because for viewers joining this morning, I'd like to play out all the critical moments.
Yeah.
And I want my news desk to guide me in this. The grid is no longer Israel strikes Iran. It's an America-Iran war, and Khamenei has been eliminated. Change the grid. Change the breaking news templates. Keep them moving fast. People want to know what's happening. Change the visuals and describe the visuals. Show me the camera teams from Srinagar, from Lucknow and others. Get us reactions from Lucknow, where Khamenei is treated by many people as the supreme leader of the Shia community. I would like to have all those reactions. Now first, whatever the latest is that we have from the US. Good morning, Saurabh, and can my guest relations team tell me who else is on air this morning? Now, this is Einar. Einar is with us today. Let's go to Einar here. Einar, good morning. This is a matter of concern. I am very concerned because of the method. How do you view this?
Well, I think 85% of the world views this as going against the international order. This is might is right. One capital can decide who should be in charge of another country. Whether I like Maduro or the Ayatollah is not the issue. The issue is whether countries will take care of matters themselves or whether they'll be cited in some other capital. You have to also, just let me bear with me for 1 second. There was a plan that was put forward in 1996, which said that Israel would attack a series of countries in their neighbor and Iran in order to create a greater Israel. And this was put out by a gentleman named Pearl. It was sent to Netanyahu. And from that point on, he was insisting for 30 years that Iran was on the cusp of a nuclear weapon and that therefore the U.S. needed to stand with Israel in attacking it. Now, no one is, so far, I've been on many shows, no one is willing to talk about the fact that Israel is, in fact, a nuclear power. It's estimated they have more than 200 warheads. And I've talked to people in Israel who made it very clear that if they're cornered, they will use them. No one talks about the IAEA going in there and monitoring the situation. So I think you have a very one-sided view of the world being pushed forward by the U.S. that somehow Israel, a nation of 9 million, only of which 7.5 million are Jewish, are somehow entitled to rule the Middle East. This would be anathema to anybody else, but because they have the United States protecting them, they feel emboldened, and it's just not clear how this helps the United States or if there's any end game. So you get rid of one layer. Well, they did that before, didn't seem to change anything. They can keep doing it. How long they're going to continue doing this, how many bombs, how many people have to die in the meantime, and what right does the U.S. have to impose what it wants on other nations? They tried this in the past with Modi. They accused him of a genocide in Gujarat. Obviously, they changed their mind, but at the time, you could imagine that if some leader came in and decided he didn't want some Epstein files released or on the front page, that they could have made an issue out of this. It is not the right of other countries to decide what happens in countries, especially those across the world. We see this happened in Venezuela. Now Trump is threatening Cuba. How can Cuba threaten anybody? How is it a threat to the United States that would justify an armed invasion? Now he's saying they're going to surrender to us. We'll take it over peacefully. When do you take over another country peacefully? Then you look at what the United States did in Bangladesh, in Nepal. They fermented color revolutions that have turned those governments against India. What right do they have to do that? And at what point does India, as a leader in the third world, say enough? Stick to your own knitting. You have plenty of problems in the U.S. You don't need to make problems for the rest of the world.
We just got the news, and this is turning out to be like some crazy, bad American video game with Elon Musk saying, another one bites the dust. This is the kind of American supremacism which is absolutely unacceptable. And I do agree that it is time for India to make its position clear on this matter. Trade disputes, resolution of trade disputes are one thing. But if India is to be a leader of the global south, we cannot remain quiet as this kind of neo-imperialism and neo-colonialism takes over the world. As of now, I know that there are clashes in front of the Iran's National Security Council has said that a transition period will continue now. And Shawan, you can be occasionally live. Keep a camera close to the PCR. Keep a camera close to the PCR where you're operating so that you can be live non-stop while you are also manning the PCR. Clashes have erupted in front of the American embassy in Baghdad following the death announcement of Ayatollah Khamenei. The visuals that we are showing you right now, Einar, Saurabh, look at them very carefully. This is so-called classified footage that has been released by America of the moment of the strikes. These are the visuals that are being shown off by America as proof of their global consolidation. These visuals are being put out along with some satellite imagery. It appears to be a drone footage of the moment of the strike when Khamenei was probably killed. Saurabh, this is going to set into motion a number of global events. I'd be very keen to see what Russia says today. Can we stay with the guests also on air, please? Saurabh, I'm speaking to Saurabh. You do not need to go full frame to the visuals right now. As I speak, thank you. Saurabh.
If you ask me, you and me have extensively studied geopolitics for a long time. This is a game-changing moment. You never thought that Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, would be killed in an operation within few hours. So if you ask me on military and strategic strategy, it's a big success. I'm not getting into the moralistic part of it, but I can tell you the way this operation was planned, the way in which Israeli intelligence community, the US intelligence community had their resources on the ground, telling them precisely where these leaders were present.
See, no, let's not tom-tom that as a huge victory. No, Saurabh, let's not tom-tom that as a huge victory. There are several countries which would be able to know through human intelligence and other intelligence where Khamenei would be present. For America to constantly say we are a great military power because we know where Maduro is, we know where Khamenei is, is a falsehood. China would know. India would know, Russia would know, Iran has launched a new wave of missile attacks on Israel. The point is just to know, yes, you can say that Trump has demonstrated a significant risk-taking ability. But Trump would have been warned that this will not be without consequences. This is going to lead to global realignment because I do not think China or Russia or anybody else in the world are going to sit and watch as the global supply chains are going to be dominated by the Americans. That is going to come under question. Yes, Saurabh.
Yeah. Whether it's President Donald Trump or
you said moralistic. No, I'm not being moralistic. I'm being realistic out here.
I'm giving you...
It is a moment of reckoning for India also. We cannot afford to remain quiet on this.
It is a moment of reckoning for India. But the challenge is that we have to be strategic here as well. For India, it's a tough choice. You have, at one stage, you have one leader who has been killed, who was also supporting terrorist group like Hezbollah, Hamas, which India has condemned, who was also responsible for the ruthless killing of 30,000 civilians, which India has been condemning. On the other hand, you have a strategic problem where you have a large diaspora in the Middle East. Your oil supplies are channeled through the Strait of Hormuz. So obviously, it's a tough choice. You have a large Shia population in India. So all that is a tough choice for India. And I agree, we have to come out in some ways, because obviously the global south expects India to play a leadership role. But I will say about INR, the Chinese have been caught napping yet again. Chinese were, supporting Iran at one stage. They were supporting Venezuela's Maduro at one stage. Where are they? They've been playing this piggybacking game. So this is a geopolitical moment of reckoning for them as well. So I see a lot coming out of it. Yes. And the other thing is the international order, if you ask me, with UN leading the front is over. It does not exist because the UN has not provided any leadership because of the fact that the UN Security Council is not representative enough. This whole power of veto, where China tries to veto any proposal coming from the West and vice versa, has to go away for UN to function. Certainly, we are living in a very different geopolitical arena.
I think, I'll tell you, I personally believe out here that, that of course, this will be seen to be a military victory, but it's more than that. It's much more. It's complicated. Let's realize out here.
Absolutely.
Khamenei's daughter has been killed, his grandchild has been killed, his son-in-law has been killed, his daughter-in-law has been killed. This is going to carry on for longer than Trump thinks. And it's going to lead to consequences. Now, I do not think this puppet, who has never even lived most of his life in Iran, who calls himself the son of the Shah of Iran, who has a caucus of people in India, including, I may mention, one particular foreign-born author who lives a lot of time in India, who's like an agent for this guy, fixes his interviews, a well-known foreign-born author in India who goes around fixing his interviews. I don't think that man is going to be accepted by the people of Iran. It's going to be much, much, much more difficult. Saurabh, we have to be real. It's going to be much more difficult than saying that Khamenei is one of the most evil people in history. It is, you see, it's easier to eliminate Khamenei than to manage the situation which will now happen. And, Iran is more complicated than Afghanistan. It's a very proud and old civilization. And if Trump should not think that he'll tell the Iranian people, the way I view this is Trump is now going to say that Iranian people, take back your country. And that's where he's getting into a more complicated situation than Americans have got into earlier.
You know, you will be surprised that Raza Pahlavi is not the choice that is being backed by all in DC and other places. This is what you'll be surprised on that. Even I agree with you 100%. This is going to be a very complicated situation. And the more complicated thing will be not only to stabilize the region, but to have a regime which manifests the aspiration of the Iranian people. For long, they have
IRGC,
been,
let's get GD Bakshi into this. GD Bakshi is with us tonight. Good morning. Is the IRGC dead? Is it going to respond? Is it going to watch? Is it going to do anything? Is the IRGC still going to sustain itself? Is the IRGC going to fight? Because Trump is getting a bit desperate. If you see the last statements, he says, I want IRGC to turn in. Either join in with the Americans or be eliminated. What do you think the IRGC is going to do? What's the succession plan out there?
You know, Arnab, we have to be objective. We can't go by wish fulfillment statements of Donald Trump. You know, subjective wish fulfillment statements, surrender, they are fighting. The objective facts on the ground are that last time, in the month of June 25, they had taken 18 hours to respond. This time, they have responded within 1 hour. And their strikes have been pretty accurate. They have focused on the American bases because the air defenses there are not as dense as they are over Israel. I think it's fairly cogent strategy. And Arnab, may I tell you, wait and watch what happens in the Gulf of Hormuz. If the IRGC is able, they have yesterday claimed they have hit a support ship. If they are able to take down one of the 3 destroyers that is in the Gulf of Hormuz to provide protection, air defense protection to the American bases on either side of the Gulf, or on the home side of the Gulf of Hormuz, one Arleigh Burke destroyer goes down. 250 to 300 naval hands on deck. There will be consequences for Donald Trump. You can do all the wish fulfillment theories that you want. And this, I don't think Saurabh should fall for this war dance business and triumphalism of Trump. It is not justified on the ground as yet.
When it comes to military strategy, I follow your mantra, sir. I never follow for this. I was telling Arnab simply on the military.
No, but I don't think you need to tom the American so-called victory.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting that 30 bombs were...
War is not good for anybody.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting that there were 30 to 35 bombs which were put out on Khamenei's home. So we have details of this. We should just get the details from the American sources. The Wall Street Journal is saying today that 30 to 35 bombs were dropped on Khamenei, including Buster bunker bombs. So they went all out. Washington Post is saying today that Israel and I think Saudi Arabia pushed Trump to carry out this attack. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, air raid sirens in several cities in Israel. IRGC, as of this minute, fighting back. We'd like to get a view from the Israelis. Also, Ambassador Virendra Gupta, former Indian ambassador to Israel. He set up India's embassy in Israel in 1992. He's a pro-Israel voice joining us today. Sir, this is not Israel's war, it's America's war, isn't it, Virendra? And what do you think, Virendra, are the consequences now, short term?
Well, in the long term, nobody wins by military bravado. And I think there should have been room for negotiated settlement. That was all.
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Apologies. So I think there is... Let me just cut this down, please. Sorry, apologies. So I think... there should have been room for negotiated settlement. Therefore, India has called for de-escalation. I think this kind of unilateral action, there are established mechanisms going to the international body, creating a scenario. I think Iran was negotiating. Now, having said that, I do not hold any brief for the Iranian government. The manner in which they have promoted Islamic radicalism, promoted terror all around the world. I think one could even say that it's a good riddance that a leader like that is out.
You give me the detail. Don't tell me all this. Please continue, Virendra. If any detail.
Yes, I think what is happening is that this is broadening into a regional conflict. A lot of countries are getting involved, and I think we'd be better off the sooner it gets not resolved, but at least there should be ceasefire, there should be cessation of hostilities, and the countries concerned must go back to the negotiating table. Put out all your conditions. I think it is a fair demand that Iran should be prevented from developing nuclear weapons, and even the stage prior to that, that is the enrichment. There are indications that Iran has agreed to zero enrichment, and I think that's a very welcome development, which Omani foreign minister had actually announced on Friday. So in fact, after that, I was hoping that the tensions in the Middle East would recede and that there would not be any military action. So quite frankly, I was very surprised by the suddenness of this military action. And it seemed as if America was bent upon undertaking some military action, whatever the Iranian response was.
I agree with that assessment. General Bakshi is with us. He's going to look at the military strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, we are joined by Einar Tangen from Beijing. We're going to be joined by Peter Kuznick from Washington, Burzin Wagmar from London. Saurabh Shukla is with us. The senior defense analyst at RAND, Derek Grossman will be joining us in some time. General Bakshi is with us. His hand is up. Ladies and gentlemen, the question we want right now, and the visuals we are seeing on the screen, and more visuals right now, are the visuals released by the Americans strategically to show that these were the bombs that were put out, and these are the attacks that led to the elimination of Khamenei. Now, whether this was necessary, why this was to be moved quickly and all, I mean, there are visuals here in India. In Lucknow, people are on the streets in Srinagar. So in Kashmir, people in Kashmir are on the streets there with pictures of Khamenei. Lucknow, strong connection to Lucknow that Khamenei has. He's seen to be the leader of the Shia community, one of the tallest leaders of the Shia community. So if you're watching the broadcast, please remember there are dozens of millions of Shias in India who look up to Khamenei, and therefore we will have to watch out for the consequences here in terms of social unrest and other things. So these are the latest visuals from Srinagar and Lucknow this morning. Abhishek, a quick word from you on what you're seeing here.
These Shia followers, for them, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was also a spiritual leader, and now for them he's a martyr, and so obviously that outpouring of grief and anger also. We saw just that a while back from Srinagar, with anger also coming out as much as grief.
What do we know about the Iranian president right now?
Pezeshkian is in good health.
Where is Pezeshkian? From what I know, he says that this killing is a great crime and there is going to be a strong reaction to this. So Pezeshkian, and by the way, this is now taking different overtones because the Iranian agency IRNA has confirmed the death of the Ayatollah, and along with Khamenei, his daughter, grandchild, daughter-in-law, son-in-law were also killed. America, showing off at the moment, is releasing classified footage, what they call classified footage of the bombs and the bombing that led to the killing of Khamenei. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian is saying that this is a great crime and which will turn a new page in the history of the Islamic world and Shiism. Now, whether that happens, we'll have to see, but there is going to be a fair amount of local resentment in Iran as well. If this is the response in Lucknow, in Kashmir, then you can imagine what the sentiment in Iran is going to be like. And Iran is going to observe 40 days of public mourning. And remember, all of this has happened during the month of Ramzan. It has happened during the month of Ramzan. In the month of Ramzan, Khamenei has been killed. We can't think and imagine there's going to be a succession plan, and Donald Trump is being a fool if he thinks he's going to do a succession plan sitting in the White House. It's not going to happen. this is more complicated than Saddam Hussein. What do we expect in the short term here? These protests are only increasing, intensifying across the entire world out here. What do you think, General Bakshi?
Arnab, may I remind everyone here that Iran fought Saddam Hussein for 8 long years. The Shias have a tradition of fighting battles which are losing battles, patently lost battles, but they have exhibited tremendous degree of tenacity in the past, and there is no reason to believe that anything will change. There is a stark difference between Venezuela, which I am afraid is only famous for producing Miss World pageants and beauty queens of Miss Universes, right? Iran is a different cup of tea. You may have subjective wishes, but we have to go by objective reality. The objective military reality is that Iran, despite this loss was known to Iran within minutes of this strike, right? They retaliated within 1 hour, right? Quite obviously, the state is exhibiting the resilience to continue. There is a Shia theological system which is intact, and they have worked out the succession plans down to the 5th, 6th level. So we have seen no cessation of hitting back, no cessation of the will to fight. That is, evident in abundance. So let's not get carried away by propaganda from, Washington
Is,
or anywhere else.
So 1 minute, can I come in, please? Can my audio be up? General Bakshi, my point is, everyone on, that was a nice graphics. The question is, eliminating a leader is easier than ruling a country. Now, to rule a country, you will have to commit ground forces. Am I right? Einar, do you agree? You will have to commit ground forces. And you have Masood Pezeshkian, right? You have the judiciary chief, Mohsen Eji. They are there and they are going to be setting up a temporary leadership. A panel of clerics will now then elect, because Khamenei has not, Einar, appointed a successor. This is the important thing for viewers to remember this morning if you're watching this tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Khamenei has not appointed a successor. But the clerics will know that you can't have a vacuum right now. You need a leader. The leader is not going to be a military leader. The leader is going to be a denominational, semi-religious, religious figure. That leadership council will have to get together and establish a new supreme leader under Iranian law. Could that be Khamenei's son? I'm just speculating. I'm speculating here. Einar, right? I'm speculating here, General Bakshi. If today, knowing today is Sunday, by end of day or tomorrow, Khamenei's son is made the leader, then what will happen? Einar, I want your views first, because this is going to get complicated. It's not going to get resolved. Einar.
There's a 80-member plus council of clerics, and this is a religious position. The son is not a cleric. It would be very difficult. They could appoint him as an advisor or whatever. He could have a hand in saying who would be the leader itself. But in actuality, they have to appoint a spiritual leader. I mean, how would you do that? It's like saying, well, the Archbishop from Canterbury can be a Catholic or non-denominational. I think our hands are tied in that regard. But to the extent that this leader, whoever they are, is advised how they work things, is going to depend on power. And that power comes in joint from the religious establishment, but also from the military.
So sorry to interrupt, but there is an ongoing attack on Dubai. We need that on the breaking news grid, please, right? And the ongoing attacks being reported in Dubai, we are told that several explosions have been heard in Dubai. Sorry, Einar, I wanted to just bring this here. Sorry, I intervened out here because this is a big story out here. And we are told what has been attacked is the American intelligence agency center, like the CIA center in Dubai, is what is under attack. Which means, Einar, sorry to interrupt, Einar and GD are analyzing this, which means that there is a strategic mind still operating. Which means that the Iranian leadership is not dead, that the targets have been set, Khamenei is dead, but if the CIA office, CIA center in Dubai has been targeted, that's a pinpointed target. Iran is claiming that they have attacked the CIA facility in Dubai. Einar, back to you. Keep Einar on the screen. He was speaking. Einar.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it would be much easier to appoint him as a high-level advisor or to consult him as to who he could work with. Obviously, he knows the levers of power through his father. He may not be anxious to be the spiritual head of the government. So there are a number of reasons there. But Arnav, have you asked yourself why they're going at Dubai in particular?
Yes.
I mean, I think that there's a sense in
Go back to the
Iran that it was, Dubai has cooperated closely with Israel, and this is the result. But it brings into sharp focus this idea that in the past, the U.S. having a U.S. base was considered a way of keeping yourself safe. Who's going to invade a place where the U.S. are stationed? That hasn't worked out for many countries. Including Qatar, including, in fact, almost all of the Middle East. They all were targeted because they were used in part of this attack. And going back to this military thing, the U.S. has a long history of winning battles but losing wars. And we can see that quite clearly throughout the Middle East, Afghanistan, Iraq, etc. And this looks like a repeat of that. The irony here being it was Donald Trump who railed against the Iraq war, said it was destabilizing the Middle East, that it was stupid. These are the types of things he was saying then. Now he's, sending out these pictures showing that they're, bombing some guy's house to smithereens with 83 bombs. I'm sure that was probably about $100 million worth of ammunition.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's worth it, and I would agree with the general. You have a situation where
I would like to carry full-frame visuals once in a while, just talking to my team out here, that we have the visuals. So, for example, in between this, while you're running the generic visuals in the middle of the screen, ladies and gentlemen, this is the ongoing situation that we've heard in Dubai. As you can see, this is a particular hotel in Dubai. After a missile attack, we're told that this could have been used as a CIA facility out there. This is, look at these visuals out there, General Bakshi. Peter Kuznick, are you seeing this? This is much bigger. This is becoming much bigger. This is near the Burj Khalifa. You can actually see the moment of the strike, the moment of the attack. Very pinpointed, General Bakshi. Very, very pinpointed. Extremely focused attack that's happened in Dubai. Dubai is under attack, ladies and gentlemen. We are told that missiles have been headed. This is near the Burj Hotel. Are you seeing the pictures there? This is quite recent this morning, quite recent. Quite recent. General Bakshi, this is getting very, very big out there. And now these are pictures. This is from the airport. This is from the airport area. Are you seeing the visuals from Dubai, sir? General Bakshi, this is from the airport area that we are showing you these visuals right now.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Arnab, what has been notable is the degree of precision of the Iranian strikes. In Bahrain, they specifically hit the naval base, the headquarters of the 5th Fleet. They have possibly hit some oil installation there because of the dense black smoke that has been billowing, continued to billow for hours and hours after the strike. So even here, the strike has been very precise. Look, till in the last 12-day war, the Iranians were dependent on the American GPS, which was switched off to throw their targeting off gear. Now they are dependent upon the Bidyao Chinese GPS system, and the accuracy is speaking for itself, right? The retaliation that is coming in from Iran shows plenty of fight left, despite all the wish fulfillment statements. And the Americans are very, very adept at winning the information war on television. They lost it in Ukraine on the ground. So we would be surprised if the results change and one American ship hit, Arnab, one American base with casualties hit, and the picture changes. The triumphal tone that you are hearing, the mocking tones, insulting tones that you are hearing for the entire third world could take a dramatic turnaround.
Have also been told right now that there are protests in Baghdad. I would like to take the pictures, full frame if possible. If the pictures from Baghdad can be taken on air. What we need to do in the news desk and in the production team is that when the footage is available, we need to immediately put those visuals on air. Now, America and Israel's killing of Khamenei, according to news reports, has also led to protests in Baghdad. There are confrontations, there are visuals, verified visuals that we can take. I would like to take these visuals when they come in. The news desk can just give me an update. I'll run the visuals because we have many OSINT, open source information sources now coming into us right now, okay? So Shawan and the others on the news desk, man those visuals out there, we carry them. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm seeing here is mourners in the streets of Iran. Can we have the pictures of the mourners in the streets of Iran? That's the first set of visuals that I would like to carry. The second set of visuals, somebody please note, is someone noting that, right? Second set of visuals are of the protesters in Baghdad. If I can have those visuals, mourners on the streets of Iran. And then, of course, the latest comments that we can get from Trump and the explosions that have been heard. What we are hearing right now is that many loud explosions have been heard in Dubai. As of now, I do not have additional information on this, but these are pictures of protests, I think, in Baghdad. These visuals are from Baghdad, where protests have broken out in Baghdad. Things are getting complicated as the news of Khamenei's killing, as the strategic impact of these decisions becomes clear to the world. And as Iran continues a second wave of attacks with several loud bangs which have been heard in Dubai, ladies and gentlemen, whatever Trump may say, there are protesters, there are mourners on the streets of Tehran. I would like to take those visuals, those still pictures on air. And they are mourning Khamenei. They are saying this is not right. And even critics of Khamenei are mourning Khamenei. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei killed in the American strikes. And there are mourners on the streets of Iran with pictures of Khamenei. As Masoud Pezeshkian says that he's going to continue fighting. And he says that the pure blood of this high-ranking leader will now flow like a roaring spring and eradicate American Zionist oppression and crime. This is complicated. This is not as easy as it may seem. I have Peter Kuznick with us today from Washington. Peter, good evening. What do you think? Where is this headed now? Peter.
I think that Trump is an idiot. Trump is a rogue president. Trump is out of control. He felt empowered after the kidnapping of Maduro in Venezuela and thought he could intimidate and bully the Iranians into accepting a deal that they were never going to accept. And he was backed into a corner at the same time that the Epstein files implicated him, allegedly, of sexual assault against a 13-year-old girl, and the same time that the Supreme Court shot down his tariffs, and he was backed into a corner, and he thought that he could at least distract attention from his crises at home when he had 36% approval rating and maybe lower than that, and he was desperate. And this whole thing is lunacy and dangerous. And a lot of sane people, including in the administration, warned him this is not going to be an easy one-off. The Iranians have capabilities that Venezuela didn't have, that Iran did not even have in June. And they were really willing to exercise them, and they were prepared. They had more defensive systems from Russia. They had more offensive systems and intelligence from China. And, and so under these circumstances, we see what's happening. It's backfiring. It's potentially going to spiral out of control. And this is a very, very serious and dangerous situation. This is not going to be another easy win for the United States.
Yeah.
And that's, and it's
easy win for the United States, and it's going to be a challenge for the global South. You see, everyone's saying we're going to build a multipolar world. We're going to build a multipolar world. We're going to be the leaders of the global South.
India is in the forefront of that multipolar world.
Yeah, but for India, it is... Shaman has some updates. Shaman, can you just get us the latest news updates that are coming to you right after that? And one set of our team is looking only at the visuals that are coming in. We're going to fire the visuals straight on. Shaman, over to you in the news desk.
Well, in fact, our local resource in Dubai has now confirmed that there have been 3 sets of explosions now with regards to Dubai as well as Abu Dhabi. In Abu Dhabi, we're being told there has been an interception of the drones that have been fired by the Iranians. As far as Iraq is concerned, these are latest images coming in from the Green Zone area where the Iraqi faction, essentially angered by the killing of Khamenei, has now entered the Green Zone area, which is essentially the area where most embassies are there.
Yes. Okay, and there are reports of explosions happening in Doha, reports of explosions happening in Dubai, the reports of explosions happening in Iraq, which means the Iranian regime, there is a succession plan in place. It seems, and let me take this to Burzin Wagmer, and Burzin, it's clear that the Iranian establishment is intact like the Venezuelan was not. So if the Americans thought that with decapitating a strike, taking away Khamenei, they would control everything. That's not happening. the IRGC still remains in control, and they are carrying out these military missile strikes all around.
Said that the IRGC is not in control. It is very much in control and will continue to be so until it becomes a full-fledged war to remove them. Yesterday was just the first piece of action which President Trump has rolled out. And we will have to see much more will happen because nobody said it's going to be a 1 or 2 day phenomenon. What will happen? And firstly, let me point out that there are unconfirmed reports from Persian sources who say that Mojtaba Khamenei, the supposed successor to Ali Khamenei, is also dead. That follows the fact over and above Admiral Ali Shamkhani, who was Khamenei's right-hand man. Yes. He is definitely confirmed dead. And also the intelligence ministry, which was attacked, saw major heavyweights killed yesterday. That is to say, Mohammad Reza Bajashani, Ali Khairandish, and Saeed Ahya Hamidi, who were the head of the security, head of counterterrorism, and the head of foreign intelligence. All 3 have been vaporized. So that needs to be put into context. Ali Larijani, who was appointed a week ago by an embattled, ineffectual Khamenei to take a front position, will obviously move up front. The 3-member interim council, which has been swung into action as per Article 111 of the Constitution, will take over temporary administration with First Vice President Mohammad Reza Arif taking over. But the 88-member Assembly of Experts, that is known as the Majlis-e Khobregan, they are enjoined to appoint the next supreme leader, or the Rahbar, which happened in June 1989 when Khamenei died. But the problem is this, if I can put it this way. In 2015, Khamenei had secretly appointed a 3-member mini-committee among the Assembly of Experts, Arnab, to choose an eventual supreme leader should he die in harness or naturally or due to any adverse condition. And that created something of a rift within the Assembly of Experts back then in 2016, 2017, because, and they did have a verbal jousting with Khamenei in that the entire assembly is enjoined to posthumously elect someone. Yeah. It's not down to just 3 elitist, 3 exclusive members that you can choose during a lifetime. But so that is what we will have to see will pan out, is because he had given the 3 members a list of 7 or 8 to choose from.
Yeah.
And the clerics will be up front. A titular head will be there. But the point is, what will happen from today onwards, if the regime still rides it out, is that today we see the first day of Iran's third republic occurring.
Yes.
Because the second republic is dead with Khamenei's passing.
Yes.
But the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, which we've always been saying in Iranian studies, who will come to the fore, are coming in just as in Pakistan, where a military security oligarchy and the ISI is the state within the state.
Well, that's the point.
There will be a pressure now, isn't there, on the Iranians, those who want to survive this, those who don't want America to take over, to create a semi-permanent structure at least, because they will know that if there is confusion, Americans will take advantage of the confusion. So they have very little time to give a sense that they are in control, right? So how soon do you see some announcements being made, you know, of who's replacing what structure? It cannot be a group of people. I'm sure they're going to need to have to decide on one leader.
It's interesting, Arnab, you mentioned a group, because what was doing the rounds in unconfirmed rumors and reports was that Khamenei had angled for this after his demise. This is when he was alive and things were not in this grim situation, that a troika would come to power and that the Supreme Leader's office, which himself as the singular incumbent, would be apportioned within a troika. And that, Arnab, actually was what was meant to be in June 89 when Khomeini died. But of course, it did not take place because Rafsanjani stage managed Khamenei into power. By internal jockeying and all that. And he was swiftly appointed within 6 hours of Khomeini's death on 3rd June 89 in the early hours of the morning. So that may kick in again this time after 30 plus years, that when the Assembly of Experts appoints someone, it may not be a single person because that individual may not necessarily have all the qualifications, the so-called Shia theological qualifications, a charismatic authority for the global Shia population, and also at home as a religiously learned leader. So it could well be a troika that may be appointed by this secretive 3-member committee and the Assembly of Experts as such. That could happen because, quite frankly, as I see it just now, there isn't really anyone with that sense of charismatic authority and heavyweight who can carry it in a single person's office. I can only think of Khomeini's grandson, Hassan Khomeini, and he is acceptable as a continuity candidate from the 1979 revolution. But he doesn't make so much of a heavy impact weight, though he has the name, the cachet and the pedigree to show that all's well and is the continuity candidate. But and he's a mujtahid, a religious leader of some standing that way. But it could come down to a troika, which was supposed to have been appointed in June 89, which may see come in again because the system is pretty much in disarray because you have to remember not just that this is a discredited regime on borrowed time in more ways than one, it is also, Arnab, ideologically exhausted because the sheer resonance of this Velayat-e-Faqih office, the supreme leader of the jurist age office that they call it, is completely in tatters. And also the Qom cabal of clerics who runs the show in Tehran is not necessarily seen by all
there for a
Shias.
moment. Just sorry to interrupt for a moment. These are latest visuals that we have got. These are visuals from Dubai, where the American base has been struck in Dubai. We've also got visuals of from Doha. If I can run the visuals from Doha, the United Arab Emirates has announced that their Ministry of Defense has intercepted and destroyed a new wave of Iranian missile and drone attacks launched towards their country. And UAE is saying that the operation, the counter drone and missile operation is being carried out with high efficiency and limited material damage. As the Muslim world gets completely divided, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this broadcast, the focus will be on China. And I want to go back to Einar. I'll tell you why the focus will be on China. India is a little distant from the situation, though I would be very, very interested to see the line that India takes, being a leader of the global south, a believer in multipolarity. Of course, we are very close to Israel, and Prime Minister Modi had a very successful visit to Israel, and his close bonding with with Benjamin Netanyahu is well known. We have all that as the backdrop. These, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, on the right-hand side, what is claimed to be interception, but some seem to have hit the ground. So you have absolute, like wildfire Iranian attacks going on in Doha, Dubai this morning. Now, I go back to the analysis for a moment, and Burzin is fantastic on this, Peter. Burzin is just absolutely brilliant. And I've just been told, a friend messages me from Dubai that I live just opposite the Burj Khalifa, no damage here, but I have just heard back-to-back 2 to 3 explosions right now. That's a friend of mine, 2 to 3 explosions right now close to the Burj Khalifa. Burzin is at the center of Iranian studies at the School of Oriental and African Studies in London, so he knows a lot about the leadership structure. He's helping us analyze what will happen next. Saurabh Shukla is, the head of News Mobile, a chief consulting editor from Washington, looking at what the Trump administration is doing. General Bakshi is sharing his insights. Today we have record-breaking live streaming viewership right now on the wargaming, the situation where it's going to go. Peter Kuznick is giving us a strategic and political perspective from Washington. He's a Trump critic. He thinks Trump's gone completely crazy out here. Ambassador Virendra Gupta on, again, the Indian perspective. And I'd like to go back to Einar Tangen. You see, Einar, this is a classical moment where the history of the world is going to be determined. Because if America manages to get a puppet regime in Iran, then, this huge impact on China. China has, by controlling Iran, it has had a very strong lever over the region, which is an important supply chain. They've set up a defense, trade, other relationship. They've bought a lot of Iranian oil, right? And so they will want this to end, but they don't want this to end with the Americans getting an advantage. If the Americans control Tehran, completely control Tehran, then the global balance tilts very strongly in America's favor. And it's going to be very difficult to change that. So whatever China has to do, it has to do now. It's going to be very concerned. I don't know whether it has any control over the leadership structure in the future in Iran. But it must have a plan B, right, Einar?
Well, China's plan B is to remain a bastion of stability in a world which is now completely turned upside down by the United States. They are very concerned because if you start looking at the pattern of attacks that Donald Trump has made, you look at Venezuela, you look at Nigeria, you look at Iran, tell me what they have in common: oil. The idea is that China is vulnerable to oil. The U.S. has tried a full frontal attack, and they were rebuffed because there's certain things they need from China, especially in terms of rare earths. But now they're trying the oblique attack, trying to cut off China from oil and things like that. I don't think it works because China has a relationship with Russia, and they can continue to get energy from there, and they're swiftly converting to renewables. In addition to that, they have mountains of coal. So I don't know that this is necessarily a good strategy, but I wouldn't equate Donald Trump with any kind of strategy. He seems to act. I would agree with Peter that the failure to sell this idea that Iran was like Iraq and, show up little vials and say they're about to poison the world or nuke it or something, indicates that this was a last-minute decision, that he was waiting to see what he was going to do. And right now, his main issue is this 13-year-old girl and 50 missing pages of the Epstein files, which his Justice Department somehow lost and didn't give over to the Congress, despite the mandate that they do that. He's also concerned about the midterms and, of course, the economic situation. China's response to this cannot be military. They cannot fight a war on behalf of Iran or send troops in there and expect anything good to happen. All you would have is more dead people. I think what they're relying on is that the rest of the world, the 85%, and perhaps even some parts of Europe, will come to their senses and say, we do not want to be ruled by Washington. We do not want to be at the, whatever Donald Trump or his successor decides who should be the leader in our land. Be aware, the press in Israel has already identified Erdogan as a person of concern, somebody who's against Israel, and that something needs to be done. This is how it starts.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm concerned about. Should Israel, the nation of 7.5 million Israelis and then 2 million Arabs, be deciding who is in charge of the Middle East? If you go back 30 years ago, Arnab, there was this plan, clean sweep. It was put together by Richard Pearl. And what it does is it laid a list of countries that needed to be attacked, that need to be subdued to answer to Israel's will. And so far, it has. And this was the last part, Iran. It's a very, very powerful report. I suggest people take a look at it. The fact that it's 30 years and that Netanyahu has been championing this report. He said from the day he got it that Iran is a nuclear threat, despite the fact that over 30 years, Iran has never been able to produce a nuclear weapon, despite the fact that actually Israel has more than 200 nuclear weapons. He's been repeating these lies and going forward. And finally, he found the right president who was in the right circumstances, embarrassed by his sexual proclivities, or at least allegations thereof, into attacking Iran, not for the U.S.'s benefit. How does the U.S. benefit from this? So, China is looking at this.
For one, Einar, since you ask, how does the U.S. benefit? It benefits by obliging its allies in the West Asia region, in the Middle East. Saudis would be happy that Khamenei is gone. The sheikhs in the UAE would be okay with this happening. The Qataris would be fine. Because remember, there was this internecine Shia-Sunni fault line, which would keep showing up off and on, including like yesterday when Iranians went after all the American targets, but ended up annoying the larger Middle East. So obviously, the Americans do sort of, and the fact that this prevention of Iran, or the project of not letting Iran get a bomb, is essentially a Sunni project of not letting a Shia Iran get a bomb. So it's not that the Americans are not benefiting, strategically speaking, out of this. But the point is, the regime remains same. General Bakshi sir, IRGC is there. They control almost half, if not half, maybe 30 to 40% of the economy of Iran. Their leadership right up to, succession to first, second, third, fourth, fifth level is intact after this strike, which has taken down Khamenei and some of his advisors, including, unfortunately, for the Iranians, the family of Khamenei. But the fact is, the larger regime remains same.
Absolutely right you are. I am trying to tell people that Iran has dispersed its missile batteries. They're not concentrated in any one region of Iran, but they are all over. They have been decentralized, and in fact, even fire at will orders had been given before this, right? That is why we saw a retaliation spring into action within 1 hour of the American-Israeli joint strikes. Like you said, there is a deep state complex comprising of the IRGC and the Pasij. There is a deep state within the Iranian state which will ensure continuity, just like the Pakistani military ISI complex ensures continuity within Pakistan, element of strategic continuity. That same element of strategic continuity is there in Iran. They had withstood a war, a high-intensity war with massive casualties, unprecedented casualties with the war, 8-year-long war with Iraq. To say that Iran will crumble in 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 days, I think is a fantasy. then you are not being objective, you are not being realistic, you are letting your subjective thoughts and fancies, step in for on-ground analysis, objective analysis. We are not seeing any diminution in the Iranian capacity to hit back.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir. Complete, sir.
They are hitting.
Yeah, that's why
they are
able to hit. They are able to hit because the entire machinery and the control systems remain intact. Unlike Venezuela, where a complete system minus Maduro was bought off, that does not seem to be the case because the kind of hitting around the geography that's happening coming out of Iran, all these missiles that are coming out.
Just, if you just allow me one interjection.
Yes, sir.
One interjection. Even Donald Trump said, and even Netanyahu said, now we are dependent upon the people of Iran to rise and throw off the Ayatollahs, right? So you are leaving it to the people of Iran because that is your element of boots on the ground. And I'm afraid it is a very tenuous element because the 30 to 40,000 Starlink terminals were jammed by the Russians and the Chinese. The entire command and control, the sector as far as orchestrating the street revolution was concerned, has gone. Whenever any country is attacked, the people tend to rally around the flag. That is what we are watching in Iran. And if you think that guy sitting in Los Angeles, that Shah's son, his father was the most unpopular leader that has been noted in recent history, right? The people were absolutely livid against him. So to expect that he will now take over because Donald Trump wants him to take over is subjective. It is lack of objective thinking. Americans are very good at a single strike. They did very well to start with in Iraq.
Yeah.
They did very well to start with in Afghanistan. The problem started thereafter. They don't have the stomach for long wars. We have seen that in Vietnam, we've seen that in Iraq, we've seen that in Afghanistan. And that American exit from Afghanistan wasn't much to tout about in military history. It was a disastrous withdrawal, right? So I don't think we should get carried away by these hosannas of self-praise by Donald Trump himself.
Yeah.
Wait and watch.
Yeah.
Wait and
Jawad Bakhshi, just hold on to your thoughts. One more breaking coming in. There seems to be an advisory by the Ministry of External Affairs. Not yet a full statement on Khamenei killing by the United States, but an advisory. Let's go to Newsroom Live for that. Ishita joining us live from the newsroom. Ishita, over to you. What's the advisory?
Staying in India, it has been issued by MEA saying that any foreign national who stays in India and their stay has now been extended, they need to regularize their visa due to the conditions in West Asia. They may contact their nearest FRRO, that's Foreigners Regional Registration Office. They may approach the office. They've issued the emergency number as well. They may go to the office if they need to regularize their stay or extend their stay in India due to the conditions which have been ongoing in West Asia, given the attack by Israel and US on Iran, and also the counter-strikes now by Tehran across West Asia.
All right, thank you so much. Administrative advisory there from the Ministry of External Affairs. Not yet a geopolitical statement of intent on the emerging situation in the West Asia geography for India. We have to wait for that, but the Ministry of External Affairs getting into the visa issue because remember all those hundreds of flights that are cancelled or stuck, and the people that are stuck, they were supposed to travel if they have visa deadlines, those need to be taken care of. All right, Saurabh Shukla, coming to you. Now, it seems that the Iranians are not pulling back, specifically the IRGC is not pulling back. What are the options really then on the table insofar as this war is concerned for the Americans? Are they going to double down? Are they going to continue to hit back, or are they going to pull back and wait for the situation to unravel in Tehran?
There is a twofold strategy that I'm hearing about here in Washington, D.C. that's being deployed at this moment. One, obviously they will double down on the military operation, getting to key strategic targets that they've already identified. As I mentioned earlier, they have very actionable intelligence that they've worked on in the first phase, they're going to do in the second phase. Third would be also a cyber of sorts, which we're already seeing emerging, coming out, where they're telling the Iranian forces, the security forces, the IRGC, to surrender, because there is also a groundswell. Sources telling me that they also believe that if there is a groundswell within Iran at the moment, they have an upper hand there as well. So it's going to be a multi-pronged approach. But yes, they're also saying that this is not going to be a one-day or a two-day operation, which obviously we've been saying for all along that, it's going to be a long one, but they don't foresee any boots on the ground. Another information coming from a
Saurabh, to be interjecting. More pictures coming in. I mean, we have to keep, updated with the visuals, because remember, it's an evolving situation. It's a war situation, and no side is pulling back. We are seeing missile hits happening from both the sides. The Iranians are continuing to hit at American targets across the geography. So these are the latest pictures coming in from Manama in Bahrain. Remember, that's where the headquarters of the 5th Fleet of the US Navy is. And these pictures not exactly of a military target, which means this is indiscriminate firing happening. And the Iranians have hit some civilian target in Manama, Bahrain now. And all right, more pictures coming in. This is a hotel complex in Manama. Okay, more pictures from Bahrain, more pictures from Doha, and more pictures from Dubai. To the extreme right, the pictures of Bahrain are of a hotel complex having been hit by Iranian strikes. In Doha again, this is some target hit. And in Dubai again, it was a hotel. All these pictures are of civilian targets being hit, which means while there is somebody controlling these strikes in Iran, in Tehran, but they are not knowing what to hit. They are not able to reach American targets. Perhaps they are not obviously going to reach Israeli targets. And so they are just indiscriminately hitting across the Gulf at their neighboring countries. These are the nearest coastlines from those possible striking points insofar as Iran is concerned. And they seem to be doing that. I don't know how sustainable this is, how long this is going to go on. Coming back to the conversation, let me get in. We had General Bakshi and Saurabh Shukla before. Let me go to Peter Kuznick on that. Peter, coming back to you. You are a critic of the Trump administration. You don't like President Trump. But the fact of the matter is that he has eliminated Khamenei. It's going to resonate with his constituency, not just with his constituency. We are seeing the likes of Jeb Bush, earlier his rivals, now praising him. So obviously Trump has consolidated his hold.
I couldn't quite hear the question. I'm sorry.
Peter, my question was, President Trump, even if you don't like him, has consolidated over his hold over not just the mega constituency, but the larger Republicans also. We have Jeb Bush praising him for what he has done.
Donald Trump had said, when he was asked, what are the constraints upon your power? He told the New York Times, the only constraints on my power are my own morality and my own mind. Donald Trump fancies himself to be the dictator of the world right now. After he was able to kidnap Maduro in Venezuela very easily, relatively easily, he has been killing so-called drug runners in the Caribbean. He's been threatening to invade country after country. His first year in office, he bombed 7 countries, and now he's started a massive war throughout the Southwest Asia. This is a man, we do need regime change, but we need regime change in Washington and in Jerusalem. I was, on with the former Israeli ambassador to India earlier in the day, and he was talking about these toxic regimes. But the most toxic regime is the one in Washington right now. That's the one that's threatening the planet. That's the one that's creating chaos and killing people around the world right now. And Trump got the U.S. into this based on a series of lies. This is not the first time the United States has been lied into a war. We were lied into Vietnam. We were lied into Iraq. We've been lied into most of our wars. And when the United States has attempted regime change, whether it was Iran in 1953, Guatemala in 1954, we can go through the list, Chile in 1973, Iraq in 2003, Afghanistan in 2001, Libya in 2011. It's been an absolute disaster for the people in those countries. Trump said first that he wanted the U.S., he threatened the Iranian government because it was shooting protesters. Trump doesn't care about that. He said in 2020, he wanted the U.S. military to shoot American protesters in the legs or to F them up.
Yeah.
You know, Trump doesn't care about protesters and democracy. Trump is a fascist and a militarist and a bully and a hawk, and he's going to try to impose his will on anybody who doesn't bribe him, doesn't massage his ego, doesn't bow down to him. This is a dangerous situation that the world has got to stand up against.
These are some more visuals that have come in from Dubai. Ladies and gentlemen, Iraq's Shia leader Muqtada al-Sadr has said he's very sad and sorrowful after the killing of Khamenei, and he has declared 3 days of public mourning in Iraq. Trump's entire argument is that things would be better after the elimination of Khamenei. Is that going to be the case? What do we need to look at in terms of the follow-up action? After all, there were negotiations that were on. Derek Grossman is joining us, senior defense analyst, very respected voice, and he's at the RAND. Derek, these are some visuals I'm getting, Derek, as I go live to you. We have the Iranian speaker. I'd like to go to this full frame for a minute, hear what he's saying. There's some kind of an announcement that is being made there. Can we hear this, please, louder? And then I'll get an analysis from Burzin. Yeah.
خشم فروخفته است که زمان انتقام نهایی آن فرا رسیده است. ما به پشتوانه 10 میلیون نفر از مردم با وفای ایران و با اطمینان از الطاف ویژه حضرت ولی عصر عجل الله تعالی فرجه الشریف چنان ضربات هولناکی به شما بزنیم که خودتان به التماس کردن بیفتید. خواهید دید که این رؤیا پردازی های خیالی شما چند روز بیشتر دوام نخواهد داشت. سخنی نیز با مردم عزیزمان، مخصوصا آنها که به دلیل عملکرد ما مسئولان نسبت به نظام جمهوری اسلامی منتقد هستند در میان میگذارم. میدانم شما گله‌مندی های به حقی دارید، اما خیلی باید مراقب باشیم که در زمین دشمنان ایران
If I can ask you, you may be able to explain what he's saying. Thank you, Urzin.
Yeah, Arnab, the upshot is of an extolling Khamenei and something of a missive that he has put out, maybe to posthumously put out, that the Iranian Republic will stand firm. The usual blandishments, of course, couched in theological terms that he's put out. It's pretty much straight out of doctrinaire theological stuff that way. That's what he's only going on about. I cannot discern anything of what we want to see, like, is there further strikes of what further we are going to do? It was just the usual blandishments put out in modern Persian with classical Islamic theology. That's the upshot of it.
Yes. Thank you for that. Derek, how do you see this now playing out? Derek Grossman, please, from Washington. Can you unmute yourself, Derek? I think you're muted.
Oh.
Yeah, you're fine. I can hear you now.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, what a 24 hours it has been. And I mean, the thing that I'm wondering about is we've never seen regime change implemented through airstrikes. It's never been successful. Actually, I don't know that it's ever even been tried. And that doesn't mean that it won't be successful. But the problem is This is really unprecedented. We're really in uncharted waters now. And as you all may know, I mean, when President Trump talked about what he thought would be the aftermath of U.S. and Israeli strikes, he said that the Iranian people need to rise up against the regime. And that's what one of your speakers was just saying, that no U.S. troops on the ground, but no Israeli troops on the ground, presumably. But the people of Iran got to be the troops on the ground. I am just very, very curious to see how this plays out. My gut tells me that it will be a failed regime change operation. The regime still has, even though a whole crop of its senior leadership has been taken out, it is still prepared for a line of succession that will keep the machine churning. As far as I can understand it, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, right, the besieged, they're all still relatively intact. They may not have a lot of missiles to throw at Israel at this point. And we see, from the images you have up, that they're kind of flailing about. They can't hit U.S. or Israeli targets. And so they're, very cowardly targeting civilian targets, like the airport in Dubai. I was in Dubai last month. I went through that airport. I mean, this is really shameful that Iran is doing this, right? And I think it also kind of speaks to the fact that they just don't have much left in them in terms of being able to fight back, right? So from that perspective, it could very well be the end of Iran's military capabilities to project power out to the rest of the region. We saw that Hezbollah and other proxy forces have also been defanged. But what I'm curious about and what I'm worried about is that Iran still has the ability to maintain control over its own country, right? And to continue to oppress and repress the people there. Trump will not say who he thinks should be next in line. He says he has an idea. He doesn't want to vocalize it. But if you look at the Venezuela example, it was Delcy Rodriguez, right? So after we kidnapped Nicolas Maduro, his second in command, Delcy Rodriguez, became the interim or acting president of Venezuela. So he's going to pick somebody from the regime. And I think he's got people around him saying, Mr. President, do not engage in de-Baathification Part 2, because what we did with Iraq when we decapitated Saddam Hussein is that we threw out the entire Ba'ath Party as well, and there was nobody left to run the country. So I think they've actually learned some lessons there. But to think that the Iranian people now will just kind of like overrun the place, it seems pretty far-fetched.
But you seem to be coming around. He seems to be coming around. Derek, you seem to be coming around the view that maybe the Trump administration is right. You are sort of you are backing the Trump administration's action. Trump administration's actions actually leading to the Khamenei death.
No, I'm not. Just to clarify, I am against regime change in any form. But that said, I have to also put my analyst hat on and not just give you my personal view. When I put my analyst hat on, it says that it could still work, right? It doesn't mean that it's justifiable, that it's moral, that it's legal, right? Of course, this is against international law and norms of behavior. You're only allowed to fight another country if that country is about to attack you per international law, right? Even preemptive action really is about, you see the enemy potentially attacking you. That is not the case here at all, right? I mean, Iran, there's reports coming out that Trump was informed by the intelligence community that Iran was about to preemptively launch missile strikes against U.S. and possibly Israeli targets. But that intelligence has been heavily disputed. That's what the administration is saying. But the intelligence community is denying that. They're saying we didn't have such reports. Now we'll see with the director of national intelligence, Ms. Tulsi Gabbard, right? She's the head of the intelligence community. We'll see what she has to say about it, if anything. I can almost guarantee you that because she wants to stay in Trump's good graces, and she is, really a political operative within the intelligence community, that she's going to side with Trump. But will the analysts who are working in the trenches on these things actually say that or think that? It seems doubtful to me. right? So I guess, again, I am personally against regime change in any form. In fact, I think we should have tried to go back to the negotiating table. That's what we were doing through Oman, right? We just had the Omani foreign minister in D.C. the other day saying that talks were going well. So what happened, right? It was all a ruse.
It was a ruse. It was a ruse. Burzin wants to come in to what you're saying there. And my question to Burzin will be also a follow-up to what Derek said there, Burzin, that it is, you don't have troops on the ground. So you can damage the present establishment, but there will also be a wave of sympathy for the pro-Khamenei group, who are now beginning to assemble in large numbers on the streets. And if they have been sort of overwhelmed by the protesters, they will now come out stronger. Now, who's going to put boots on the ground? Who wants to have losses? The Americans can't come back home in body bags. I don't think Trump is prepared for that.
It will not happen. No boots on the ground.
No boots on the ground.
Exactly. No boots on the ground for the simple reason, and I would compliment Derek here, that de-Baathification would not go in the same context here in Iran, because, Derek, you must remember that the IRGC, which controls at least officially 60% of the economy, and that's just ostensibly and officially 60%, and you know how much I'm angling for, they are like the ISI and the state within the state, who will be calling the shots, with today as day one of the Third Republic of the Islam, IRI. Yes, but they are venal, corrupt oligarchs and millionaires to boot. Not all are hard-driven ideologues of that first wave of the Iran-Iraq war. That generation's on the way or practically dead. Many of them are smooth operators now who are in place for the mullah, let's be blunt about it. Larijani and company, who have been funneling their funds to Singapore and Dubai in the last few weeks frantically, as we know from Persian network sources. They can be weaned away. And I think Trump and the Israeli position is they can be weaned away. And there are pragmatists and reformists who were angling, even as the talks take place, that we should eat crow in order to give up enrichment caps and the rest. But of course, the hardline faction and Khamenei would have none of it, which is why they were stalling the talks, and things just went pear-shaped, as we've seen. But there are enough in the IRGC elements who can be weaned away with a pragmatic look that if you want to survive, I mean, it's just what happened after 1945 in Germany. You had denazification, but then you had practically the entire bunch of old chaps come back into, old wine in new bottle, come into the Federal Republic after 1949. So that analogy does hold. And you have to realize, yes, there is no Delsi to take over from tomorrow or in the next 10 minutes. I agree with you. So maybe DC has not thought that out along with Jerusalem. But there has to be something in place with an Iranian opposition that is garnering some critical mass. They are fractious and idiotic even at the best of times, but they are garnering some momentum, as it were. Not all are royalists, I grant you, there are Republicans too, but you have to also say that there have been the Sunnis and the Balochis who have now thrown in their weight with moral protest for the supporters in Iran, not just the diaspora as such. 5 Kurdish outfits are now, last week, at the beginning of last week, said, we stand with the people of Iran. And you can be sure that is problematic for the officials in Tehran. But more so will be the Jaish-ul-Adl group in Sistan or Balochistan province, where, of course, Iran's Balochistan faces also restive Sunnis, Balochis, just as Pakistan does next door. And that is going to hold ramifications, of course, for Pakistan, needless to state, along with Iran as such. And the Jaish-ul-Adl also threw in their weight for this. So when Trump said yesterday that you have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, we did see some protesters yesterday go out in Elam province's Adnan city township, and they were attacking Revolutionary Guards and the rest. So, and overnight, you've seen celebrations in Tehran. People have been cheering over Khamenei's death. Yes, the Basij have been appointed across streets and neighborhoods to shoot aside or to curb any such public conspicuous celebrations. But a tipping point will be reached at some point, which was even reached during the Shah's time. Final point, everyone. Last Saturday saw universities reopen and the start of the new academic term, and with clockwork regularity, the first protests took place across campuses of Sharif and Azad University.
Not the 6 windows.
And that now is again important because it was the 40th day of in Shia Islam of the commemoration of the dead, which Sunnis don't do. Shias do this momentum, the 40th day of commemoration, which leads to protests, prayers, outrage among distraught relatives, and a movement develops. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what started in January 78, leading up to the Shah's departure in January 79. The momentum keeps building up, and that you will have to see that pan out in times to come. It's already started from last Saturday. It will happen with this regime too, who will get a taste of its own medicine.
When he says, Derek, Trump says, and his latest tweet is this. Can I see Derek on air, please? Thank you. We've had a statement from Trump, which has just come in, where he's saying that Iran, we have with us Sierra Claire. She's a foreign policy expert and host of the 11 o'clock hour podcast. She's joining us from Los Angeles. Thank you very much, Sierra, and welcome to the Republic Network. We have Andrew Leung. He's chairman of the Andrew Leung International Consultants, very respected voice from China, always pro-China, very often anti-India, but today in a different context. Burzin, can you just fix your screen? Because we really are appreciating your analysis. And okay, we're going to fix Burzin's screen. Ladies and gentlemen, Burzin is a great voice from Iran. Few people understand Iran as well as he does. Saurabh is with us. We're going to get you back, Burzin, in a minute. We have Terry Newman. Okay. Colonel Jonathan is an IDF serving officer. Colonel Jonathan, how are you, sir? Where are you right now, Colonel Jonathan? What's your location, sir? Can you unmute yourself?
I'm unmuted. You should be able to hear me. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, yes.
Yeah, so good morning from Israel. I'm in Tel Aviv. Right. I am not active service. I'm a senior fellow at an American think tank, FDD, and former IDF spokesperson.
My apologies, Colonel Jonathan. Now, how are things there? Because,
we're just out of bomb shelters. We spent the better part of the morning for the last hour and a half, about 5 million Israelis in bomb shelters due to incoming missiles from Iran. Fortunately, no casualties this morning. However, yesterday night, one Israeli civilian woman was killed by a direct impact of an Iranian missile.
Someone can be live on air doing that.
And the situation, the war continues. Israeli planes are conducting sorties in Iranian skies, attacking regime targets, but focusing mostly on the missile launchers located mostly in western Iran. That is really the focus of attention now, because that will really determine how long this war will go on and what the Iranians will be able to do regionally. And Israel and the US...
My question is, that killing Khamenei is one thing, regime change is another. So Terry is also joining us now from Tel Aviv. Terry, another very strong Israeli voice. Regime change can only happen if there are boots on the ground, if it is taken one level further than this. Or regime change can happen if the IRGC breaks up and they switch sides. Neither of which has happened so far. So, Terry, how do you see this play out? Terry. Terry, on air, please. Thank you. Terry is speaking.
Hello.
Can be on air. Thank you.
Yes, hi.
Yeah.
Hello, Arnab. I mean, regime change can only happen when there are boots on the ground. There's about 80 million boots on the ground. There are Iranian boots on the ground, and they've been trying to create this regime change for 47 years. And now they have had the help of both the Americans and the Israelis, but it will be for them to finish off the process of regime change. We will see the regime itself try and choose its own successor, whether that be the son of the late Khamenei or even the grandson of the original founder of the Islamic Republic or others. But I think we will actually see something else happen. We will see members of the armed forces joining with people leaving the regime, joining with the tens of millions of Iranians.
Just 1 minute, I have a visual. So sorry to intervene while you're seeing this. I am told by my news desk that this is the satellite image. Shawan, you can come live and do that. It'd be so much better. This is apparently the satellite image of Khamenei's house. I'm not sure whether this is before or after the attack. I think this is after. You can see the whole place charred. You know, it's difficult to get dimensions on something like this, but this is clearly at least like a 5 to 10 acre complex that I'm seeing here. It's a large complex. Even from that distance, you can see probably the area where there are fewer homes, less densely populated is Khamenei's house, I presume. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the first satellite image of Khamenei's house after the attack. So it shows, if you can zoom in just a little wee bit more on that, it shows a fairly debilitating blowout there and fairly pinpointed. You can see the areas around it are not affected. It's happened between two streets, two lanes, if I may say, right? And that's what we are seeing here today. I want to go back to Jonathan for a bit. Jonathan is former IDF spokesperson, and he is with us live today. This is the first on Republic, ladies and gentlemen. Khamenei's house. Colonel Jonathan Conricus, former IDF officer and spokesperson, is with us. Colonel Jonathan, what are you seeing in the visuals? You know, can I go back to that visual, please, not this? Can I go back to the breaking news visual? Can I have the breaking news entire grid, Jonathan on air, and the visual? Can we do that? Not replace this, because I can't direct as I'm speaking. There's an important moment. Carry the watermark. Yeah. Jonathan, you're seeing the visual out there. Is that clear enough to you? That's being released out here. What do you
I've
make
seen
of
the visuals. Yeah.
What are you making of it, this particular visual?
Yeah, what you're seeing on screen is the result of years of building infrastructure, intel infrastructure, months and weeks of operational planning, weeks and months of operational coordination between the US and Israel, and then eventually the ability of the Israeli Air Force to strike based on accurate and updated live intel. Yes. Understanding that there was a meeting, a high-level meeting conducted at the residence or this facility of the former supreme leader, and understanding that as an operational opportunity, and then taking the opportunity. And what you see on the ground is the result of lots of hard work, lots of preparations, lots of resources, talent, and of course, skill by Israeli and American pilots.
My question here would be, maybe it appears naive. Why would Khamenei stay there? I mean, he'd be a sitting duck of a target. Why would he not have moved out of his home? Would they have some other facilities attached to that home? Jonathan, I mean, if you have I'm sure he knows that you have human and other intelligence on his location out there. Why did he stay put?
So I think you ask a very relevant question. My offered answer would be, you know, there are many sins in the world. One cardinal sin is the sin of hubris. And I think the Iranian regime, the head of the regime, and many of the senior officials, they were indeed foolhardy, and they made the sin of perhaps believing in their own propaganda, believing that they were as mighty and fierce and smart and cunning as the image that they projected and that they wanted to be. And bottom line, you know, when you're hubris, we all know that from our experience as well, you are prone to making mistakes. Maybe the Supreme Leader thought that while there were negotiations ongoing, Israel and the US wouldn't attack. Maybe he was led to believe or deceived by his advisors to do things. Maybe he thought that he was safe in an underground location. Lots of questions, but at the end of the day, it is very surprising for me as well that Israel would have that opportunity and that the almost entire supreme command of the defense and political establishment in Iran were located in one location.
Yes, that may be a cardinal sin. You call it hubris, maybe, but maybe there's a lot more than that. Will you stay with me for a minute, Jonathan? I want to get a reaction to Trump's latest statement. And Trump's latest statement, Sierra, is that he's put out a statement saying that we're going to hit Iran in a way that nobody's ever been hit before. This is typical Trump talk. Iran just stated that they are going to hit very hard today, harder than they have ever hit before. They better not do that. However, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Thank you for your attention to this matter. How do you interpret this statement, Sierra, from Trump?
Well, Trump has been very clear with the Iranian regime, giving them many, many chances, many opportunities for diplomacy, opportunities for off-ramps. And so I think this is just his way of letting them know that, you know, the U.S. is not, we don't need to back off. We're not limited by anything in this situation. And so if they continue in the way that they're talking, you know, they're the ones who are limited. They're the ones who have limited missile stockpiles. Their air defense systems have been destroyed. And so, you know, Trump is always, I think, wanting to look for that off-ramp. And this is just his way of saying that, you know, this rhetoric isn't helpful. You know, he's already stated what the U.S. strikes are going to continue to look like. So I don't think when he says it's going to be like nothing they've ever seen before, maybe to them it will be. But, you know, we already know what the continued strikes are going to look like. But he's always hoping for that off-ramp.
Well, there are people who are saying that off-ramp, the discussion was, you know, was an attempt at taking attention away from the military target. It was an attempt, diversionary tactic, Sierra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we had that visual. I want to stay with that visual, very pinpointed. I welcome Siddhant Kishore. He works on foreign policy and national security, and he's worked as an intel analyst at the Institute for the Study of War, and is specialized in the Middle East. Good to have you, Siddhant, first time on our channel. You saw that visual out there, Siddhant, right? You know, was his intelligence compromised? Was Khamenei's intelligence compromised? The Israelis are very good at that. You can have Siddhant on air, please. Yeah, thank you.
For sure. I think that's the right note to start on, Arnab.
Visuals, please.
Intelligence was indeed compromised. We have learned from what reports that have come across in the previous June strikes that Mossad actually planted some sort of moles inside the closest circles of Iranian regime officials. And they demonstrated last time through their precision strikes and targeting the entire national security and political capabilities of the Iranian leaders was that we still have the ability to strike Iranian supreme leader. I think what miscalculation that happened today within the Iranian regime's supreme leaders' closest circles, that they failed to give the proper advice to Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei that this time Israel will not strike the compound of Iranian supreme leader. However, Israel did not hold back. They had precision intelligence. They had moles inside the closest circles of the Iranian leaders, and they did strike, as we can see on the screen, the post-damage battle assessment.
Yeah, it's a very. I want to put the same question to Terry. Terry, was the Quds force compromised? You know, were the closest ring? This cannot happen without the closest ring around the Iranian leader being compromised. Is what most people are assessing now.
So there were actually 3 hits simultaneously at 3 different places in Iran. Senior officials were meeting. And what is remarkable, and I must stress it, this happened in daylight.
Yes.
Assassination of this type, it happens in the middle of the night. The fact they thought that they were safe because it was in the middle of, well, it was in the morning, afternoon. And this was done in clear daylight, which goes to show how infiltrated the Iranian regime was, which is why I believe the regime will fall very, very quickly, because people inside want this regime to fall. They wanted the supreme leader to fall, and they want to join the people on the streets. And now they have the opportunity, and they must make it happen. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
On your very first point, Abhishek was saying that very point to me. He said to me that the fact that this attack happened in the daytime is both a signal from the Israelis and the Americans At the same time, maybe it was a miscalculation, you were saying,
yes,
by the Iranians. They expected the attack to happen at night, maybe. Yes.
Yeah. So maybe Khamenei decided that if at all an attempt is made to take him out, it would happen during the night. So he'll go in the bunker at night, but during the daytime, he thought wars do not happen during the daytime, and that's why that was a miscalculation. And of course,
you can have Terry on it.
As we have discussed, the intelligence would always have been there with the Israelis.
Yeah, the intelligence would have been there with the Israelis. The question was of the timing. Is there no Iron Dome? Is there no anti-missile,
the air defense
that they have over where Khomeini is? Huh? It also shows their inability. Today, when we are seeing the nature of the Iranian response, and I want to go back on that to Colonel Jonathan, then we're seeing the nature of the Iranian response. You can call it focused, you can also call it rambling. It's all over the place. They are attacking everyone and anyone. But we've just been told right now that a US naval base has been hit by Iranian ballistic missiles. How much damage can they inflict? I'm sure you've planned that out.
Yes, I'll admit that I am a bit surprised that the Iranian regime is lashing out regionally, hitting Arab capitals as they have been. I assess that would happen later when the Iranian regime was even more desperate, but they're showing very early signs and strong signs of desperation by lashing out and hitting targets that, at the end of the day, I don't think it'll do a lot of good to help the Iranian regime stay in power. I don't think that they will be able to create, sufficient diplomatic pressure through these attacks. And if anything, they are exposing themselves to more counterattacks. For the first time, the Saudis and the Emiratis yesterday, they issued a statement that says we're actually going to or thinking about taking active countermeasures to defend ourselves against this act of Iranian aggression. That isn't very smart by the Iranians, and as their air defenses are non-existent, as their military is weakened, they are now exposing themselves to other countries by attacking them. So bottom line, yes, that is part of the wargaming. This is something that we anticipated that the Iranians would do. I would say, cautiously, the amount of missiles that the Iranians have been able to fire at Israel and at various countries in the Middle East is underwhelming. We did anticipate more missiles fired at Israel, more missiles fired at other American assets in the region, and we'll have to analyze why that is so, why they haven't been able to. But that's still too early to assess.
Let me just update viewers on all the very latest news that we've been reporting over the last 30 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, on this Sunday morning, we are live to tell you, one, Khamenei has been killed. The Iranians have also confirmed that his security advisor has been killed, Ali Shamkhani. We have a great panel analyzing this. IRGC is in the fight. The Trump is saying to the IRGC, give up. Then you have a lot of visuals of Khamenei supporters who are out on the streets of Tehran. We've also seen people out on other parts of the world, like in Lucknow and Srinagar in India as well. Iraq has said we have a 3-day mourning. We're very sad. We're very sorrowful. And as far as Iran is concerned, it's just hitting out everywhere, including civilian targets like Dubai. I've also heard that in Jordan also, there have been attacks on Jordan. Jordan is saying there was an attempt to enter the airspace of Amman. We've been able to intercept that. And Trump has issued a statement saying that he's going to hit Iran very hard if they try to hit back hard. Ladies and gentlemen, in all of this, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, his passing away is not going to create a vacuum. China is going to look at this very, very closely. And China is going to be both concerned about its loss of power. It's losing a strategic chokehold. It's going to be in a situation where it no longer has the upper hand in that region. China cannot afford to remain quiet on this. We are very clear about it, and I expect China to be saying and doing more. Andrew, total silence from China, can that be the case? Can China, and I want to go back to Saurabh also on this, because You know, now this is the easy part, Saurabh, for Trump.
Yes.
Now the difficult part starts, a decision. Can you commit ground troops? Can Israel
absolutely.
commit ground troops?
And Arnab, the answer to that is no, because I can tell you that there are crucial midterms for President Donald Trump, where his party faces a really tough task. So, and there are an overwhelming number of people in the Republican parties who have told President very clearly that you have to focus on domestic issues. I've been told, and I just want to add here a piece of information coming from a very, very, I would say highly placed source, that the reason why, and I was hearing the discussion that when you were saying that why did they hit at this particular time during daytime and all, there was a very credible, actionable intelligence coming to the Situation Room that was set up at Mar-a-Lago, where President and his closest advisors were there. They knew this was the best ever opportunity for them to take out the entire senior command of the Iranian leadership. That's the reason why this decision had to be taken. That's what my sources are telling me. Coming back to the ground troops, I don't think that happening at all. If at all, the situation arises, I'm told that the US will lean on the Gulf allies, given the fact that they've all been hit by the Iranian leadership. Now also brings them together. You know that the Saudis and UAE were at loggerheads, but what the Iranians have done have got all these Middle Eastern allies of the US who were fragmented together.
Has said that there were 200 drones from Iran, 13 came in, 14 fell, 185 were intercepted. Andrew Leung is joining us. Andrew, where's China in this?
Well, I think this is definitely a paradigm shift in international relations. And of course, that this decapitation campaign had been planned months ago, as highlighted earlier on this platform. Very careful intelligence, the CIA trying to locate the exact whereabouts of the Iranian leader, so that it could be the entire leadership could be decapitated all at one go. So this suggests that regime change had always been the primary objective, and all these negotiations appear to be just a cloak to enable this to happen. Now, why regime change? I think that this strategy seems to be to weaken the so-called alliance between Russia, Iran, and China. This alliance was already highlighted decades ago in the doyen of American foreign policy, the late Brzezinski, in his seminal work called the Grand Chessboard. On page 55, he already highlighted the existential threat to American dominance is this alliance, a tri-party alliance. So by weakening Iran, this would help to double down on Americans' hegemony. I think that this China's watching this almost, taking China's breath away. To see this could happen. If the United States can use decapitation against any kind of perceived enemy.
My question, where is China in all this? I understand the analysis. I understand the analysis, but where is China in this?
Yeah.
I don't know. Where is China? I want to go back
to... I think...
Yeah. Where is China in this?
No, I think that's a very important point. If I could be allowed
yes.
at 30 seconds. Don't forget that Trump is supposed to meet President Xi a couple of weeks later. The question is that whether this Iran crisis will blow over to enable Trump to do so. That's point number one. Point number two, whether or not it will serve China's best interest to host President Trump under these circumstances, because Trump is now to be tearing the entire...
Are you saying that visit may be called off?
Well, I think the jury is still out because that obviously for Beijing to continue to host Trump, suggests that
I want Sierra Claire to come in on this. Sierra, from Los Angeles, you just heard from Hong Kong. Andrew Leung is saying that in these circumstances, according to him, it may not be even possible for China to host Trump. The rapprochement required is not there. Trump's tariff plan is under question domestically. Things are fluid. And this is going to be, therefore, a bigger geostrategic battle than one may have imagined. I want your thoughts on this, please. Sierra.
Yes, you know, President Trump...
Sierra is talking to Andrew. Yeah, go on, Sierra.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
President Trump has been looking at the geopolitical strategy and looking at the chessboard with regard to China. And so I agree with that assessment that, you know, if there's an opportunity, he does take the opportunity to weaken, you know, say the Chinese presence in Venezuela, like we saw him do earlier this year. And maybe there is some element of that in what's going on with Iran. But I think that President Trump and Xi, they both are great leaders who know that, you know, there's bigger issues between the U.S. and China, who are two of the world's, you know, biggest economic superpowers, certainly, and the other issues, defense issues and things as well, you know, that need to be worked out between those two countries that are separate from these, you know, these proxies that China has interests in Iran or Venezuela or whatnot. And so there are direct issues that need to be worked out between Trump and Xi, and I think that both of those leaders still want to do that.
Press TV is showing some visuals. We can take that there are large groups of people who are, and that's what I want to go to Terry with. Terry, you may not like this, but the fact of the matter is that the numbers of people we are seeing in Tehran, for example, or in Isfahan. The visuals from Isfahan are very interesting. If I can pull that in, please, ladies and gentlemen. Isfahan, the numbers of people, we see tens and thousands of people who are on the roads following Khamenei's killing. So are you not worried that this may actually have the opposite effect? A longer drawn period of debilitation and an internal dethroning of Khamenei, along with longer-term debilitation, do you not believe that that may have been a more appropriate response in the circumstances? Because if this turns to be a public movement, then the calculation here that the Iranians will themselves remove. Now, in these circumstances, you cannot expect an American puppet to take over. Are you seeing these visuals here? These are not AI-generated visuals, let me say, Siddhant. This is not AI-generated. This is Isfahan, and this is only just beginning. So, Terry, you know, do you think this may have an opposite effect in terms of public consolidation in Iran?
Well, yeah, so let's take into account, number one, there is no internet coming out of Iran at the moment. So these are propaganda pictures coming out from the Iranian regime that are trying to set out a certain picture. Let's also remember that the regime does have somewhere between 10 to 20% support in Iran. So 80 to 90% hate them, but 10 to 20% are with them. That's still in the region of, you know, 10, 15 million people. Right? So what you're seeing is these pictures of those people coming out, or which is being carefully choreographed by by what is left of the Iranian regime. So what you're not seeing is the other 85% of the Iranian people that are celebrating on the streets of Isfahan, on the streets of Tehran, in other parts of Iran, and in fact in Dubai and in London and around the world. So I'm not surprised these pictures are coming out, but we will only really know what's going on the ground there when internet is opened up. And the fact that they have shut down the internet shows that they are trying to hide what is really happening on the ground in Iran.
These visuals are from Isfahan. And from what I'm told, they're outside the Nashan-e-Jahan Square.
Yes. Right. In addition, there are you know, in the last elections, I think it was 12% of Iranians voted and 88% decided not to vote as a protest. So that's what you're seeing. They've got all those people out and they're filming them and they're releasing them and they're blocking all the rest of the internet. So it's not surprising you're seeing 1 million, 2 million people out there. Although here it's not, you know, it's not surprising, but that's not the real story. We will know the real story of what's going on the ground there when the internet opens up.
Yeah, so I think this will take time to play out, no doubt, Terry. It's going to take time to play out, but I'm just saying that, you know, it's not necessary. It's not necessary that the change that Trump may have been promised by some of his own supporters, Abhishek, Siddhant, Shawan, may happen in a jiffy, right? It may take time. Shawan, you're analyzing this, right? So this is getting a little more complicated. It's going to probably take time. It's going to probably take time to play out, right?
Well, in fact, from the messaging that has been done so far from the IRGC, they're saying that there is a clear transition process. You're essentially looking at two aspects right now. In terms of the military commanders, they've already been put in place. This morning, the IRGC says that they are going to respond hard. In fact, as far as naval bases of United States of America is concerned, particularly in Kuwait, in Bahrain, has taken a major hit. Americans haven't really said anything so far in terms of the damage that has been inflicted, but I think so it would be myopic for us to say that if there isn't a hit that Americans are taking. Regime overthrow is what Israel wants, what the United States of America wants. But what exactly is the plan forward for the Americans? That perhaps is not very clear, Abhishek, right now, because it seems first message that was put out by President Trump was to the IRGC that they need to surrender. That hasn't happened so far. So, Abhishek, if I may to say, in the last 24 hours, what we are essentially looking at are the following. President Trump and Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, clearly reaching out to the people of Iran that they need to come out in support. Has that really happened? From the images that we see from the ground right now, there is a different imaging that is coming in, Abhishek, right now. Clearly look at the support that has come in right now for the regime. So one cannot discount that, because for the longest time, the images that we are getting is mostly from Western news networks. So this is what we know so far in terms of breaking news now coming in. I'll just quickly take you through the breaking news, and then for live analysis, Abhishek and our guests, studio guests are here. These are the following updates that we have in terms of the attacks that have taken place this morning. UAE happens to be one of the worst hit in terms of the number of ballistic missiles that have been fired towards the United Arab Emirates, particularly in Dubai and in Abu Dhabi. That essentially because of the position that UAE has taken. Now that is a surprise element coming in. As far as Kuwait is concerned, a short while back, more information coming in that American vessels that were basically carrying the ammunition, they have been hit. That's the other. In Doha, there is another attack that has been reported. So this is the clear situation right now. 6 countries have been targeted by the Iranians. So the response is also strong. Iranians have put up a fight right now, Abhishek.
Well, yes, and you know, Shawan, you know, there is going to be fog of war, and we have to believe, exercise our judgment in seeing whether these pictures are real. For now, they seem to be real, from Urmia, from Isfahan, from Qom, and from Mashad. All these pictures that are coming in of protesters. Remember, it's not Venezuela. This is Iran. This is institutionalized clergy with the series of succession lines.
You know, there's one more update. One more update. Our desk can also keep this up. Ali Larijani, that's a senior leader and also seen as Khamenei's confidant, has vowed that Iranian forces would fight even harder on Sunday. Now, this has been quoted by the Iranian news agencies. Let me also tell you that the information that is essentially coming in from Iran is a little restricted in nature. Not many correspondents on the ground, so we're basically relying on official information coming in from Iranian news agencies. Abhishek, Ali Larijani, a close confidant of Khamenei, has also now responded saying that there would be continuity of governance. Continuity of governance is what Khamenei's confidant has just said. I'm just going to put this breaking news. Abhishek, you can take it forward now.
Well, yes, that's significant. Though, of course, a lot of hubris, a lot of saber rattling, a lot of posturing. I mean, you will have to read between the lines as to what's right, what's not. Larijani is a very important, powerful guy. He's Secretary of the National Security Council, effectively the National Security Advisor to the late Khamenei. Khamenei, in fact, had deputed him to be the key interlocutor insofar as talks with the United States are concerned. He's someone who's privy to everything that was going on. He's someone who knows what compromises were being worked out. He knows someone who, okay, let me get in Saurabh Shukla on that. Saurabh, all this saber rattling that's happening, Trump is saying not good, not good. Are you going to see more American missile strikes tonight?
President Trump's message, if you saw a short while back, that's clear, and my sources are confirming to me that the US is going to double down on its strikes on the Iranian targets, because obviously the message is loud and clear that you have to go full throttle, because now that you have crippled the highest leadership of Iran, there are still some elements between the IRGC who are still very much active, but you see the kind of strikes which are coming out of Iran, clearly they are in disarray. So they need to make sure that they lend a final blow. On the other hand, as I was mentioning earlier, through the US and Israeli sources on the ground, there is also an effort to make sure that people within Iran, they get a support of sorts, because the US wants that the groundswell of support that they got earlier and the groundswell of the entire anti-Khamenei populace within Iran, they should be now rising and they should be speaking out. And that's the reason why I would agree with one of your other co-panelists that there is a certain section in Iran which supports the late Iranian leader Khamenei, but there is an overwhelming number who were obviously feeling victimized, terrorized by the Iranian regime, who are rejoicing now. And since the internet is off, you are not getting the clean images coming out of Iran. These are all some of the fake and doctored video that elements of the IRGC and the Iranian regime who are flooding on the internet to try to dissuade some of the people on the ground who now feel that they have a moment of reckoning here to see a government that values, their freedom and values a progressive way of life in Iran. So that is, you will see in the next 24 to 48 hours, they're going to be very, very crucial. You will see some big developments happening. Also, you may see, a final reckoning for Iran, because obviously sources are also telling me that President Trump, when he makes this thing, and I want to tell our viewers who don't know, this is the way he communicates. When he dictates a Truth Social post, that actually goes into the decision-making loop here in the US. That's his style of functioning. So this is a very clear indication coming from the US president, who is the commander-in-chief of the US forces, that he's going to double down on the Iranian regime to give them a final blow, so to say. But it is going to take time, because they are mindful of the fact that Iran and IRGC elements are well entrenched within that country. Abhishek.
Well, Abhishek, I'll just quickly take you through one more breaking news now coming in. Interior Ministry of Bahrain has just indicated that US Navy's Fifth Fleet has been targeted yet again. Sirens warning of incoming fire has been triggered. There is no immediate report of casualties. Now, one aspect, Abhishek, if you can take it with our analysts, why is it that the Americans haven't really spoken anything about the targeting of their bases, and whether at all there has been any damage that has been inflicted upon military equipments, and whether at all there have been casualties or not? Because if you go by the Iranians claim that massive damage has been inflicted upon several bases, vessels that were carrying ammunition. As far as fuel tankers are concerned, they have been targeted. So it seems that the US at this point in time, Pentagon in particular, hasn't really come out in the open speaking about whether at all some damages have been inflicted.
Let me take, Saurabh, coming to you, let me take this to Terry. Terry, in fact, we had Jonathan earlier wondering aloud whether the Iranians really bring out their full arsenal And if not, why not? Why did they use their middling missiles and not the big ones in the strikes, in the retaliatory strikes? But it seems that they did broaden the conflict on the first day itself. Last time in the 12-day war, the Iranians hit Al-Udeid air base on the 11th day. This time on the first day itself, they broadened the conflict, firing at all the US bases, including the big ones like the 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama. So it's not that the Iranians did not plan it. It's just that maybe the American strikes or the Israeli strikes were decisive.
Right, so the Iranian regime is now on the back foot. They are firing whatever they have, as you've correctly said. They have fight against the Saudis, they fight against the UAE, they fight against Qatar. They are losing all of their friends in the region, but that's for a specific reason. What they're trying to do is to make these countries in the region go to the Americans and say stop. Which is why I also think, and you must be careful in India and throughout the world, they will start using their operatives, their Islamist operatives that are in India, that are in the West, that are in Latin America, to start bombing targets over there. We saw them blowing up Jewish community centers in Argentina. We've seen them trying to infiltrate different parts of Europe. And I expect that over the next few days, we will see horrendous terror attacks in order to increase the pressure on the Americans to stop. And against that, I urge people around the world to be careful, to be aware, because we will see attacks.
All right. Let me take this now to Ms. Claire. Ms. Claire, the fact that the Iranians are not backing off, in fact, we have seen or heard very belligerent statements from Ali Larijani, for example. He's a very powerful man now, and he's saying that there are attempts being made to divide Iran, like territorially. He has made a direct charge against Israel. He's saying that we are not backing off and that pain is coming to those who have caused this grief to the people of Iran. Now, some of it could be posturing, but you think that also is indicative of the kind of firepower that perhaps the Iranian regime still has, and that actually shows the kind of continuity of thought and ideology that exists on the ground in Tehran.
Well, I mean, I think there was always a succession plan in place. I know that the supreme leader, would have made those plans. So I don't think that the fact that there's a continuity of government signals that the people of Iran have changed their opinion of the regime. The people of Iran, 92% of the people of Iran, in a government poll, in an Iranian government poll, actually responded saying that they disapproved of the regime earlier this year before we saw those protests start in the streets. So I don't think that's changing. In terms of the firepower and, worrying about retaliation, President Trump, in his very first mention of this, in that 8-minute video that he put out, he actually mentioned that we were expecting retaliatory strikes. So I think that this was part of the calculations when they were making plans to do these attacks. One thing that I know that people in America are worried about, and as the previous guest mentioned, maybe even some other countries need to be worried about it, is the fact that the Iranian regime does send agents abroad to try to, possibly commit terrorism. So that's something that America is on very high alert with. And we have a very strong team in DHS and FBI that have issued statements saying they're on top of it. So I think it's just, people need to continue to be aware, be safe, but everybody's on top of all of these threats that need to be managed throughout this conflict.
I just want to take a quick question from Siddhant. What we fail to comprehend right now is the objective of this entire operation, because for President Trump and for Benjamin Netanyahu, it was for regime overthrow. It is far from that. Because what we're essentially looking at right now on the ground is the fact that the West wants us to believe that there is a growing demand for a change, and the fact that if Ayatollah Khamenei has been removed, there would be a clear succession, and that succession is within that entire system that has been created for a long time. They've already kept their successors in mind, and that was very clear. Iranians already had a plan of succession. So there is no regime being overthrown.
True. I think what we are going to see right now is a mere interim regime that might take place with the Supreme National Security Council secretary himself taking the position and replacing Khamenei in the near term. So currently, what I can tell you with high confidence is that Ali Larijani is one of the most senior, most official now alive in the Iranian regime, and he is now conducting the offensive on behalf of the entire country. What we actually saw unfold was that the Defense Council, the National Security Defense Council, was formed in July last year, was started to form in July last year. And the entire objective of this Defense Council was to put a plan in exactly this situation. So what, Abhishek, we saw right after the first Israeli and American joint strikes was Iran did not hold back. It straight away went across all the US defense capacities and bases and positions across the Middle East. So this was exactly what Defense Council had in the plan. They wanted to operationalize it within the moment, with no casualties, with no time awaited. So this was what we can say was the plan of action of the Iran. So as per what we can say about the succession thing here is, of course, this is not going to overthrow the regime. The regime remains intact. The regime may. We have seen this episode play previously in the Hezbollah crisis as well. We saw Hassan Nasrallah was taken out, but they already had a succession plan, and Hezbollah remains intact in Lebanese politics and Lebanese security apparatus as well. So what we can also assess that once a regime is struck this way, how Iran has been struck, the more you isolate a regime, the more dangerous it turns, and the more all out it will go.
That seems to be the case. In fact, let me take this to Terry for a confirmation of what's happening on the ground. Terry, are you hearing sirens? We are hearing from reports suggest that maybe the Negev area is targeted, that some central districts in Tel Aviv are targeted. Are you hearing sirens to that effect, that the Iranian missiles are coming your way?
It's non-stop. Yeah, as I said, they are now firing with everything that they have. This is we are towards the end. To take down a regime isn't something that happens within 24 hours, but the process has now started. And so they will be firing everything they have at us, at all the American targets, at all of the Gulf countries. And my big fear, which is why I want to say it again to your listeners, I expect that they will now give orders to their operatives, their sleeper cells around the world, to start doing attacks in other parts of the world. So we need to be on highest alert, and that goes for India as well. In particular, after the visit of your Prime Minister in Israel last week, I assume that many people will say Prime Minister Modi was privy to what has happened, which means I expect India to also come under attack. India is obviously not a part of this, but you do have a history of Islamist attacks within India, and so please be careful.
The last statement that came from President Donald Trump was bewaring Iran to hit back in any manner. He said that Iran has just stated they are going to hit very hard today. Harder than they have ever hit before, but they better not. He says they better not do that. And however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Thank you for your kind attention to this matter.
Well, in fact, to that, you already have the National Security Council of Iran basically responding by claiming that they have resumed their operation. In fact, they've targeted military bases as of now. About 4 countries where the operations are being carried out. In fact, we're going to take you through. Let's put this breaking news now coming in. Iran's National Security Council has responded to the threat that has been issued by President Trump and says that the operation is on. At least 4 countries where military bases of United States of America has now been targeted. We're going to put out the images coming in from Bahrain. We'll have a live resource coming in from Bahrain to get us a sense of what's happening. Because as I understand, Abhishek, you can get a quick comment perhaps from Saurabh with regards to the US Navy 5th Fleet that has now been targeted. It seems that the IRGC Navy and the Air Force have now also been put to work.
Well, absolutely. And, I'm continuing with what's the evolving situation on the ground. If we can get more pictures, more breakings,
We'll be going to Bahrain in a short while from now, right?
We'll go to Bahrain, but these are pictures.
Explosions have been reported in Bahrain, Qatar and UAE.
Khamenei was eliminated, I believe, on the screen. The pictures are of the compound where Khamenei was taken down. We were discussing earlier what was he doing there and not in a bunker. And it seems the hubris took him down, and the fact that he perhaps thought that the Americans are not going to come after him during the daytime and would rather wait for the evening.
Okay, so these are the latest images now coming in from Manama in Bahrain. In fact, we also have Safwan, who's joining us from Bahrain. Safwan works in Bahrain. Safwan, कल भी आपसे बात हुई थी और आपसे एक साथ जानना चाहूँगा कि आप इस वक्त कहाँ हैं, और क्योंकि इस वक्त ईरान वो कह रहे हैं कि यूएस की 5th फ्लीट को टारगेट किया गया है.
Actually, हम लोग we are thought yesterday night it will be finish everything, means we got message today early morning. Everything is clear. We got message from Bahrain government. But, again started direct,
Safwan, did you, because yesterday when you were reporting, you were not very far away from the naval base. Where are you today? Can you tell us what's the situation like? Because Iranians are claiming that the US Navy fleet's base in Bahrain has once again been targeted.
Yes, absolutely. Because when I am same place exactly, now I am inside my flat. Same place in Iran, targeting on exactly Bahrain Navy base.
So you are confirming that there was yet another explosion this morning?
Yes, one 5-star hotel will be damaged for directly, Iran attacker one Crown Plaza, Bahrain's one of the famous 5-star hotel also damaged just 1 hour back, and continuously siren going on, and we are all panic here. We don't know about what can happening in upcoming minutes or upcoming dates. We don't have any clarity because due to peoples are not going on work, and some peoples have in online, and schools are entirely off. The kids are now studying in the online classes, and the one thing is sure, Iran not targeting on Bahrain residential or Bahrain any other. Iran targeting only for Bahrain Navy base and some 5-star restaurants. I don't know why 5-star restaurant they're targeting, but already 2-3-star restaurants it's flamed yesterday night, and today also one is completely damaged. It's very near for me, just 100 meters away from us. It's Crown Plaza.
Okay, so essentially what we are seeing is that the fire seems random. The Iranians are hitting back. They might be wanting to hit American military assets, Siddhant, right? But they're not able to.
So yes. Actually, Iranian military is Iranian.
Of command and control. When the command and control breaks down, you have scattered attacks, not regulated attacks, without any precision. Yeah. There is absolutely no strategic operational advantage of striking a hotel in Bahrain.
Exactly.
So we see this is a complete state of chaos in the command structure of Iran.
Okay, let's break this. Condolence message of Syed Abbas Araghchi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran, and remember these statements are coming in. Can we break that? Can we just go to it while we stay with the pictures? Also, the fact that Araghchi has made a detailed statement of pain and sorrow, but at the same time, I believe he's talking about the continuity in the government. He said that wise leader with his firmness in decision, profound in planning and steadfastness in the path of truth, left a lasting legacy of honor, wisdom, and perseverance for history. This is Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, expressing his thoughts. He's also saying now at this critical juncture, preserving this precious legacy and continuing the luminous path of that Abdul Saleh is a historic mission and a grave responsibility on everyone's shoulder. Attempts being made essentially to bring together the people of Iran or to hold them together despite all the divide that is there prevailing because of the repression and suppression on the ground. This path is the path of faith, resistance, and hope, a path that is watered with the pure blood of martyrs, and the flag he raised will not remain on the ground, and the faithful and steadfast hands will carry it to higher peaks. So I think Arakchi now appealing to the faith element also, because we know Ayatollah Khamenei was also the spiritual head as much as the temporal head of the people of Iran, or whatever the followers they had inside Iran. Arakchi now trying to rally the forces on the matter of faith, or to use faith as a rallying point.
So in that sense, the way to interpret Arakchi's message to the entire world is to communicate to its proxies, communicate to Iranian proxies all across the Middle East. So far, only Houthis have operationalized their capabilities and started targeting some commercial vessels in the ocean. However, there are still Hezbollah, there is still other Islamic resistance groups in Iraq that are yet to respond.
Okay, Shawan, let's have a couple of breakings before we go to Andrew KP Loong and Saurabh Shukla again for their comments. We have a tremendous amount of developments taking place on the ground across the wider region, West Asia.
Well, it seems we've just
like to call Shawan.
Well, in fact, we'll try and get in the first picture right now of the very moment when the Supreme Leader was found under the rubble after his compound was basically struck. So this morning, Abhishek, the other breaking news now coming in, Iran has finally confirmed that Ayatollah Khamenei was at his residence. In fact, we're going to put up those images in a short while from now. That's the very moment when the bombing had taken place. In fact, also getting in more breaking news, Iran has targeted US vessels carrying the ammunition. In fact, as far as the ammunition details are concerned, I've just got more details. These are again claims that have been made by the Iranians in terms of what they have achieved in the last little less than 24 hours. This is the latest image coming in from the moment the Supreme Leader was found under the rubble after his compound was attacked.
Is this Khamenei?
Khamenei's
Is
residence.
this Khamenei? Is this Khamenei?
Khamenei's residence. In fact, there is a confirmation from the Iranians that he was at his office, at his residence when the bombing actually took place. There is also a satellite imagery. In fact, that came in immediately after the bombing that took place in the morning. In fact, as far as US is concerned, they have also put out details of the operation that was carried out, because right at the beginning of the operation began with the presidential palace being targeted and the very place where we're given to understand Ayatollah Khamenei was present along with his family members too. In fact, some of his family members have also died in the attack that has been carried out by US and Israel. In fact, on your screens right now, these are the latest images coming in. Now, what one cannot perhaps understand here or perhaps fathom is that the kind of build-up that they had. These are the latest images also that are coming in of this is the first image confirming that Ayatollah Khamenei was present at his residence when the attack took place. In fact, Israel's defense minister said that it was in the first wave of the attacks that were carried out targeting the presidential palace and the residence of Ayatollah Khamenei, where we're being told that he was already eliminated. That was in the first wave itself. And after that, the focus of the entire operation basically shifted to the military installations in central and in northern Iran. Now, those military installations have been targeted. IRGC commanders, military commanders have also been eliminated in the joint operation. In fact, 2 of senior commanders of the IRGC have also been eliminated, a confirmation now coming in from the Iranians.
Well, let's organize this, Shawan. And, all the action that's happening on the ground by way of protests both in support of Khamenei and against him. Most of the protests in support are happening in towns like Isfahan and Qom and Tehran and Shiraz and Urmia in Iran. And most of the protests against Khamenei and the regime are happening outside. We have to collect that and come back with an organized picture of what's happening on the ground, as also, of course, the missile attacks that continue, the counter strikes that continue across the region. I think we have to organize all that and come back. Taking a short break, quick break, coming back with a rolling coverage of what's happening in the Middle East, West Asia, as Ayatollah Khamenei is taken down by the United States and Israel.
आर प्यार सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्गन मसाला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर्गन मसाला
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरी डे
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire.
Getting in latest details from Bahrain, Qatar as well as UAE where explosions have been heard. In fact, this comes after the IRGC, the Iranian Core Revolutionary Guard, basically putting out details of military targets of United States of America. These are bases of US that have now been targeted in Bahrain, Qatar and UAE. As far as Kuwait is concerned too, that's the other details now coming in. Now let me just quickly take you through the details emerging from Bahrain because this is the second consecutive attack that has taken place in Bahrain. It appears that the Iranians' focus has been on the US Navy fleet, the 5th Navy fleet, which has now been targeted. We're also getting in latest images coming in from Tel Aviv, where IRGC has vowed that there is going to be a strong response this Sunday morning. This is after confirmation coming in that Ayatollah Khamenei was killed in the joint operation that was carried out. Now, these are the live images coming in from Tel Aviv. It seems that some strikes have hit the ground. In fact, interception of multiple barrage of missiles have actually taken place with the Iron Dome in Tel Aviv being activated. Now, since the time the joint operation of US and Israel has taken place, we are now given to understand there has been a massive retaliation also. Now, what's the ramification on the ground? US President Donald Trump has basically reached out to the Iranians saying that it is time for them to back a leadership that US essentially believes in, and more importantly, reaching out to the IRGC saying that they should actually surrender. The response on the other side has largely been that there is a succession plan, and in fact, we'll also go across to our guests who are joining us. Richie, now as far as the United States of America is concerned, they say that this is about a regime overthrow, but it is far from what we are really looking at on the ground, because the IRGC continues with its operations. In fact, military bases of United States of America has now been targeted in multiple areas, not one, at least 6 countries where the military bases of US have already been targeted. So where is the regime overthrow to begin with?
I would not really characterize this, yes, as a total overthrow. Right now, it is looked at a very targeted action, very targeted by the United States combined with, in partnership with Israel. I'm still watching what's developing on the ground. I've been paying close attention to this for the last 24 hours, more or less, since all of this started. And it was amazing to see the response, how quick it was from Iran to go ahead and immediately start sending its rockets, missiles back over to Israel. I see that there is very limited damage to Israel right now, even looking at the live feed from Tel Aviv. Not to downplay any damage or injury or death, but this is nothing compared to what has happened on the ground in Iran. Now, the thing as well is that the Iranian Guard, IRGC, they are desperate. That looking at what they are saying, their rhetoric, what how they're commenting on their promise to now avenge the death of Khamenei, it's going to still remain to be seen. But at this point here in America and all around the world, we see very much the dissidents and those who have been displaced and forced out of Iran back in the late 1979, 1980s and such. They're cheering. They are celebrating in the streets, including a lot of the towns that are in Iran itself.
Well, in fact, Richie, just stay on with us. I'm just going to quickly take our viewers through the latest developments that are taking place. So far, the following developments have taken place. You've had Khamenei's close confidant basically hitting out at Israel and US, saying that there is an attempt that has been made by US and Israel to try and disintegrate their country, this looting and disintegration of the country. He has urged the citizens to remain united. Now, that's the first message that has come in. The other is also the appearance that has been made by the Iranian parliamentary speaker dressed in black. In fact, there is also more developments coming in from the US, where US President Trump has now ordered a bold action. Multiple statements, in fact, Abhishek, has been made by President Trump. The latest essentially warning Iran that if at all there is any retaliation, then they are going to come back harder.
Well, yes. So I think what we are seeing is posturing happening from both the sides, and with the IRGC carrying out those counter strikes using drones. In some cases, even targeting civilian pockets and not necessarily military targets. I think it's a free-for-all, and Donald Trump perhaps would want to try to bring a semblance of order. And then in that case, you can expect, Shawan, that there could be one more round of big American strikes coming in. And if we can get Richie on that, Richie, you think that's possible with the kind of statement that are coming in? That President Trump is warning the Iranian side that he can double down and make one more decisive round of strikes on Iran?
Yes, of course, and if necessary, even more than one more round. The United States has positioned a massive firepower, aircraft carriers. One just off the coast of Israel to the west, and then another one that is southeast of Iran, creating like a double attack two-prong area there. Even if the UK has said that they do not want to allow American forces to be stationed on their territory, it's not a problem. We've got the largest, most powerful aircraft carrier in the world is right there in the Eastern Mediterranean. They're able to easily reach into Iran, into Iranian territory. And I don't think that there's any bit of fear, any bit of hesitation on the part of Trump or the administration or the armed forces of the United States to be able to say that they could easily launch one or two, or I can't speculate how many more. But as was brought up, this might just become a tit for tat where you have
here. I'll just request you to stay on with us because we're just dipping into a quick update coming in from Dubai. In fact, Pratap is a scientist and founder of Dronak Aerospace, who's joining us from outside Burj Khalifa. In fact, Pratap, give us a sense of what's really happening on the ground, because if you go by the claims that have been made by the Iranians, there have been multiple attacks that have taken place. In fact, Dubai authorities have only confirmed that attacks that took place was yesterday, that was closer to Palm Jumeirah. What's the scene like on the ground?
So right now, there is no need to panic or anything. You know, if you can see behind me, that's the Burj Khalifa I'm standing right there, okay? And also Mall of Dubai is there, you know, on this side. And also, you know, if you can see behind me here, MR Towers also here. You know, there is no need to panic or anything. You know, everything is under calm, you know, the situation is under control, you know, and also people, you know, are a little bit panic, yes, but UAE authorities and other people are issuing, you know, strict warning who are spreading rumors and, you know, the things happened here. Only, you know, like they intercepted some missiles yesterday, yes, people are little bit panic, yes, but today it's everything under control. You know, if you can see behind me, that's Burj Khalifa, what I'm showing you right now. And also here, the Mall of Dubai and also MR Towers also behind me, you know, there is no need to panic or anything, you know. And also, you know, I'm walking on the streets right now, you know, as a common day, you know. So, yeah, everything is under control right now, yeah.
Pratap, also, if you could I'll just stay on with Pratap with these latest images coming in, because we are the only network to get the first ground presence in Dubai. Pratap, thank you very much, because there is a massive Indian diaspora. Can we please go back to Pratap right now? Pratap, we'll stay with these images because it's quite important, because there is a massive Indian diaspora in Dubai. And of course, given the fact that these images that came in from Palm Jumeirah actually did scare many, because it was a surprise that UAE was also being targeted by the Iranians. In terms of the communication coming in from the Dubai authorities, is there anything that you can share, and especially those who have their relatives in Dubai, in India? They would actually want to know more about what's the situation like on the ground and what kind of communication is coming in from the authorities in Dubai.
Basically, I'm a Kannadiga. I'm come from Karnataka, from Bangalore. So here, the Kannadiga community and the Indian diaspora helping everyone, you know, to get a free hotels, reaching out to their family, and they issued one, you know, like a helping line, you know, to call them immediately or help them immediately. And also, you know, people who are spreading rumors in social media, they're taking strict action against them. And also, you know, like they also mentioned that, you know, they're going to, you know, place 1 year imprisonment for whoever going to, you know, spread fake news on social media. But as of now, where I can see, you know, only taxis are going around, and also a little bit of, you know, the delivery vehicles. And except that, you know, the malls and other places where cafeterias and all empty, people are, of course, they are worried, but everyone is right now staying home. Yesterday night till 12 o'clock, we are receiving, you know, messages from Dubai government and also the Abu Dhabi government. They're working together in this aspect, so that, you know, like you should not come outside, and also you should not stay near the window or anything. You know, you always, you know, take care of yourself. So those things really helped us, you know, to you know, make sure Pratap, that, you know, nothing is going wrong. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pratap, thank you very much for getting us that quick report, quite essential, because there were several panic calls and, more importantly, messages that have been doing the rounds, particularly about the situation on the ground. And as Pratap has been pointing out, the situation is all under control currently in Dubai. There is also another breaking news now coming in. The Iranian media has now confirmed that the chief of staff, Mousavi, has been eliminated. So this morning, Abhishek, we've had Iranians confirming that at least 2 of their senior military leaders have been eliminated in the strikes that were carried out by America and Israel. Now another confirmation coming in that the chief of staff, Mossafi, was also eliminated. It seems that this time the operation objectives were very clear. It was more about the supreme leader and perhaps even the Iranian president who was the target, but the Iranian president has survived. He is safe, is the confirmation that Tehran has put out. Now, military commanders, it seems that at least top 3 military commanders have already been eliminated, Abhishek.
Well, yes, and that seems like a big blow, and that really explains the haywire firing that's happening really from Iran, even targeting civilian areas. We have more guests, and we have to keep getting them involved for quick comments. New York Post, for example, suggests that 40 top civil and military leaders got killed along with Khamenei in that attack. If we have Omer Anas, Dr. Omer Anas, he's associate professor at the Ankara Yildirim Beyazıt University. He's joining us live from Ankara in Turkey. Professor Anas, if this is true, that almost 40 leaders, top leaders, both on the civil and the military side of Iran are killed along with Khamenei, what does this really mean for the Iranian regime? Is it gone? Professor Anas, can you unmute yourself? Sorry, you're speaking, but we're not hearing you. Can you unmute yourself, please?
This round of operation by the United States and Israel was one of the biggest, wide range and well coordinated. Almost 200 planes had participated in this operation, and they covered almost 10 cities all over Iran. In this size of operation, I think that they had a detailed plan of who exactly they wanted to eliminate and kill, and they have achieved most of their targets. At the same time, as we have been talking, that there were mainly 2 objectives. One of them was to eliminate Khamenei and the top leadership of Islamic Revolutionary Guard Council, and at the same time to hit or to damage significantly all nuclear installations and defense establishments. My sense is that while they have achieved to eliminate many important people of the Islamic Republic of Iran, at the same time we have to acknowledge that the Iranian regime or Iranian system is not like the Iraqi or Saddam Hussein system or other Gulf countries, individual-centric or the king or emir-centric system. They have a fully organized ideological apparatus which has been functioning very well. So the transition from Khamenei to another leader will be swift, without any problem, and they might be declaring the next supreme leader in few days. Meanwhile, they have also a mechanism to who is going to discharge the duties which on behalf of Khamenei has to be taken. So there is not, I don't see any kind of a disruption of or discontinuity in the system. Iranian.
Professor Anas, you think this could actually rally more people behind the regime, given the kind of martyr sentiment that's going to be there, the kind of that sympathy wave that's going to be there in favor of Khamenei and his family?
That is the very difficult thing, because we have to acknowledge that Iranians have been living in a very difficult situation for the last 40 years. They have been in sanctions, and in the last 5 years especially, their economy has gone down, the poverty, and there are so much economic crisis. So that is why, more than that, there are some social issues, including hijab and women's rights. So the popularity of Khamenei has been declining for a long time, and especially among women and among the liberal people. They have been hating Khamenei very much, and we have seen reports that in some of the cities they have been celebrating the death of Khamenei. So I won't say that his death might have united the entire Iran, But at the same time, there is a significant class, almost 50% Iranians, who still are in favor of Khamenei and Islamic Republic regime. So there are mixed feelings within Iran. I know so many Iranians who have been celebrating, who have been cheering a lot that a regime of repression has gone down. But at the same time, there are so many, sentimental part is that there is no Shia state all over the world except Iran. So every Shia all over the world, they want one state for Shia which can represent them and their ideas. So they, at that extent, they like Iran and they want to support Iran, but they don't want Iran, a Shia country which is so much illiberal or which is not democratic. So there is a large number of Shia people who have been supporting a kind of a democratic, liberal Iran, at the same time with Shia identity. So Khamenei has failed to bring out that kind of model for Iran, while Mariam Rajavi or Pahlavi both have been promising a new Iran which will be Shia and at the same time going to be liberal. So there is a competition between these two models.
In fact, Dr. Anas, just hold on to your thoughts. This is getting bigger. That is getting bigger by the day. Iran's defense minister, Amir Raza Naseerzadeh, is also killed. We earlier had confirmations coming in of Lieutenant General Abdul Rahim Mousavi, the commander of the General Staff of the Armed Forces, killed. Now the defense minister is also eliminated. As I was mentioning, about 40 top civil and military leaders of the Iranian regime are eliminated in these strikes, and it seems the Iranian defense minister is also killed. That's a big one, and that's going to have consequences. It seems that these strikes were much more broad-based than we initially thought and estimated. It's not just Khamenei. It seems like Shawan. These are details emerging which clearly show that the destruction and damage to the Iranian regime is much more than earlier anticipated.
Surprisingly, Abhishek, Israelis have put out a very conservative statement. In fact, Israel Defense Forces have only said that they've eliminated 7 Iranian senior officials, which includes the Secretary of the Iranian Security Council, the commander of the Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, and Defense Minister of Iran. That's the statement that is coming in from the IDF. Now, I don't know whether at all they are going to put out something else in a short while from now. It seems, as far as the regime is concerned, at least those who are part of the operations, those who are essentially planning a response, because it seems from the messages that have come in from the parliamentary speaker and the others here, and Larijani, it is a clear indication that they were expecting this to come. So there was a preparation already underway, and that is the reason why, despite President Trump's clear threat this morning, where they're essentially saying that if you retaliate, we're going to hit you hard, they're saying that we are prepared and strikes continue. As we speak right now, 7 Arab countries and Israel have reported missile strikes. UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait have confirmed the missiles that have hit their territory. Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Jordan and Qatar said that they have intercepted the missiles. And one attack on the US Navy headquarters in Bahrain has also been confirmed. Now, Israel's emergency service has now confirmed 1 death, at least 100 injuries. In terms of casualties, there is no clarity coming in. Red Crescent last night had basically said that the casualties in Iran is massive. We'll have to still wait for an official confirmation coming in from the Iranian news agencies in terms of what kind of casualties are we really looking at inside Iran, because information from Iran is quite difficult to get at this point in time. These are the latest images now coming in. We'll also try and put out those. This is US consulate in Karachi. In Karachi has also been attacked. Am I correct? Now, that's the latest coming in. Abhishek, Pakistan, Iranians have now Now here what we are being told, now this is only, this is not about a missile attack. This is not a missile. Let me just make this clear. Can we also remove our jackets up, because this is slightly misleading here. It seems that there were some protests that had taken place outside the Karachi consulate in US, and that is the reason why you're looking at the outpouring right now we have seen that kind of support really coming in from a few countries. In fact, here in India also, there's been support, and particularly in Jammu and Kashmir, where protests have been taking place. US consulate in Karachi has now been attacked. So United States of America essentially looking at the counter strikes coming in from various quarters right now, Abhishek.
Well, yes, and you can expect these Pakistanis, when they can break their TV sets for losing a cricket match, this is going to happen. You know, you can protest. There are protests happening in some parts of India also. But let's focus on the wider picture. Come out of Pakistan. And Maxim, I wanted to take a question to Richie on this scale of destruction that's coming in. But before that, before I go to Richie, let me just take this question to Maxim Kuznetsov. Maxim, he's chairman of Russia-Asia Business Council. He's joining us live from Moscow. Maxim, my question to you is, if as reported and as confirmed, about 40 top civil and military leaders of Iran are dead in these strikes by Israel and the United States, then we are looking at the possibility of actual regime change happening on the ground. I mean, if you have a succession plan, you can think of plan A, B, C, D, not beyond that. If 40 are gone, then there is a serious power vacuum in Tehran. And that's not good if you look at it from Russian point of view. What's Moscow thinking?
Of course, Iran has plan B, plan C, plan D, etc. Because after terroristic attack initiated by Israel government last year, many Iranian leaders was eliminated, and after it, Iran initiated protocol how to change some person that could be eliminated to their successor. And after it, Iranian regime became more sustainable, and of course, act of aggression by US and Israel, it is strike for Iran and Iranian political system, but any person could be changed by another person, and it is a procedure that can help Iranian government to continue their fight with US and with Israel. We can see that yesterday Iran continues their fight with US in all Middle East, including Qatar, UAE, Iraq, Bahrain, and other countries, and with Israel too. We can see that Iran has source for it, and resource for it, and it demonstrates that regime is sustainable.
Okay, Saurabh Shukla is back with us. Ambassador Deepak Vora is joining us very soon. But I want to go to Richie before we get that Indian perspective with Saurabh and Ambassador Vora. Richie, had the Americans really expected this scale of destruction and damage that they have achieved insofar as the regime top leadership is concerned in Tehran?
Well, this was a surprise. It was a very well-kept surprise, a secret. We know that there's always the potential that if President Trump and his administration and his cabinet speak to the wrong individuals in Washington, D.C. in planning, that the word could get out. So this was a very well-guarded plan. The surprise, I think it was amazing to a lot of Americans to see the coordination with Israel, the ability to go in and easily start hitting the targets that were that were pre-planned. But what I, myself, and others were not expecting is that the retaliation, immediate retaliation by Iran, was not necessarily to try and hit only Israel, but then to go to the allies and start sending drones to those countries that are friendly with Israel or America, as we know. And that was a bit surprising because you use the military, American and Israel, to attack other military targets in Iran, and the response from Iran was not necessarily to go and hit the counterpart military assets, but to go and hit civilian, hit hotels, hit the Palm Jumeirah, just hit other areas, and that was problematic.
Right. I think before we go to Ambassador Vora and Saurabh Shukla, Shawan, you have some breakings, more breakings.
In fact, Qatar has now confirmed that 11 explosions have been heard. A short while back, there is also a response coming in from Tehran, where several explosions have also been heard in Tehran. On your screens right now, the extent of damage that has been inflicted upon the Iranian regime. On your screens right now, confirmation about the Supreme Leader that came in this morning. The Defense Minister has also been killed. The Chief of Army Staff has also been killed in the operation. Israeli Defense Forces has essentially indicated that at least seven senior commanders have been killed. Now the latest coming in from Qatar, that 11 explosions have actually taken place. I'll just quickly take our viewers through what we know so far in terms of the operations that have been carried out so far, and the strikes that have taken place. I'll begin with Iran and then take you through which are the places in Iran that have been targeted so far. In Tehran, just a short while back, we have been told that there have been explosions that have taken place. Apart from Tehran, in Kermanshah, on your screens right now, that's the full details of the top leadership of the Iran's Revolutionary Corps has been targeted. In fact, we are now taking you through, we'll take you through who are the leaders who have been killed. Now, this is with regards to the military commanders. Major General Syed Abdul Rahim Musafi, that is, Musavi is the Chief of Staff. Lieutenant General Mohammad Pakpor is the IRGC's Commander-in-Chief. Admiral Ali Shamkhani, Senior Military Advisor and Defense Council Secretary. Major General Aziz Nazirzadeh is the Defense Minister who has been killed in the operation that has been carried out by America and Israel. I'll also take you through now the places that have been targeted in Iran. Apart from Tehran, Qom, Kermanshah, Zanjan, Tabriz, Urmin, Isfahan and Shiraz have been targeted in the operations that have been carried out. Now, as far as the retaliation coming in from the Iranians, we do have a confirmation that 7 Arab countries and Israel have now reported missile strikes. I'll stay with these pictures right now. In fact, Abhishek, it seems that apart from the Supreme Leader, the plan was very clear: neutralize at least those who are part of the planning and execution of the retaliation. Those who are supposed to be part of the military operation, they have now been eliminated. Now, that's very clear. But despite that, let's be also very clear that there is a strong response really coming in from the Iranians. The very fact that they've been able to have a successful hit in Bahrain right now. That's the US's Navy fleet that has been targeted. Now, it's important to highlight the following, that they have been able to carry out attacks in UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, and as far as Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Jordan and Qatar are concerned, they are saying that they have been able to intercept. They have been able to intercept the missiles.
Yeah. Shawan, we are just staying with the pictures on air. All those leaders eliminated in American-Israeli strikes, Defense Minister killed, Chief of Staff killed, Khamenei killed, and if I could identify their designations and names, Major General Syed Abdul Rahman Musavi, the Chief of Staff to the extreme left, he's killed. Then Lieutenant General Mohammad Pakpor, he was the IRGC commander, he's killed. Defense Minister to your extreme right, he's also killed. Apart from them, Senior Military Advisor and Defense Council Secretary Admiral Ali Shamkhani is killed. Apart from that, Major General Aziz Nazirzadeh That's to the extreme left, extreme right. He's the defense minister, Nasir Zadeh. He's killed. Total 40 of Iran's top civil and military leaders eliminated in these strikes. This seems like much broad-based. It seems it's just now emerging.
There is no doubt that this is broad-based, but what we also have to perhaps underscore here is the fact that while the Iranians did show some sort of an element of surprise yesterday, saying that on the one hand there were talks that were essentially going on. That is exactly what the foreign minister had said. Iranian foreign minister had indicated that this was the talks were on, but despite that this has actually happened, not the first time. Even previous attacks that have taken place was in the midst of all the talks that were basically going on. Now, if the Iranians are essentially claiming that this was there was an element of a surprise, what I still can't comprehend, Abhishek, is that there was a massive military build-up by the United States of America. And despite that, it seems that the Iranians continued with what they were essentially doing.
It seems so, and Khamenei would have realized that this is the end game, this is his end coming, and that's why maybe he chose to still be in the office. That seems more probable, but Saurabh Shukla is back with us. Professor Anas continues to be with us. Before I go to Professor Anas, quick comment from Saurabh Shukla. Saurabh, you are there in DC. On the ground, are you getting a sense that the Americans have realized that the kind of scale of success they have achieved insofar as their military objectives are concerned?
Well, Abhishek, this was there right at the outset. In fact, I had said on your show earlier as well that the strategic and military strategy for America and Israel worked very well. It was a coordination of their military precision strikes and of their intelligence assets on the ground. In fact, just an analogy, there is a big TV series which is becoming very, very popular in America and globally called Tehran, where you had some kind of IRGC assets being there used by Mossad on the ground. So one of the
Saurabh, I have to interject. Just hold on to your thoughts. I'm coming back to you. Another important breaking news development: Iran temporary leadership to be announced today. Remember, there is already a 3-member council. Shawan, you mentioned about it, headed by President Pezeshkian, is also the leader of the Judicial Council, and one jurist. A 3-member team effectively holding on to the transition, and now it seems preparation on for complete leadership council to be announced. Shawan.
Well, in fact, that's the leadership council, that's the transition period that is going to be in place. But as of now, it seems that the IRGC has also taken full control of it. Focus that the National Security Council has pointed out is the fact that they are essentially indicating that there's going to be a retaliation, and the retaliation would be particularly directed towards the military bases. And as far as governance is concerned, here you have Ali Larijani essentially pointing out that there will be a continuity in governance. So it seems that rather than being able to destabilize the regime essentially still continues, Abhishek.
Yeah, the regime continues, but with what effectiveness is the question that has to be asked.
It's crippled. It's crippled to a great extent. Abhishek, I would agree with you that, while the regime, Shawan, continues, absolutely, there are some people who are still left, but it's crippled. If you see, the entire top leadership has been eliminated. So I would say strategically and militarily, this is a great victory. Yes, it's Iran. You will have to see what happens. So next 24 to 48 hours is very important. But if you see the pattern which is emerging now, it's clear that that decisive blow on the first round has been dealt. Now you have to see how do you get a transition government in place, and this is what America and its allies will have to factor in. What kind of government comes into play, and what happens to the remaining IRGC commanders? Will they voluntarily surrender as the statements which are coming out, or whoever is now resisting? How will they deal with that? So that's going to the next 24 hours will be very, very critical.
very crucial 24 hours so far as Iran and the trajectory of government there is concerned. Announcements being made that they are going to set up a council. A transition is happening. A transition council, a 3-member transition council is already in place where they're headed by President Pezeshkian, naturally so. But we are continuing to have our rollover of guests. Saurabh, stay with us. Can I take this to our Professor Anas? Professor Anas, 40 top leaders killed, irrespective of whether there is continuity. The fact is that the talent to run the government is denuded. The people who can be trusted are there no more. Even if there was Plan B, Plan C, it seems likely that we are looking at a period of instability, a round of assassinations, counter-assassinations, and you know, strikes and counter-strikes. I think Tehran is looking at a period of long period of uncertainty and instability. Professor Anas.
Yes. Thank you very much. My understanding is that first of all, IRGC is a force which has been trained on ideology. It is not just like a professional military, but at the same time, they are the ideological defender of Islamic Republic of Iran. They are not like a normal secular professional military. So as long as IRGC is there and in control of Iranian affairs inside and outside, so I don't think that there will be any easy change in regime.
Okay.
So that is one thing. At the same time, if you look at Iranian politics, the way it has been divided into several sections, what I think is that Iranians have realized, especially the top commanders and elite, they have realized that at this time, Iran is facing a real challenge of regime change. Because if there are one more, like 50 or 100 top leaders are being eliminated, then there will be a real chance of regime change. So for that to avoid, they, in my understanding, they are going to offer some sort of a negotiation, and symbolically they will attack many more targets, but at the same time they will declare that they have got what they wanted to achieve. And the United States has already declared kind of a victory. And if you read the between the line in Trump's statement, he has mainly offered that Iranians should come back on negotiation table.
Yeah.
So if they don't continue, it means that the war is over and they are going to talk again. It is up to Iran to decide whether they want to come back to negotiation or not. My understanding is that Iran will continue for 1 or 2 days symbolic attacks on all over the region, what they call as the American targets, and some of the Israeli targets at the same time, and then they will take a step back.
Right. All right. Let me take this to Richie. The kind of firepower that was used by the Americans, it was massive. The 2 aircraft carriers and the bunker buster bombs and the Patriot and the Tomahawk missiles. Richie, it's clear. Okay, we have a breaking news development coming in. China calls for immediate stop of military actions. Chinese statement coming in. China wants de-escalation. China taking a clear position that this war cannot continue and that whatever military objectives have been achieved on both the sides, now it's time to pull back and end the war. China wants further de-escalation and immediate stop to hostilities, immediate cessation of hostilities. Okay, in fact, there is a soundbite of the Chinese coming in, either the spokesperson in Beijing or at the United Nations. Let's listen to that.
不是解决国际争端的正确方式，只会加剧仇恨和矛盾。中东局势升级外溢，不符合任何一方的利益。通过对话谈判解决矛盾分歧是唯一的出路。中方呼吁立即停止军事行动，防止局势轮番升级。
We came out of this, the Chinese representative at the United Nations, permanent representative at the United Nations. While remember, about 6 hours back, the United Nations Security Council had a discussion on Iran. It condemned the attacks, but obviously, who listens to the United Nations? This was Chinese ambassador permanent representative to the UNSC, speaking there, or UN speaking there and participating and condemning the attacks and wanting a pullback and a de-escalation. Everyone wants a de-escalation because remember, it's not just about Iran or Israel, it's about global energy security, it's about peace, it's about the people. And if the military objectives have been achieved, why not stop and pull back? That's the question I had for Richie. Richie, with the kind of firepower that the United States really marshaled along the Gulf and the Mediterranean, perhaps for the first time since 2003 Iraq war, message was clear that they were coming, and Khamenei would have known this is his end game, and that's why he chose to go down as a martyr, sitting in his office rather than a bunker, and that made things easier for the Americans and the Israelis. But all other casualties, the top leaders, 40 of them in all, both civil and military, the Americans, President Trump might be mighty pleased that he has achieved so much of his military objectives.
Yes, that's absolutely true. And what was interesting is one of the other comments a few moments ago about the TV show that's very popular now here called Tehran. What is interesting is the parallel where what happens is you've got these Jewish Israeli spies, active Mossad agents and others that were actually on the ground in Iran even now, today, and preparing for this, who speak Persian, they speak Farsi fluently, and they're able to sneak in and get into the administration areas. They get to help to coordinate the attack. And that's what happened here, how they were able to easily get to the 40 wherever they were in the country, all over Iran. But I also want to mention that we haven't been talking about this, is that looking back at what has happened with the conflict between Israel and Hamas, Israel and Gaza, Israel and Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, is that you have this situation where there's conflict, where there's a limited attack, where they target the leadership. When the leadership is taken out, and then locally they appoint new transitional leaders, it's like what we're going to expect to see here in Iran, that if they also are equally as hostile, then they should be potentially expected to be taken out as well.
Okay, and which means you are suggesting that the war is not ending anytime soon. Is that the corollary?
Yes, I still would not call this a war. This is an action, limited strikes. It's not like we have ground troops coming in and committed by the United States to have a prolonged conflict. Right now, especially under the United States Constitution and what the President Trump is empowered to do, you could have up to 60 or 90 days potentially to have targeted attacks, missile attacks, drone attacks, to accomplish a specific goal. Anything after that, then it requires the congressional approval. But right now, we're still within the 48 hours, more or less, of when this was started, and then he has to now explain himself to the American government in Congress, and that's still, we have another day for him to do that. But a lot of that's just procedural. But this is not a war.
Okay, Saurabh, before I come to you, I believe we have another breaking. Saurabh, I'm coming to you, just hold on. France has made a statement, need Iran to respect international obligations. Everyone is chiming in now, obviously so, because who wants to be on the losing side? Ayatollah Khamenei is dead, 40 leaders of Iran are gone, and Iran is in a disarray, and it's not anytime soon that Tehran is stabilizing. While there might be a transition council, while there might be a transition government, remember, this is going to start a series of events on the ground. We have seen a yearning and churning for democracy in Iran, starting with the Mahisi protests in 2022 over the issue of hijab, the hijab protests as they were called. Now Iran reduced its cooperation with IAEA is a statement coming in from France, and essentially justifying the action of the Americans. Need Iran to respect international obligations. They were not doing so is the implication, and that is the reason why Iran is facing what it is, according to France. So China earlier asking for de-escalation. Okay, on that note, I have to slip into a short break. Saurabh, stay with us. Don't go back. I'm coming back only in 2 minutes on the other side of a short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट?
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the same SpiceJet. This is the same SpiceJet that does not have the money to pay the Bangladesh government, which is why it had been, I don't know the present situation, not allowed to fly in Bangladeshi airspace. They're out of money. Who is the owner of SpiceJet? This is the same SpiceJet, ladies and gentlemen, when another SpiceJet took off from Patna to Delhi on 19 June 2022, it caught fire soon after taking off from the airport. Flames were seen on the left wing of the aircraft. 2 blades were bent. So you should see the visuals then and now, ladies and gentlemen. Then and now. Look at that and now. Ladies and gentlemen, a SpiceJet plane catches fire in mid-air in December. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is 19 June 2022 and then now. And you are flying at your peril in this country. The government couldn't care less. SpiceJet is a near bankrupt airline. There is a nice duopoly going on between Air India and Indigo. The politicians fly chartered planes anyway. But I want to remind them, 2nd July 2022, another SpiceJet plane forced to make an emergency landing in Delhi after the crew noticed smoke in the cabin at an altitude exceeding 5,000 feet. Same SpiceJet. But I don't think the Civil Aviation Minister is angry with SpiceJet. It is just part of the problem. The Civil Aviation Minister will be angry with Republic, not with SpiceJet, not with Indigo, not with Air India. The Civil Aviation Minister, busy talking to the French about what planes they will be buying, is doing bigger stuff. He doesn't care about airlines in this country. On 12th September 2025, another SpiceJet SG 2906 Gujarat to Ahmedabad makes an emergency landing without landing gear. Without landing gear, look at its tires, they fall off. But the Civil Aviation Minister and the government won't be angry with SpiceJet. They will be angry with Republic, you see. A SpiceJet plane, 11 September 2025, Delhi to Kathmandu. Passengers are stranded inside without any air conditioning. They were told it's a technical fault. This is the reality of Indian aviation. But we have to discuss big things, you see. Why should big politicians talk about small things? Small things, ladies and gentlemen. Talking about what are small things for politicians.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी व्हाट आर यू डूइंग
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से एमडीएच का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
एमडीएच
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
केसरिया से
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the...
All right, welcome back, friends. We are cutting live to pictures coming in from Tel Aviv, where some destruction seems to have taken place due to Iranian missiles raining in thick and fast. Even now, remember, Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is dead. Along with him, 40 other top leaders of Iran, including its defense minister, including its IRGC chief, including its military chief. But it seems there's somebody still controlling those missiles, and that's why those missiles keep coming in. These pictures, okay, these are pictures of those who are dead. Earlier pictures were of the destruction being caused by missiles coming in from Iran. Remember, there has been indiscriminate firing of missiles from Iran targeting civilian areas also. This is in retaliation to American and Israeli strikes that killed 40 of its top leaders. And of course, a school in southern Iran where about 70 or 80 students, mostly girls, were killed. That was one aspect of this military operation, which is going to trouble Israel and the United States for a bit, or it should. We have Ariala joining us live from Israel, so let's take a dip with her first. Ariala, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us in this broadcast. And my first question to you is, are you doing good? Are you safe? Are you in a bunker? Are you still hearing sirens and Iranian missiles coming in on the Israeli side?
Yesterday morning, approximately 198 missiles were launched from Iran to Israel. Yes, most of the time we received ahead of time alert, siren alert via our mobiles, informing us that in the near future there will be missiles launching in Israel. So of course we listen clearly and closely to the restrictions and guidelines of the Home Front Command of the State of Israel. And that way we are unfortunately also drilled along so long. Lots of years we've been under a bombardment from Gaza and from the Hezbollah and also from Iran. So we know how to behave during emergency in Israel.
Okay, and apart from Ariala, thank you Ariala for your opening comments. So we'll continue to have this conversation. We also have Professor Asif Ramiz Dawoodi is Middle East expert and faculty member of King Abdul Aziz University. As of now, he's joining us live from Delhi. Professor Dawoodi, you have a great understanding of the geography. You also have the understanding of the Shia-Sunni fault lines. How do you see these developments with Sayyid Ali Shah Khamenei dead and gone? You think Ayatollah Khamenei gone? You think that this is going to soften Iran in the geography, in the region, or it's going to make them even more hardline with the next leadership, doubling down on the martyrdom of Khamenei as they see it?
At this point of time, I believe it is going to soften them because there is a series, a wave of things that have happened for the past couple of days. If I don't mention past couple of years, just a week, for example. Now, we have seen how things have evolved there in Iran. Whatever is the reason, who started, who didn't start, who retaliated, who didn't, that's a different question. But what has happened is something beyond even Iran has ever expected. And in retaliation, Iran did so far, what Iran has done so far, especially in terms of attacking the bases in the Gulf region, that is something going very against Iran, apart from the other challenges that Iran is facing. Because here, when you start bombing or attacking the neighboring countries, and it goes to the, for example, civilians and parks and normal buildings where people live, and that creates sort of damages, that is a violation. So here the point is Iran is going to be softened at this moment. If not, then it's going to create another havoc, another problem, and going to put itself in a problem in future. For a strategic point of view, I think the right movement, right time is to wait and properly decide what to do and make sure that there is no further regional escalation. There should be regional peace and it should be stable. It should not be something that every country here and there, especially in the holy month of Ramadan, should be suffering this way. And then in the name of retaliation, there other innocents are also being killed. I know that those who were killed in Iran, that is a big question. Okay, question mark. I don't say that it's right. But the way it has retaliated, the way it's taking it further, that is not in the right or good taste. So there should be something, the engagement and involvement of other sensible countries, those who believe that there should be proper, stability in the region, there should be no war. They should intervene and try to mediate and make sure that it actually somehow puts an end to this. Otherwise, the escalation is going to impact and affect each and every member of this global community, including yourself and myself. You talk about the choking of the Strait of Hormuz. You talk about attacking the cities in the UAE, which is the global market. You talk about attacking Bahrain bases, and these economical damages are there. Apart from that, when you think about the overall impact that this war is going to have globally, including India, myself, everywhere, this needs to somehow be checked by the concerned authorities, or at least those countries who believe that there should be some intervention. When we talk about the United Nations Security Council's meeting or UN in general, so far we have not seen any kind of concrete results in different phases. Or you talk about Ukraine or Russia or other countries, the other wars, this was not very effective. But I think there should be some mechanism that we need to find out that how this is going to be stopped as soon as possible to make sure that peace prevails and prosperity prevails, development prevails in this region, especially in the Middle East.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, these are good opening comments and forward-looking comments. I believe, okay, let's go and explain for the benefit of our viewers as to how Iran was using the Strait of Hormuz choke points as a blackmail, and why the Americans perhaps decided that enough was enough. There were many reasons, one of which was this exact spot. Now, if you look at the larger geography, this is the Gulf. These are the Gulf states. This is Oman. This is UAE, the United Arab Emirates. This is Qatar. This is Bahrain. Here somewhere is Kuwait and the Saudi Arabia. Now, if you look at it, this point, this is Iran, of course, the red one. Now, this is called what is called the Strait of Hormuz. Now, if you look at it, friends, at its widest, this is just about 33 kilometers long. 33 kilometers long, wide actually, between Iran on this side and UAE on this side, just about 33 kilometers wide, about 160 kilometers long. Now, this water channel accounts for almost 1/3 of global energy supplies coming out of Gulf, going around the world, but coming out of this choke point. Now, Iranians are sitting here, and they could have stopped all supplies from going in. So far as India is concerned, that's about 30 to 40% of India's energy supplies, essentially LNG coming in from Qatar and oil coming in from Kuwait, from Qatar, from UAE. And so this was vital that this remained free. It remained free for most of the time, but the Iranians were threatening that with this launch of strikes, they would rather choke this. Of course, now with the leadership gone, they cannot. And that's a big sigh of relief. The risk of fuel price surge and inflation was there, now taken care of. That's the significance or the geostrategic significance of this geography of Strait of Hormuz. While it is about 33 kilometers wide, the channel available for navigation is about 2 kilometers long, in and out in this. So you can imagine the kind of risks that were there had the Iranians decided really to choke it and not let the energy supplies come in, both oil and LNG. Now with that gone, Saurabh, coming to you, the Americans in that sense and these strikes have sort of helped stabilize the global energy markets at least. That's one positive we can see coming out of this. The Saudis, the Qataris, the Bahrainis, the Kuwaitis, everyone there would be having a sigh of relief that at least now that point of blackmail is free. Saurabh.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes.
Abhishek, one of the things obviously is while, war is the, should not be the option and should be the last option. But sometimes for larger good, it becomes necessary. And, post the killing of the Iranian supreme leader, the entire top leadership of Iran eliminated. And Iran's attack on all these Middle Eastern allies of the US who were at loggerheads has in some ways brought them together. And also they will make sure that once the transition government happens, once you see the final stages of this IRGC resistance that is coming, once that goes away, you will see that not only it will stabilize the oil prices, but will also can create a lasting peace in the Middle East as well. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a bumpy ride because obviously the history tells us that there have been, this entire region has been mired by conflicts, but I would still be optimistic to the extent. And I would also tell you, look at the statement. For instance, France, the statement coming from the French is a very, very critical one, a giveaway as well. Macron does not see eye to eye with President Trump, but post his action of US and Israel taking the entire top leadership out of Iran in the first 24 hours, also tells you a story of how this entire diplomatic and strategic and military action has created this whole, I would say, groundswell of support, if you ask me, in some ways, because France is an important member of the UN Security Council. China's statement obviously was an expected line because China has been elbowed out once again. So there is this
China
is a geopolitical...
is at least making a strong statement, Saurabh. China is at least making a strong statement. We are still awaiting the Ministry of External Affairs to come out with their own release. But China has already made two statements. Professor David Menashri of the Alliance Center for the Iranian Studies joins us live from Tel Aviv. But before I go to him, we have pictures coming in, more pictures coming in of Bahrain this time. Okay, these are Bahrain pictures. Just stay with them. Stay with them for a bit. These are pictures from Tel Aviv. We have pictures from Bahrain, and these show the kind of destruction in civilian areas that's happened really in Iranian counter-strikes. Let me get in Professor David Menashri on that note. Saurabh, I'm coming to you in a bit on the China angle, China aspect, because that's also important, but we have to stay with the pictures also. A lot of pictures keep coming in. Manama, Bahrain, that's, remember, the US 5th Fleet's headquarters there at Manama, and these are pictures from Dubai, these are pictures from Tel Aviv, these are pictures from Bahrain, and okay. Professor David Menashri, Iran continues to fire missiles and across all geographies and more specifically in civilian areas. That sort of is an indication that maybe things are working but not working with proper leadership and guidance, which is indicative enough of the fact that the top leadership of Iran is gone.
The top leadership is gone, but mainly I would say that the supreme leader is not there. Iran had different difficulties functioning even before, and it's worse today. And we see that in Iran there are conflicts within society.
Professor Menashri, just hold on to your thoughts for just 30 seconds. We have fresh pictures, first time on air, of the CIA office in Dubai. That's been hit, and we have pictures, a video of that moment when the drone strike happened and the building is on fire. So it's not a hotel, it's actually where CIA is in this building, which means the Iranians also have intelligence, and they are having those specific targets in mind when they carry out these kind of strikes. So this was a drone strike hitting the CIA office building in Dubai, and those are the pictures. Okay, coming back to Professor Menashri, please continue.
Yeah, that's the government was not functioning well in the best of times. Certainly now, with being beaten heavily by the United States in Israel, and when the supreme leader is not around, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult because Iran is in a very serious situation of mismanagement of the country for a long time, when people don't have water to drink, when people are devastated from this regime, and the majority of the Iranian people don't really want this regime to go on. Yet on the other side, there are the people who are in control, although many have been killed. But they made sure that everyone that is killed, there is someone to replace them. So it's not something that stopped altogether. And this damage that we can see all over the region that they are doing, it's going to be very difficult for the West, for the civilized world, I would say, to accept. Now you speak about the Straits of Hormuz. It's another thing that they are doing. They are harming themselves, because Iran needs the Strait of Hormuz more than anyone else. So the problem is today, what line, what direction this Iran wants to go. Iran is a country with around 90 million people. It's a huge country.
Professor, again, I'm getting a breaking news development. Sorry to be butting in. I'll come back to you just in a bit. And these are pictures from Karachi, the consulate there of the United States. That's been targeted and hit. Karachi protests spanning out. These are protests which are widening. These are protests which are amplifying, and these are Pakistanis coming out and hitting at the United States. Now that's significant because President Trump believed that Pakistan is a friend. President Trump believed that in General Field Marshal General, what's his name? Field Marshal Asim Munir. General Asim Munir is his best of friend, that he can take care of American interests. And here we have in Karachi, the consulate of the United States getting targeted to the extent that the police had to be called in. And this is when you have Pakistani Prime Minister expressing solidarity with Iran. That is when Pakistani Foreign Office condemning the American, calling them Israeli strikes and condemning those strikes in Iran, which have eliminated Ayatollah Khamenei. Pakistan in a quandary. But what is more important is for the United States to see that its interests in Pakistan are not safe. Can I take this for Saurabh Shukla? Saurabh, quick comments. Pakistan, can someone, you are there in Washington, D.C., can you take an appointment and tell President Trump that Pakistan is not their friend? And these ground pictures from the ground are proof that the Pakistanis do not like the United States and do not like Americans.
Pakistani leadership is the biggest double-faced leadership anywhere globally. And I think this has got proven once again that on one hand, they come to the US with begging bowl, try to extract a deal, trying to dole out crypto and other things. And now they can't even protect the US consulate. This is very, very shocking. And obviously, I'm sure, the security here in Washington, D.C. is watching this very closely. And obviously, you will see the Pakistani leadership coming crying, and they will be pulled up certainly for that. Having said that, I want to give an update here that the security across is being tightened in all U.S. embassies, including in India. Also, U.S. is also in touch with many friendly countries. I'm also told also with India and countries, because they do expect some of the Iranian proxies to mount some kind of attack on the US. And
Saurabh, but it does not help. You have to speak directly to Trump. You have to tell him. Just 2 days back, he was saying Pakistan is my great friend, and in the context of a war with Afghanistan, President Trump was saying we are there with Pakistan. We have a great general there, and they are taking care of our interests. Now their consulate is. You have to directly speak to Trump. You have to meet him. You are in Washington, D.C. Just go and meet him and mention it to him. Look at these pictures, President Trump, what's happening to American consulate and the way it is getting targeted by the Pakistanis. But, let me take this to Professor Dawoodi. Professor Dawoodi, these local dynamics there, Pakistan condemning Israel for these strikes, while at the same time keeping bomb on American role, trying to be with the Saudis also. The fact that the Shia-Sunni fault lines are more pronounced in the last 24 hours than they have been because of the Iranian counter strikes. These are going to have a play going forward. These are going to have consequences for each one of us, for our diplomacy, for our Ministry of External Affairs, for our diplomats there on the ground in all these countries, from Qatar to Bahrain to Kuwait to Iraq to Iran to Saudi Arabia and everywhere.
There's one more thing. Afghanistan and Pakistan, they do not even have a cordial relation. They started into some sort of internal rift. So that is also to be mentioned. Now, when you talk about the role, especially in global scenario, in international relations, no one is your permanent friend and no one is your permanent enemy in general. At this point of time, when things have deteriorated, and you can notice even within Iran, there are some supporters and there are people against the regime. So similarly, we can expect these kinds of agitations or these kinds of reactions in different parts of the world in different modes and different forms. So that is one thing. But when it comes to diplomacy, when it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to handling these things in the right way, for this, they need to understand it more at this point of time. And the best part would be that instead of criticizing things, they should try to initiate and use their relations with those countries where they can influence the kind of decision to de-escalate everything at this point of time. But at the same time, instead of de-escalation, there are agitations within that country itself. So that is a big question.
Right. So, in fact, requesting you to continue being with us. We're getting some breaking development now. Viewers, the Iranian army has confirmed that they have successfully bombed another US base, in fact, multiple. This comes right after, this is the second day of the war escalating, the tensions rising, and just yesterday, at least 7 US bases were under attack by the Iranian military. In fact, they have now said that after Khamenei's death, the Air Force fighter jets of the Islamic Republic of Iran army have successfully bombed many other US bases in Gulf countries and the Kurdistan region of Iraq in several waves of operations. Viewers, on your screens are the visuals of the attack on various US bases. The Iranian military is retaliating the preemptive strikes which most definitely killed Khamenei and also the defense minister of Iran, amongst many other civil and military leaders of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And now various US bases across Gulf are under the Iranian wrath. Viewers, these visuals show the evacuation of Israeli passengers after an Iranian missile struck the Israel airport today. These are the live visuals that we're getting in. US bases, military bases have been struck. Civilian establishments, including the Israeli airport, has been struck. You can see civilians carrying their children, their luggage, sliding down the emergency exit of the aircraft after Iranian missiles rained down on the Israeli airport. That's the latest that we're learning in. The war that's only becoming bigger. This is what is happening as of now in this very moment. These are live visuals on your screens. We're in fact being joined by Ayatollah, who speaks to us from Ashdod in Israel. Coming back to you, speak to us about these visuals. The latest we're getting in: civilian establishments remain under attack. The Israeli airport has been attacked. And, you know, just yesterday, the Iron Dome was also activated. So speak to us about what this situation now looks like.
Well, first, I would like to highlight, when I'm listening here to the panel speaking, the U.S. and Israel didn't come out of blue and come and begin a war on Iran and on the regime. For years, Israel and the United States have suffered from this terrorist regime when they have killed hundreds of Israelis and U.S. citizens around the world. So finally, we, the people of Israel, are very happy that our government, along with the U.S., are outbreak with the war and have killed the head of the terrorist state. Now, yes, for years they have targeted civilians. This is not new. So what I see now is the continuous, of their policy. They do not define if it's military or citizens. They are shooting and bombarding in every direction. And if it's in Dubai, if it's in Tel Aviv. So this is the threat to the world. So I'm very happy that finally that we are entering maybe a very tense and hard days to come. But at the end and the near future, I hope that the people of Iran will take the regime and become a more, freer and have human rights and have a different dictatorship than that they had until now.
Right. In fact, also speak to us about where does this regionally leave Iran now? The entire Gulf has now been absorbed in the war indirectly because of Iranian strikes that rained on Bahrain, Doha, Dubai yesterday. And all of these missiles were targeted at civilian or commercial establishments, probably closer to US bases. But do you think that this in a way has turned the Gulf region against Iran?
Well, finally, I think that the Gulf region understands that what Israel told the world for several years by Netanyahu, that Iran is a threat to the stability and to the peace of the Middle East, but not only, is proving itself. So, as you see, they are directing civilians, commercial entities and plants, and they are not according to the international law, only targeting military facilities. So I'm not surprised at all. And this is the head of the snake that has finally been terminated. And hopefully in the near future, there will be a new era for all.
Right. In fact,
I don't know, Ariala, whether this is the case. Can we get more guests in the broadcast? Yes, we continue to have Professor David, we continue to have Professor Dawoodi, we continue to have Ariala. And Professor Dawoodi, a couple of things. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead, but there obviously would have been a scenario planning, so to say, of the Iranian establishment. If this happens, what's next and what's next? So we are seeing some of it by way of the missile strikes that continue, but political establishment would have its plans. What is your understanding? Are we going to see a more hardline regime coming out of this rather? Or are you going to see a temporary directionlessness, but ultimately coming back to where we stood? I mean, anyone who takes over from, and remember, there would have been a succession plan anyway because Khamenei was 86 or 87 years old. So if the next Ayatollah or the next supreme leader, what's the guarantee that that person is not going to be as hardline as Ayatollah Khamenei was, or as focused on the United States as the enemy of Iran as Ayatollah Khamenei was?
There must be a succession plan, as you said, and it's quite obvious. But whether it's going to be more, let's say, hardline or soft part, that still, I believe it's too early to say. But I think it's not going to be as hard as it used to be. That is one thing. I'll come to this point again, but I have a few things to mention here. When I was listening to the fellow panelist here, there are two things that I would like to highlight. I personally do not support war. I hate it. And I pray that everybody stays safe everywhere and no life is taken. But when we talk about attacking civilians, the fellow panelist mentioned about attacking civilians and also following international laws in the context of Iran. I just want to be quite, generic and without having any kind of prejudiced approach. How about Gaza? How about Palestine? Do you think that we should not stop this? Do you think that the innocents, the women, the lives taken there, hospitals, civilians were killed, tens and thousands of people were killed there? Even though those lives matter. Each and every life matters. So when we talk about thing of this sort, we should try to have a balanced approach that if one thing is wrong, the other thing is wrong as well. If one thing is right, the other thing is right as well. So there has to be a proper balancing instead of, appreciating one thing for no reason and criticizing the other thing for some reasons. So that is one thing that I wanted to highlight here through your channel, and with very humble and respectfully, I wanted to put this in front of you all.
Professor Dawoodi, as of now, we are just discussing the probabilities. We are just discussing what's happening on the ground. We are just discussing what has happened really, because the scale is yet to emerge. Remember, earlier we thought that nothing has happened, that Khamenei is safe. Then overnight reports came that Khamenei is dead. Now it seems that the destruction caused by Israeli and American strikes is much bigger, and about 40 civil and military leaders at the top level of the Iranian establishment are dead, including their defense minister, including their chief of the IRGC, and others. So while we are continuing to hear from Ali Larijani, we are continuing to hear from their foreign minister Arakchi, we are continuing to hear from their speaker, and there is a tremendous amount of posturing is still happening that Iran is not going to take this lying down. The fact of the matter is, we don't know whether enough of talent pool is left for the regime to continue to hit back, whether enough people are left to man those institutions to give instructions to continue to direct the forces on the ground. Also remember what Donald Trump has said. He has said that amnesty would be given, immunity would be given to those who turn around and go along with the masses, and this is going to be a one-time affair, and that those who come later are only going to face death, which means there is a proper American incentive now for many of the foot soldiers of the regime, both in the IRGC and the Basij, to really rebel or to turn around and go with the masses, which means to sort of, like we saw in the case of Venezuela, when Maduro was taken out, all those who were thought to be loyal to him turned around and came around to the Americans. So in this case, it seems the situation is fluid, so to say, and that over the next few days, we are going to see possibility of many of these elements who seem to be running the establishment of Iran turning around and coming to the side of the Americans. Professor David, you see that happening?
You are asking this to me?
Yes. Professor Manash.
Can I ask you just a moment? I have an alarm here that they are expected to be bombing where we live, and in a few couple of minutes I'll have to get off the line. I said 2-3 words about it, if I may, because I have to really disconnect. Just imagine if Iran had nuclear weapon today, what could have happened? For years, we say that Iran is not the problem of Israel alone. It's not only the problem of Israel. It's the problem of the entire world. And it's time that something will be done. And I think this is an opportunity now. After what happened, Iranians have to do their own soul searching where they want to go. They have extremists, radicals who are determined to continue. This Islamic regime took power and is unwilling to to retreat from their line because they believe that they're representing the will of God on land. And whoever attacked yesterday should have thought about what's going to happen today. So it could have been even worse. So I think that the best way is to go back to diplomacy and speak with each other. The two sides were very close to agree, Iran and the United States. And I think that they should go back to, because right now you can see what is happening. And I must admit, we always think about the Arab side of the Gulf, when we don't look at the east of Iran. And I'm learning from you, it's devastating what's going on in these parts of the world. And I think that it's a challenge for the free world.
We're getting in
and
the live
it's also a
visuals
challenge
on your screens
to the
right
Iranian
now.
people.
These are from Pakistan. Protests have erupted in Karachi. At least hundreds of people have stormed the US consulate. They smashed windows after US-Israeli strikes on Iran that deemed Ayatollah Khamenei to be killed. These are the protest sirens are sounding. In fact, the protesters also clashed with the police before attacking the US consulate in Karachi. Huge plumes of smoke going up. You can see the armed police on the road.
इधर ही
The successors I had sent.
Viewers, these are the visuals of the protest.
These are pictures coming in from Karachi. These are massive protests panning out. These are protests that are turning violent. These are protests against Donald Trump. Had Donald Trump been the Consul General of the United States in Karachi, he would have seen what's happening to his team. He would have seen how America is hated and targeted in Pakistan on the ground. He would have seen that Pakistan cannot be a friend. He would have seen that Pakistanis are double-speaking agents who are hunting with the hound, running with the hare, as they say. I just flipped the saying. But what is important is that the Pakistanis are condemning the American strikes on Iran, even if they do not name America, they name Israel. The Pakistanis are confabulating with the Saudis. The Pakistanis have left Iran in the lurch. And the Pakistanis are not being good neighbors. And the Pakistanis have never been good neighbors to the east or to the west. And the Pakistanis are creating problems for the American interests and the American assets. The US consulate in Karachi is under threat. See the kind of deployment that has happened of the police forces just to prevent the attack from turning dangerous for the American citizens and the American diplomats in the Pakistani consulate. And for them, for Donald Trump to be saying that, oh, Pakistan is my dear friend, or the Pakistani Prime Minister is a dear friend, or that failed general is my dear friend, is all hogwash, is basically American president not being briefed on what Pakistan really means. Or maybe he knows, he's just papering over the facts for convenience, but that's unfortunate. Pictures coming in from Pakistan of people turning violent against the United States. Kesu.
In fact, of everything else, also not being a good or reliable ally. Just like 2 days ago, Donald Trump had said that he has a great, thick, deepened friendship with the Prime Minister of Pakistan and also with their military chief. And all of that stands in rubble today. These are the visuals of the protests that are ongoing in Karachi right now as we speak. In Pakistan, Karachi is up in smokes. Huge plumes of smoke going up as the US consulate has been vandalized by the Pakistanis. In fact, hundreds of Pakistani civilians clashed with the armed police, and the streets of Karachi now are completely halted, shut. Traffic stopped, daily life completely brought to a standstill in Karachi. And these are hundreds of Pakistanis protesting against US and Israeli strikes on Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme commander of Iran, who is now dead. And these are the visuals on your screens. Tensions rising, armed police barricading the streets to stop hundreds of protesters from turning these protests into a life threat for the American citizens and the American embassy, the consulate, which is under attack. Plumes of smoke going up, smoke bombs being used by the protesters on the streets of Karachi. These are visuals from today, viewers. This is the situation that's unfolding on the Pakistani soil.
Okay, let's go to Ainar on that note. Ainar, already two statements coming in from China. From Beijing, one from Beijing and one from the Chinese permanent representative at the United Nations, strongly condemning what has happened. That's some position being taken. I mean, we have not seen that kind of statement coming in even from Moscow. So in that sense, the Chinese realize that their interests are harmed or hampered with the developments in the Middle East, and the United States is firmly back in the game insofar as the Gulf is concerned, not the Biden-era time of pulling back or standing off. The Americans are there right in, and they control the levers. They control everything now. So they're not a good development for the Chinese, and that's getting reflected in the kind of statement that have come in.
Well, I don't know if the U.S. has all the levers that it wants. You know, obviously, it did the same thing in Venezuela. It has not been as successful as they had anticipated. Donald Trump is not the alternate president of Venezuela. But in terms of what's happening, China is condemning this because this is something that goes to the heart of, sovereignty. You have a multipolar world, 195 countries. And if it's going to be a situation where one country, Washington or Jerusalem, decides who is going to be in power, already the Israeli press is talking about the fact that Erdogan is not a friend, that something has to be done about him. I just don't think that other countries should interfere in things. And I think India has had experience with that. I mean, your own leader, Modi, was put on blacklist, accused of being a terrorist, all sorts of things, while he was in charge of Gujarat. And, you could see if that was happening today, perhaps there would be some sort of pitch to do something to India. Obviously, India has nuclear weapons, so people would have to be very, very careful. But the idea that, one country should be controlling others, look what happened in Bangladesh, look what happened in Nepal. Obviously, there are American interests involved there in what they think of as a color revolution, but starkly in contrast to the interests of India. And, there have been other things, the tariffs, etc. So I don't know if the U.S. is playing with levers or they're just attempting to bully others. I just don't think that this is the way that you conduct yourself or that you can have a world that is peaceful if you start dismantling the very fabric of the international order.
While we are staying with the reactions coming in, the most violent reactions are happening in Pakistan, where 6 protesters have been killed, and that really shows that Pakistan is not America's friend. These are protests targeted at American interests. This is American consulate in Karachi being targeted. The police had to intervene, and the consequent rioting has led to the death of 6 of those protesters who were shouting death to America. And that's the kind of sentiment that the Pakistanis have.
Yeah, situation in Karachi is very bad. Let's get Gesu to give us the latest details on this. Gesu, can you just take us up to date? Can you for the next 5 minutes, go through all the big news stories that we have had? And may I request the desk, Shawan, the production team, Aditi, to take the visuals appropriately as Gesu goes through all of them. I'm leading into the first one tonight, so we'll cut away from the analysis for 5 minutes and come back to it later. The situation right now is very, very critical in Pakistan. It's a Hobson's choice, Gesu, for Asif Munir, and there's not been a word from Shehbaz Sharif. But when 10 people are killed outside the US consulate, I think all the leading Muslim organizations have called for nationwide protests against the killing of Khamenei. There are a lot of Shias there. And not just Shias, there's this general anti-American sentiment that's building up. I think that would be our big story. We will run appropriate visuals. No, you will not run the visuals that are not appropriate to what I'm saying. Can I go to the pictures in Karachi?
Yes, Karachi.
Aditi, you got to listen. And we'll go full frame. Yes. Now, Trump has killed Khamenei. The top band says, Trump kills Khamenei. You can go ahead with the first set of visuals. And Aditi, you can speak to Gesu about the visuals that we'll be showing. These are really, really, really powerful visuals coming in from Karachi out there. You see, there is the Shehbaz Sharif government, Asif Munir government knows very well that if this situation escalates, if Shias in Pakistan unite at a time when Pakistan is at war with Afghanistan. And you see the nats also. I'll run some of the nats on that, the natural ambience on that. Hear that.
आगे नहीं बेटा आगे नहीं
Now there's firing in the air. There's a lot of firing in the air that you're seeing there. But the security forces are looking intimidated. They are behind. They're behind the battle lines out here. And the man behind, the supervisor, whoever the head officer is saying, don't go further than that line. You see hundreds of people on the other side. If Shias turn out in large numbers in Pakistan, there will be huge social turmoil across Pakistan. This is Karachi, Shia stronghold. We'll be watching these visuals very carefully. So that's the impact. That's the first set of visuals. And now, over to you, Gesu.
At least hundreds of Pakistani civilians have taken to the streets, bringing the entire city to a standstill. And the Pakistani armed police just standing and looking at these protesters as they go on to completely take on the US consulate. In fact, windows have been smashed, stone pelting has been reported. At least 8 protesters have been killed and 30 injured so far as police opened fire on people protesting against Khamenei's killing. And this comes just a few days after President Donald Trump very proudly confessed to be extremely good friends with Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and their military chief Asim Munir. He said that they're all great men and America stands one with them against Afghanistan. And just 2 days later, this is how Pakistan chooses to pay back.
We must also now share, Gesu, with our viewers, the visuals that we have from various cities across Iran.
Yeah.
We must give our sense to our viewers of the reality on the ground.
Yes.
And this is the reality, Gesu, that Americans have not factored in. You've seen pictures from Shiraz. You've seen pictures from Tehran. And people are holding pictures of Khamenei. People are holding Iranian flags. Some people are seen there sort of, flagellating, waving their hair, angrily punching their fists in the air. Some are pounding their chests. It's very emotional scenes. Can the director listen to what I'm talking about? Thank you. The visuals from Isfahan, the visuals from Tehran, and while all of this has been happening out here, ladies and gentlemen, Iranian drones are attacking the very critical Omani port of Duqm.
Yeah.
And that's where a lot of monitoring happens. So they've attacked Duqm. They're targeting the places from where Iran does surveillance. So these are not random attacks, as some people are saying. This is not the Iranians randomly attacking different places.
Yeah.
Some of these are fairly targeted attacks, right? And we had a statement from, there's been fair amount of damage in Tel Aviv also. Let me show some pictures from Tel Aviv next, because there are 3 hotels which were targeted, and they kept saying, the Iranians kept saying, we're targeting the hotels because these are CIA bases.
Yeah.
Now, these are CIA facilities. You don't know whether they are CIA facilities or not, or whether it's random attacks, but they may not be as random as has been projected.
Yeah.
The biggest amount of violence, of course, viewers, has happened in Karachi, where people have been killed. This is typical Asim Munir overreaction. Yeah. Pakistan is in huge turmoil. Then we have pictures, we had visuals from Srinagar also, where Mirwais Umar Farooq is called, I think, for a day of
protest.
For a protest morning.
For a protest morning.
Yes.
And a band.
And a band, and that has been supported by Mehbooba Mufti.
Yeah.
And these are the pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, full frame, once again, the pictures on the screen are from Srinagar, where people are saying that, you had no right to assassinate the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. As we see these pictures, we must keep in mind the large Shia population in India. India is one of the largest Shia populations in the entire world. And though there is a Shia-Sunni divide, these are all very peaceful. The governor of Kashmir has done a review of the situation. But there is a fair amount of, support for Khamenei, right?
In fact, security has been completely beefed up in Kashmir. Extra deployments were also made just yesterday, where globetrotters of the Air Force were flown into Kashmir, and extra troops were also deployed in Kashmir, including the CRPF and the Indian Army. However, the situation has not turned violent yet, but Mehbooba Mufti is saying that, this is a shame that this has happened, or the fact that the countries of the Gulf should have stood with Iran and not with the actual truthful side of the war. They're not weighing it from the lens of neutrality or objectivity. They're weighing it from the lens of a communal feeling. And Mehbooba Mufti is at the front, at the fore of this all.
Yeah, and the other pictures were from Dubai. I don't know if you have the pictures from Dubai. I'd like to run them. In Dubai also, these are not random attacks, Abhishek.
They're not at all.
We have seen, there were some visuals that there's a lot of attacks around the Jebel Ali port.
Yes.
They're attacking a port.
Palm Jumeirah, even close to
Burj Khalifa. The Western media is telling you that, you see, these are random attacks. The Iranians have lost their mind. They're just flailing their arms and legs about. It may not be exactly that. It may be more strategic than that, which means there is a thinking mind that's going on. And, Israel, of course, is saying that we are dropping thousands of bombs as well. But as of now, things are evenly poised. I want to go again once more to Einar. Einar, the Chinese statement, does it anyway indicate that China may get involved if this doesn't get resolved soon? By the way, by the way, I'm sorry, Einar, before I come to you, the situation in Karachi is really bad. There's a lot of firing, a lot of people being killed. We're told 12 Pakistanis have been killed now.
Yes, 12.
12 Pakistanis have been killed. Asif Munir has asked, for the complete use of force. Pitched fighting going on in Karachi. 12 people killed, ladies and gentlemen, in Karachi. We have a report from inside Iran. This is from CGTN, so we're not taking editorial responsibility. It's Chinese CGTN. Let's just get what is put out there.
To the center of Tehran, Square, as you see, people are mourning the death of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Reports indicated that he was killed yesterday by both U.S. and Israeli strikes. He was in his office in the center of Tehran. His death was confirmed by state TV this morning. And as you see in Al Square, people have gathered to mourn the death of the Supreme Leader. I also have to add that some IRGC commanders, including Secretary of Defense Council Ali Shamkhani, has also been assassinated. And also Chief Commander-in-Chief of IRGC, Mr. Pakpur. But the most important person in Iran in the last 4 decades is no one but Supreme Leader Khamenei. And as you see, people are mourning his death. I also talked to some of the mourners here. حسن باشید. چرا اومدید اینجا؟ میشه توضیح بدید؟
ما اومدیم که بگیم اتحادمون مستحکم‌تر از همیشه هستش. بابت انقلابمون تا آخر جونمون هستیم.
ما اومدیم بگیم که رهبر ما رو زدید. انتقامشو که ازتون میگیریم.
فکر نکنن آقامون رو زدن میتونن راحت وارد کشورمون بشن. نه. زی خیال باطل. ما حتی 1 سانتیمتر 1 وجب از خاکمون رو به اجانب نمیدیم.
As you see, the mournings here are held by pro-government people inside the country and mourning for Supreme Leader and chanting slogans against Israel and the U.S. And the emotions are very high and so many people are crying and very angry. And it seems that IRGC will conduct retaliatory attacks in the coming hours, and we have to wait and see what will happen.
And report, Einar, going back to you, I was talking about China's response, and you heard my question. Is there an indication there that China may get involved more than it is directly?
Early, China's army is not set up to go abroad. They don't have they don't have the logistics to do that. It's not something that they can do. They have fulfilled peacekeeper missions, but those are very, very lightweight. They're not in a position to wage war overseas. The logistics would be too much. And you're talking about nuclear players. But having said that, I do think that China will provide aid in the sense of, in terms of missiles, perhaps radars, other things which are aimed at defensive maneuvers, not offensive. The difficulty here is that this is shaping up to be a very, very long-term situation. The Iranian people, as you can see, are not going to give in. It's if somebody who came into India, they will very proud. You would resist, very fiercely. And this is a large country. I think the U.S. at some point will pull out, especially when the economic consequences, especially to American consumers, kind of pushes Donald Trump to do a taco. So I don't know that it's long, but it's going to continue with Israel, and Iran is going to continue to be a problem. People have to think that if somebody assassinated somebody assassinated the Pope, what would happen? People would be very angry. You're dealing with religious beliefs. These are the types of things that are encouraging real extremism. Some of these young kids who have no hope, especially in places like Pakistan, they might be tempted to sacrifice themselves in some sort of terrorist act. And we just don't know who that would be aimed at. Right now, it seems that their anger is directed at the U.S. and Israel, and those would be the logical targets.
Yeah. Well, there's also a leadership vacuum. We must always put that in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, showing you live pictures from Karachi. Look at that. It's getting worse. Can we increase the ambient sound so that viewers get a sense of what's happening? As we are reporting today, Pakistan is burning. Asif Munir has killed 12 Pakistanis. And thousands more are coming out on the streets. These are pictures that the Pakistani media is not showing. These are pictures of the Pakistani armed forces firing upon innocent protesters. Civilians are being killed. Random firing is going on. The paramilitary has been told to hold the protesters back. But there are more and more people who are coming out now.
And the armed police can be seen loading their pellets again and again. They're changing their magazines. The number of people is swelling on the streets. Huge plumes of smoke going up there. In fact, smoke bombs were not just thrown by the armed police, but the Pakistani protesters on the street. And the fact that in the last 1 hour, the police has not been able to contain anything. With 12 people killed at the hands of the state authorities, this is a huge question on not just the law and order situation in Pakistan, but also the fact that the country's fabricated stand internationally is so different from its on-ground reality, especially what it says about its allegiance towards the United States. That's all gone down in rubble now. These are the visuals on your screens, the latest that we've gotten in from Karachi. The entire city brought to a standstill by hundreds of protesters out to get the US consulate. In fact, windows have been smashed, the public property around has been damaged. US consulate has taken a few hits from the protesters, and now the armed police is just standing like a barricade between the consulate and the protesters, even though they're not able to contain anything at all.
Yes, the things are bad out here. Robinder Sachdeva, well-known strategic analyst, is live. Now, we're looking at Karachi. Your thoughts on what's happening in Pakistan? Robinder.
Well, thank you, sir. A pleasure to be with you. Well, what's happening in Pakistan is, on the one hand, incompetence. Firstly, I would start with that itself, incompetence of protecting the, consulates or embassies or missions of a foreign country. That's one. Second is lawlessness on the streets every now and then for whatsoever reasons, and a bunch of other things. I would like to, with your permission, sir, go back to a couple of things earlier being talked. One, our colleague mentioned that, unless Trump tackles out. Briefly, my take on the term tackle, I have another take in my book. Tackle is, yes, Trump always chickens out. At the last minute, he backs out. But there's also another Trump, which is the more predominant one, which is Trump always carries on the tackle side. So a play, but it helps us understand, I think, the psychology and behavior